Chapter 1186. Take it. Ling Xiao took out a divine pill and threw it to Xin Yuyi. Xin Yuyi didn't stand on ceremony and swallowed it immediately to recover from his injuries. How do you feel about the battle? Ling Xiao asked. Xin Yuyi grinned. Very good, I haven't exercised like this in a long time. If there's a fight in the future, remember to call me first, boss. Chang Haoyou glanced at Xin Yuyi and thought to himself, so junior brother already has such a powerful follower. He must be a descendant of the barbarians. In terms of pure strength, I'm afraid I'm a little bit inferior. Yes, this matter is settled. The battle between you and him is over. Ling Xiao said to Su Tian and Mu Yanhong, who were not far from him. He then turned to the people beside him and said, we should also leave. With that, he prepared to return to the northern region gate and head towards the profound sky region. Benefactor, please wait. Su Tian called out to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao turned back and said, don't call me benefactor. My name is Ling Xiao. What else do you want? Su Tian gritted his teeth. Brother Ling, you've helped me twice. I can't thank you enough. But the Holy Sun Fist is a secret of our sect. I hope Brother Ling can tell me how to cultivate it. This matter concerns the reputation of our sect. Hee. What does the reputation of your son's sect have to do with me? Ling Xiao laughed coldly. Su Tian kept pestering Ling Xiao about this matter, which made him very unhappy. Su Tian felt suffocated and uncomfortable. If it was someone else, he could use forceful methods to force Ling Xiao to answer this question. But Ling Xiao was stronger than him in both strength and background. He couldn't do anything to him at all. However, he was unwilling to give up. If he didn't know where Ling Xiao learned their Holy Sun Fist from, he could only let the elders of their sect decide. He was worried that one day their Holy Sun Fist would be taught to others. What should he do? Ling Xiao looked at Su Tian and asked, I'm from the Xianling continent. Have you heard of the Holy Yang sect? A look of surprise flashed across Su Tian's eyes as he softly exclaimed, so that's how it is, then I understand. He paused for a moment before continuing. When will Brother Ling be free? Would you like to come to my son's sect for a chat? Ling Xiao instantly frowned and replied, what? Do you want to do something to me? Su Tian hurriedly waved his hand and said, no. You misunderstood. I just want you to explain to my sect elders. They won't do anything to you. No need. Ling Xiao said bluntly. Then he turned around, ignored Su Tian, and left with his people. Who would have thought that Su Tian would block his path again? Ling Gang was very dissatisfied. Kid, get lost. Otherwise, even if your sect leader is here, I will still kill you. Ling Gang was one of the Sunjin of Goguryeo and a direct descendant of the Kim people. He saw that this kid didn't know what was good for him, and actually dared to ask his uncle Ling Xiao to come to his son's sect. How dare he? Su Tian already knew that he had misspoken, so he immediately apologized. Su Tian offended you just now, please don't be angry. He then continued, Brother Ling helped me twice, and you have a relationship with my sect. I believe that Brother Ling will be very interested in the fire seed, right? So what? Ling Xiao replied. Actually, the reason why I want to invite Brother Ling to my sect is to repay you, because my sect has a fire seed, the immortal rainbow heavenly fire. This is known to all. As Su Tian spoke, a shocking flame appeared in his hand. This was the flame of the immortal rainbow heavenly fire. But Su Tian only had a wisp of the fire seed, and not the real immortal rainbow heavenly jewel. This is not necessary, Ling Xiao said indifferently, and a fire seed that was exactly the same as Su Tian's appeared in his hand. It seems that Su Tian's action was unnecessary. Su Tian smiled bitterly and shook his head. He really didn't expect that not only did Ling Xiao know their Holy Sun Fist, but he also had refined the immortal rainbow heavenly fire. When Ling Xiao was about to leave again, Su Tian thought of something and immediately said, other than that, I know where to find the immortal rainbow heavenly fire. I wonder if Brother Ling is interested? Ling Xiao paused for a moment and asked, then tell me. Su Tian didn't reply immediately, but looked around. Obviously, it was not convenient to tell Ling Xiao in detail here. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, I'm staying in the city now. If it's convenient, let's go for a drink together. Su Tian was overjoyed. He had revealed this secret because he wanted to communicate with Ling Xiao. This was absolutely beneficial to him and not detrimental to him. Thus, the group returned to the Northern Region City's restaurant. After drinking for 30 minutes, Ling Xiao and Su Tian talked alone in the room. Speak if your information is correct. I, Ling Xiao, will make friends with you. Ling Xiao said. Currently, he still lacked the last layer of the 9 sun-burning heavens art, the ashen flame holy sun, because he couldn't find the immortal rainbow heavenly fire to fuse with the immortal rainbow heavenly fire. Now that he heard that Su Tian actually had this information, he was naturally very interested. Su Tian didn't answer, but instead asked, Brother Ling, you are a disciple of the Dragon Gate. If there is no other reason, you should not be here. Could it be that you want to go to the profound sky region? Ling Xiao didn't hide it and nodded. That's right, I will go to the profound sky region tomorrow. As I expected, the origin fire seed I mentioned is located in a dangerous place in the profound sky region, Su Tian said. Ling Xiao frowned and said, A dangerous place? Is your information accurate? Don't trick this young master. Su Tian hurriedly said, No, absolutely not. This information came from an elder of my sect. It is absolutely reliable. Then why didn't you go and take it? Why did you come to tell me? Ling Xiao raised his doubts. He didn't believe that Su Tian was saying this to repay a debt of gratitude. Su Tian smiled bitterly and said, This is also what I wanted to remind Brother Ling. This origin fire seed already has intelligence and knows how to attack or escape. Even if my sect's elder went there, he wouldn't have the ability to take it down. Back then, he almost lost his life. Unless my sect's old sect master is willing to take action, there is no way to obtain it. So that's how it is. I thought there was something good that was waiting for me. Then where do you think it is located in the profound sky region? Ling Xiao smiled and said. Su Tian said, It is in the Evil Cliff Valley. I don't know the specific location, but it already has intelligence and can change into various shapes. Moreover, there are many stage 9 and stage 10 holy beasts there, so ordinary people can't enter as they please. Evil Cliff Valley? It seems like I will have to pay a high price to obtain it. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Then he looked at Su Tian and said, Since you told me this information, you will be my friend from now on. You don't need to talk about the Holy Sun Fist anymore. I will not teach it to anyone else. You don't need to worry about this. Su Tian was waiting for Ling Xiao to say this. He smiled and said, Thank you, Brother Ling. On the second day, Ling Xiao and the others finally set foot on the road to the profound sky region. When they arrived in front of the territory entrance, they felt the indescribable aura coming from the entrance. They were all extremely shocked. Only Ling Gang, who had entered the territory entrance before, like the Sunjin kingdom of Goguryeo, didn't feel anything. Ling Xiao sighed and said, The power of this territory entrance is really immeasurable. Ling Gang said, Of course. Each territory entrance is created by the incipient God realm experts of the 2 regions. The teleportation distance is 100 times or even 1,000 times greater than the spatial formation. Ling Xiao was a little speechless. The territory entrance created by an old monster at incipient God realm was really extraordinary. Ling Xiao and Ling Gang were people who could use the gate for free, and each of them could bring 10 people with them. There were 16 people here. Of course, they didn't need to pay the God King guarding the territory entrance with divine crystals and beast pellets. Ling Gang took out a token. This token seemed to be an energy crystal, and the number 376 was engraved on it. This number represented Ling Gang's rank in the Sunjin kingdom of Goguryeo. When the God King guarding the territory entrance saw Ling Gang's token, he became respectful and said, Sir, please. Obviously, he recognized Ling Gang's identity as the Sunjin kingdom of Goguryeo. After all, there were many God Kings in the Sky Dragon region. However, only 1,000 of them could become the Sunjin kingdom of Goguryeo. These 1,000 people were terrifyingly strong, and they all had the chance to enter the ranks of the great masters in the future. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't have the Sunjin kingdom of Goguryeo's token. However, he had the godly alchemist's badge. When he took it out and handed it to the God King was very surprised. Oh, it's Sir Godly Alchemist. Please. The God King's attitude wasn't any worse than when he met Ling Gang. He was even more enthusiastic. It was the first time he had seen such a young godly alchemist. He thought to himself, worthy of being a member of the Dragon Gate. This kind of foundation isn't something ordinary forces can compare to. Ling Zhao's group stepped into the territory entrance. Waves of mighty energy fell on them, sucking them into space and sending them to another area. The mysterious sky region was located in the north of the heaven region. This area was where the black tortoise lived. The true dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise were the top-ranked existences among the 9 great divine beasts. The true dragon was good at fighting, the white tiger was good at killing, the vermilion bird had 9 lives, and the black tortoise was good at defense. This clearly showed that the black tortoise was a divine beast that focused the most on defense. Its black tortoise shell was known as the hardest thing in the world, and nothing could break it. The Black Tortoise sect, which was named after the black tortoise, was the overlord of the mysterious sky region. It was similar to the Sky Dragon region's Dragon Gate. The mysterious sky region was located in the north of the heaven region, and the general temperature was much colder than the Sky Dragon region. As the saying goes, the water and the soil nourished the people. In this region, the proportion of warriors with the ice and water attributes was much higher than in other regions. When Ling Xiao and the others landed in front of the profound sky region's domain gate, they immediately felt the cold of frost and snow. Fortunately, the group was already in a trance state and could be said to be impervious to heat and cold, so the frost and snow didn't affect them much. Ling Zhao's group didn't stop and immediately went to the nearest space formation, preparing to rush to the Xiao clan as soon as possible. Chapter 1187. Although the Xiao family had risen to prominence in the profound sky region in the last 200,000 years, their momentum of development was extremely rapid, and they had already squeezed into the ranks of superforces several tens of thousands of years ago. Although there was a certain gap between them and veteran superforces like the Lotus Cult, the gap was not too great. Otherwise, the sect leader of the Dragon Gate, Xiao Chun, wouldn't be able to take Xiao Zhensai as his wife. After all, the major powers would have to see if the marriage partner was worth something. The Xiao family was located in the central region of the profound heaven region. Their space base was at the lower reaches of the second largest river, Luoyu River. At the upper reaches of Luoyu River, there was another power no weaker than the Xiao family called the River Diagram sect. These 2 superpowers occupied different river boundaries, and their space bases were quite close. At the same time, they had a lot of resources fished out of Luoyu River. For the resources in Luoyu River, the conflict between the 2 powers had never stopped. Not long ago, many people from the 2 sects had fought on Luoyu River, and both sides had lost many people. In the Xiao family, Xiao Zhensai and her father Xiao Yuanhe were chatting. Xiao Yuanhe was a late bloomer. He looked like a middle-aged man now and was only a middle-stage god king. He was able to become the family leader because he had a pair of good children. His eldest daughter was married to the #1 ancient family in the Tianlong region, Kim people's direct descendant and Dragon Gate sect leader. Although Kim people and Dragon Gate weren't in the profound heaven region, their power was famous there. Even the profound heaven region's black martial sect was inferior to them. His son Xiao Wei was a genius of the Xiao family. He wasn't even 4,000 years old, but was already a high-stage god king. He had always been a peak existence in his generation. Because of his influence with his children, Xiao Yuanhe was promoted to the position of family leader. Xiao Yuanhe tightly knitted his brows and sighed. "Daughter, you should return to the Heavenly Dragon sect tomorrow. I'm afraid that those people will take action soon. So many years have passed, it is time to put an end to this." Xiao Zhensai shook her head and said, "Father, don't be too pessimistic. If the River Diagram sect really dared to go against our Xiao family, they would have already destroyed us. This time, they just wanted to test our situation." Xiao Yuanhe said, "You might not know this, but each generation is worse than the last. In your generation, your younger brother is the only one who can hold up the fort. The others haven't even matured yet. Moreover, I heard that many of the newly promoted true disciples of the River Diagram sect have already become god kings. Just in terms of numbers, they have already surpassed us." Not to mention that they have more than 20 Sinjin of Goguryeo. If an all-out war breaks out, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold them off. You should return to the Dragon Gate as soon as possible. No, although I'm married to the Dragon Gate, I'm still a member of the Xiao family. I'll send someone back to ask for reinforcements for my husband. I don't believe that the River Diagram sect doesn't care about the Dragon Gate. Xiao Zhensai said angrily. Just as Xiao Yuanhe was about to say something, a figure walked in from outside. It was a man who looked to be in his 30s. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was handsome and strong. He wore a blue martial robe and carried a pair of dual divine weapons on his back. Father, I heard that the bloodstained silver stone vein that we discovered was robbed by the River Diagram sect. Is this true? The handsome man asked angrily. This man was Xiao Yuanhe's son, Xiao Wei, who was also Xiao Zhensai's younger brother. He was a 3,000 years old high-level divine king. In the profound sky region, he was definitely a top-notch monster. Even in the heaven region, he was an extremely outstanding existence. That's right. I've already sent your 8th uncle to negotiate with the River Diagram sect. However, it might not go smoothly. Xiao Yuanhe sighed. Father, why didn't you tell me earlier? I'm going to teach those people from the River Diagram sect a lesson. Xiao Wei said and turned around to leave. Xiao Wei, don't be impulsive. Xiao Zhensai called out. Xiao Wei looked at his sister and said, Sister, the situation is urgent. We can't delay any longer. He paused for a moment and then said, Sister, you should return to the Dragon Gate first. I can handle this. What can you handle? Right now the River Diagram sect has a lot of people. I'll send Ling Zhu and Ling Mu to help you. I'll also send people to ask your brother-in-law for help. This time, the River Diagram sect will know that our Xiao family isn't someone they can bully, Xiao Zhensai said. Sister, when you go back and ask brother-in-law for help, our Xiao family will be bullied by the River Diagram sect. Moreover, didn't you say that the Dragon Gate is starting to split? We won't trouble brother-in-law, Xiao Wei said. But I can't just watch as the River Diagram sect bullies us. I believe that if Ling Zhu and Ling Mu take action, they'll be able to shock the River Diagram sect. Xiao Zhensai insisted. Xiao Wei didn't know what to say and looked at his father. They naturally hoped that the Dragon Gate would have reinforcements, but they were too far away. Distant water couldn't put out a nearby fire. Xiao Yuanhe muttered. Actually, I have a way to resolve our family's crisis. It can even make it so that the River Diagram sect will never dare to attack our Xiao family again. What is it? Xiao Zhensai and Xiao Wei asked at the same time. Xiao Yuanhe looked at Xiao Wei and said, The key lies in that girl Ling Er. What does that have to do with Ling Er? Although she has an ethereal body and has already stepped into the Holy Emperor realm, she's still young. If she's given 1,000 years, she might be able to bring glory to our Xiao family. When he mentioned his daughter, Xiao Wei's face revealed a trace of joy and pride. 20 years ago his daughter, who wasn't even 1.5 years old, had gone missing in the Sky Dragon domain. He had thought that his daughter was already gone. He hadn't expected that 1.5 years ago, his sister would bring his daughter back. This made him wild with joy. Now that his family was reunited, he felt that his endless life had become more meaningful. Yeah, with another 1,000 years, with Xiao Ling's physique, it won't be a problem for him to reach your current level. However, we don't have that much time to wait. Xiao Yuanhe sighed and then said, If we send Ling Er to the Black Turtle sect, I think the Black Turtle sect will definitely accept Ling Er. At that time, they will definitely help the Xiao family, and the River Diagram sect won't be a threat anymore. Father, you want to send Ling Er to the Black Turtle sect to learn from her teacher? Xiao Wei asked. Xiao Zhensai looked at her father and seemed to think of something. She said, I'm afraid it won't be that simple. The Xiao family also had incipient God Realm experts. It was enough for them to teach Xiao Ling. They didn't need to send her to the Black Turtle sect. Xiao Yuanhe, on the other hand, had another idea. Father, do you want to marry Ling Er to them? Xiao Wei asked in a low voice. Xiao Yuanhe nodded reluctantly and said, Perhaps this is the best solution for now. No, absolutely not. Ling Er is still so young. How can I let her sacrifice her life for the family? Xiao Weijian didn't agree. Then he said, "Moreover, the river diagram sect isn't much stronger than us. They might not dare to fight us to the death. Everything is still uncertain." Xiao Yuanhe became silent. He knew that his son's words made sense. He seemed to be a little anxious. After all, the Xiao family didn't have many outstanding disciples in the new generation. If they didn't ask for help from outside, they might not be able to survive in the future. At this time, a servant hurriedly came in and reported, "Master, there are people from the Dragon Gate outside asking to see you." Xiao Yuanhe was a little surprised. "Daughter, when did you ask for help?" Xiao Zhencai shook her head and said, "No. Did Brother Chen send people to pick me up?" "Let's go out and take a look," Xiao Wei said. Then, the three of them immediately went out to see who from the Dragon Gate had come. When she saw Ling Xiao, Xiao Zhencai said happily, "Little brother Xiao, why are you here? And Ling Gang, you're here too. This is great." It was Ling Xiao and the others who had rushed to the Xiao family. "Greetings, Madam Sect Leader." Ling Xiao and the others greeted Xiao Zhencai together. "Father, Little Wei, this is my little brother Ling Xiao. He was the one who brought Ling Heir back to the Dragon Gate." Xiao Zhencai went forward and introduced Ling Xiao to Xiao Huyuan and Xiao Wei. "So you're Ling Xiao. You're really handsome. No wonder my daughter keeps talking about you. Not bad, not bad." Xiao Wei went forward and patted Ling Xiao's shoulder. "Greetings, family leader Xiao, Lord Xiao. Ling and I are siblings, so it's normal for her to miss me. I miss her as well, so I'm here to see her." Ling Xiao greeted the two of them, then continued, "Ling and I are siblings." "Well, you're considerate," Xiao Wei said with a smile. Then a look of surprise flashed across his face. You're a divine king?" Before Ling Xiao could speak, Xiao Yuanhe said faintly, "Yes, he's a divine king, and he's not even 100 years old. What an amazing kid." Xiao Zhencai also saw Ling Xiao's strength. She immediately smiled from ear to ear and said, "I didn't expect that in less than 2 years, little brother Zhao's cultivation would improve so much. No wonder the elders of the family think so highly of you. It's really a blessing for our family." "Haha, if you keep praising me, I won't be able to stay any longer." Ling Zhao's face became slightly red. At this time Ling Gang said to Xiao Zhencai, "Auntie, you might not know this, but Uncle Xiao is also a divine alchemist. He's already been appointed as a high-level inner court elder by the sect master. He's also received a badge from the Medicine Union. He's the first person in our Dragon Gate since ancient times." "What? Little brother Xiao, you're also a divine alchemist?" Xiao Zhencai exclaimed, her eyes filled with disbelief. Xiao Yuanhe and Xiao Wei also looked like they couldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Ling Xiao lightly touched the bridge of his nose and said, This doesn't seem like a big deal." Xiao Zhencai, Xiao Yuanhe, and Xiao Wei were all shocked. Divine kings who were less than 100 years old would occasionally appear in the heaven realm, but a divine alchemist who was less than 100 years old was definitely the first in history. If this was called not a big deal, then how could others live? Chapter 1188. Ling Zhao's arrival had diluted the tense atmosphere of the Xiao family. Anyway, it was a good thing for the Xiao family to befriend a godly alchemist. The Xiao family didn't even have a godly alchemist. Every year, they had to spend a lot of divine crystals to buy the divine pellets. Of course, they had to use their relationship with Dragon Gate to get the divine pellets. Otherwise, just to buy the divine pellets would have been too much for them. To show the Xiao family's welcome to Ling Zhao's team, Xiao Yuanhe had invited some of the important elders to host a banquet to welcome Ling Zhao's team. Of course, Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling met one more time. Xiao Ling was still so charming. She was wearing a gorgeous silk dress, which made her look more elegant and noble. Her ethereal aura always gave people a feeling of infatuation. "Brother Ling Xiao." Xiao Ling screamed in surprise. Like a swallow returning to its nest, she jumped into Ling Zhao's embrace in front of so many people. Ling Xiao sniffed the fragrance he hadn't felt for a long time. He looked happy, patting her shoulder. "How are you doing, Ling Heir?" Xiao Ling nodded, and then shook her head. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears of longing. "Silly girl, are you okay or not?" Ling Xiao rubbed the bridge of her nose. "Mom and Dad are good to me. Everybody is good to me. But Brother Ling Xiao and Grandpa aren't with me. I don't feel good. Xiao Ling was still naive and straightforward. She hadn't changed a bit. Haha, Brother Ling Xiao is here to see you, right? And your grandpa, after he's done with his business, he will come to see you too, comforted Ling Xiao. He also thought that Xiao Feng, the top warrior of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo, had gone somewhere to do something. With his competence, only incipient God Realm warriors could hurt him. Yes, I also believe that Grandpa will definitely come to see Linger, Xiao Ling said with a face full of longing. Alright, so many people are watching. Go and talk to sister-in-law. Ling Xiao let go of Xiao Ling and asked her to talk to Eurofei. Eurofei was not good with words, but in the face of Xiao Ling's innocent and bright personality, she also felt that they got along well. At this moment, Xiao Jinsai brought a beautiful woman to Ling Xiao. She introduced, sister-in-law, this is Ling Xiao, your brother-in-law's youngest brother. This beautiful woman was Xiao Ling's mother, Su Wei. She looked somewhat similar to Xiao Ling. No wonder why Xiao Jinsai could recognize Xiao Ling when they first met. Su Wei looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. Thank you, Ling Xiao. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to see my daughter again. Ling Xiao returned the courtesy. It's my duty. You don't need to be so polite. To be honest, he and Ling Chen were of the same generation, and Xiao Jinsai was his sister-in-law. Naturally, her brother and sister-in-law were also of the same generation as him. However, Xiao Ling called him brother, so he really did not know how to address Xiao Wei and Su Wei. My daughter has always been thinking about you. You are indeed a talented man. However, Ling Er is naive and simple. She still doesn't know the difference between the generations. You are of the same generation as Big Sister and me, so Ling Er should call you uncle. What do you think? Su Wei emphasized. Originally, there was nothing wrong with these words, but when Ling Xiao saw Su Wei's seriousness and vigilance, he seemed to feel that she was unhappy with him. Well, perhaps it is more suitable for Ling Er to call me uncle, but it depends on whether she likes it. Ling Xiao replied softly. Regardless of whether she likes it or not, it is better for you to be her uncle. This seniority cannot be messed up, lest something goes wrong. Su Wei firmly reminded him. If Su Wei's previous sentence was just to emphasize Ling Xiao's identity, then this sentence faintly contained a hint of threat, as if she did not want to see her daughter have any interaction with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction. He was just about to say something, but Xiao Jinsai, who was beside him, said, Su Wei, could it be that you think Ling Xiao is a person with a bad character? After pausing for a moment, she continued. Ling Xiao and Ling Er are just siblings. Don't think too much about it. We will do our own thing, and they will do theirs. It will not affect anything. This is not a big deal. Xiao Jinsai was an experienced person, so how could she not understand what Su Wei meant? Although Su Wei was her sister-in-law, this kind of attitude made her very uncomfortable, not to mention that Ling Xiao was also her clan brother. Su Wei said, Big sister, that is not what I mean. He has done us a favor, and we have to repay him. When we get back, I will ask Brother Wei to pay him 100 million divine gems. My condition is that he does not come to see Ling Er in the future. Ling Xiao was angry when he heard this. Did this woman think that Ling Xiao was some irrelevant person? Did she think that he came to see Ling Er, and she thought that he had designs on Ling Er? If this person was not Xiao Ling's mother, Ling Xiao would have sent her flying with a slap. I don't understand. Mother, why do you say that to Brother Ling Xiao? Xiao Ling, who was not far away, walked over and looked at his mother with dissatisfaction. Ling Er, what are you talking about? Su Wei glared at her daughter. You don't allow Brother Ling Xiao to see me. I hate you. I want to be with Brother Ling Xiao. Xiao Ling stepped forward and hugged Ling Xiao's arm, saying very seriously. Although Xiao Ling was Su Wei's biological daughter, she had been separated from her family since she was a child. She did not have deep feelings for her parents. The person she loved the most was her grandfather, who had taken care of her for more than 20 years, and then Ling Xiao. How could she tolerate her mother talking about her brother Ling Xiao like that? Ling Er, do you know what you are saying? You should call him Uncle Ling Xiao. Su Wei was a little annoyed. No, he is Brother Ling Xiao. What right do you have to say that to him? Xiao Ling was very stubborn. Su Wei was so angry that she could not speak. At this time, the other people also noticed the situation here. Ling Xiao touched Xiao Ling's beautiful hair and said, "Ling Heir, you should call him Uncle Ling Xiao. I am much older than you." "Brother Ling Xiao, don't you like Ling Heir anymore?" Xiao Ling looked at Ling Xiao with eyes like a woman's robe, and tears fell uncontrollably. That delicate and pitiful appearance really made people feel distressed. "Well, in the future, don't call me uncle, call me brother. Look at you crying like a cat. How ugly is it?" Ling Xiao's heart softened, and he wiped Xiao Ling's tears with a smile. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Xiao Ling's gloomy face turned bright. Just when she wanted to say something, Su Wei pulled her over and said, "Ling Heir, come back to my room with me." Xiao Ling shook off Su Wei's hand and said, "I don't want to. I want to be with brother Ling Xiao." "Why are you so willful? You are my daughter, so you must listen to me. Later, I will introduce you to someone who is 100 times more handsome and capable than him." Su Wei did not care so much and directly said what she thought in her heart. Ever since Xiao Ling came back, she had a thought in her heart, and that was to quickly find the best in-laws for her. First, she could let Xiao Ling live a happier life, and second, she could protect her Xiao family. These thoughts were not wrong. The fault was that she did not understand Xiao Ling. At the same time, she also did not understand Ling Xiao. She felt that even if Ling Xiao was a person of Kim people, if she married over there like her elder sister, she would not be able to help their Xiao family. Therefore, she would not allow her daughter to walk this path. This time, Xiao Ling could not struggle at all. She just screamed, "Let me go! Let me go, I hate you!" This was her own daughter, Su Wei, and she actually said that she hated her. Her heart was slightly aching. Just when Ling Xiao wanted to step forward to stop her, Xiao Zhinsai pulled his hand and shook her head. At this time, a figure quickly walked over and gave Su Wei a heavy slap. "Pa! What nonsense are you talking about? Quickly let go of Ling Heir!" Xiao Wei shouted furiously. You actually hit me for an outsider?" Su Wei pointed at Xiao Wei with a wronged expression. "Outsider? If it was not for Divine Master Ling, how could Ling Heir return to our side? He is our benefactor, yet you speak to him like this. You can be shameless, but my Xiao family's face cannot be completely lost by you." Xiao Wei loudly scolded. If Ling Xiao was just an ordinary god king, then it would be fine. However, he was also a divine alchemist who was not even 100 years old. This identity was enough to make any power treat him as a distinguished guest. If Ling Xiao could stay with their Xiao family for a period of time, and help them refine some divine pills, who knows how many divine crystals they could save. At the same time, they could also benefit many of their disciples. And his wife actually offended him. She really did not know what was good for her. What Divine Master Ling, at best, he is just a little brat. Could it be that you want to marry your daughter to the Sky Dragon domain? I don't care what elder sister can do for us. In any case, I can't let my daughter marry over there. With my daughter's aptitude, we can marry into the Black Tortoise sect." Su Wei looked at Ling Xiao with disdain and said. She and Ling Xiao were both low-level god kings. She could see through Ling Xiao's age, but she could not see through Ling Xiao's strength. Moreover, she did not care who Ling Xiao was. Now that the conflict between the Xiao family and the River Diagram sect was getting worse, she had to rely on her daughter to find a strong backer, so that she could continue to be the Xiao family's young mistress. Slap. Xiao Wei once again mercilessly slapped Su Wei's other cheek. "You stupid woman, what do you know? He is a genuine divine alchemist, and you are not enough to carry his shoes for him. Immediately apologize to Divine Master Ling, otherwise, you will not be a member of the Xiao family in the future." Xiao Wei was furious. Now that the River Diagram sect was provoking him, he was extremely anxious, and his woman had offended the divine alchemist, who he had wanted to curry favor with. It was no wonder that he was so angry. A divine alchemist, after all, if he became his son-in-law, it would be better for the Xiao family than his brother-in-law. His brother-in-law had to consider the thoughts of the other people in the sect, and now there were many problems within the Dragon Gate. But Ling Xiao was different. As an alchemist, he could concoct pills for whoever he wanted, and no one would dare to restrict him. In the future, even if Ling Xiao returned to the Dragon Gate, they could still continue to ask Ling Xiao to concoct pills for them. Although the journey was a little long, it was still worth it. Su Wei was hit twice, and she was dumbfounded. She cried bitterly, turned around and left the hall. Chapter 1189. Ling Xiao had never thought that his trip to the Xiao family would cause such a huge ruckus. However, it did not mean that he regretted coming to the Xiao family. He could tell that Xiao Ling's mother seemed to be snobbish, which might not be a good thing for Xiao Ling. Xiao Wei said to Ling Xiao apologetically, "Divine Master Ling, please forgive me. My wife is just worried about Ling Er." He really did not want to offend Ling Xiao because of this matter. Ling Xiao glanced at Xiao Ling, who was at a loss of what to do, and replied, "It's nothing, I won't take it to heart." After pausing for a moment he continued, "But if Ling Er is unhappy here, I won't let her stay here." Xiao Ling threw himself into Ling Xiao's embrace again and cried, "Brother Ling Xiao, take me away. Let's go find grandfather together, okay? I don't want to stay here." Xiao Wei panicked a little, and immediately said, "Ling Er, don't be impulsive. Your mother was just confused for a moment. Father will definitely treat you well." Ling Xiao sighed softly, and only caressed Xiao Ling's back, not saying anything else. From the looks of it, perhaps she really wasn't happy staying at home. Xiao Zhensai walked over and pulled Xiao Ling away. She gave Ling Xiao a look, meaning for her to persuade Ling Er first. At this moment, a guard hurriedly ran in and said to Xiao Yuanhe, "Patriarch, the 8th elder brought people to negotiate with the people from the River Diagram sect. But not only did the people from the River Diagram sect ignore them, they even killed many of our people. Patriarch, please send reinforcements, or else the others will be in danger." "What? They're going too far." Xiao Yuanhe slammed the table and roared. Xiao Wei shouted angrily, "Father, we can't take it anymore. I'll bring people to fight them right now. Let's see if they have the guts to eat our Xiao family." As he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Xiao Yuanhe's order, and immediately walked out of the hall. "Old 7, Old 9, immediately bring people to assist Wei. You must rescue Old 8. Xiao Yuanhe ordered. The 2 middle-aged men in the hall immediately cried out in alarm, and hurried out of the hall. Looking at the anxious Xiao Yuanhe, Xiao Zhensai comforted him. "Father, don't worry, nothing will happen. Xiao Wei is a bit impulsive, but his strength is there for all to see." "AI, looks like the River Diagram sect wants to play big this time. I'll have to report this matter to the ancestor." Xiao Yuanhe sighed. He wanted to return to his family's rear courtyard, and ask the true person in charge of the Xiao family to go out and uphold justice. "Patriarch, I'm afraid it's not appropriate to disturb the old ancestor now. He once said that we can only disturb him when it's a matter of life and death," a Xiao clan elder reminded. Xiao Yuanhe hesitated for a moment, then said fiercely, "Damn it, then we'll wait quietly for a day and see if the River Diagram sect really wants to eat up our Xiao family. At that time, even if we have to sacrifice all our men, we'll fight them to the death." "Father, don't worry. If it really doesn't work, the people by my side can also lend you a hand. They're all my clansmen, and all of them have the strength to fight 1 against 3. Even the River Diagram sect wouldn't dare to be presumptuous," Xiao Zhensai replied from the side. "And looks like that's the only way," Xiao Yuanhe replied helplessly. Ling Xiao didn't understand what had happened, but he knew that something big must have happened to the Xiao family. However, this had nothing to do with him, and he didn't want to pay attention to it. Xiao Yuanhe arranged for Ling Xiao and the others to settle down first. Ling Xiao told Xiao Ling about how much he missed her during these 2 years of separation. Ling Xiao understood that Xiao Ling didn't have any grievances. It was just that her mother kept nagging her to find a family with a strong backing for her. This matter had always made Xiao Ling feel vexed. Although her character was naive and simple, she wasn't a brainless person. She didn't want someone to arbitrarily arrange her happiness for the rest of her life. "Don't worry, Ling Er. No one can force you. If you're really unhappy, Brother Ling Xiao will take you away." Ling Xiao comforted her. Xiao Ling was somewhat hesitant. But I can't bear to part with father and grandfather. They're very good to me." Her heart was very conflicted. Why couldn't the person she liked always stay by her side and live together with her? "And you have to think about it carefully. I can see that your father loves you very much. He won't force you to do anything. And brother Ling Xiao can also come to see you often. Ling Xiao said. Xiao Ling nodded helplessly. She buried her face in Ling Xiao's chest and quietly enjoyed this moment of comfort. However, this enjoyment did not last long before it was broken by someone else. Xiao Zhinsai hurried to find Ling Xiao and said, Brother Xiao, can I use Ling Gang and the people who came with you? Although Xiao Zhinsai was the headmaster's wife, she didn't have the right to directly order Kim people's people, because Ling Chen was only an elder in the Kim people's group, not a high position. Sister-in-law, you are too polite. What exactly happened? Can you tell me? Maybe I can help. Ling Xiao looked at Xiao Zhinsai and asked. Xiao Zhinsai hesitated for a while, and then briefly told him about the grievances between the Xiao family and the River Diagram sect. At the same time, she also told him that Xiao Wei had gone to help his family. Brother Xiao, among your protector elders, Ling Gang is the strongest, and I have Ling Zhu and Ling Mu by my side. With the three of them leading the others, and with the help of the other elders, I'm sure that my brother will be saved, Xiao Zhinsai pleaded with Ling Xian. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate. This was an important matter for the headmaster's wife's family. It was also Ling Er's family. He couldn't refuse. Since it's like this, I can take them with me. Ling Xiao asked. I'm afraid that's not good. You are the hope of the sect. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to face your brother. Xiao Zhinsai said. Haha, don't worry. I'm just going to take a look. If I can help, it'll be great. If I can't, I should be able to protect myself. Ling Xiao smiled. Xiao Zhinsai was in a dilemma. Ling Xiao wasn't an ordinary elder. If he really went and something happened to him, it wouldn't be good. Ling Xiao promised again. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I'll be fine. I'm not a member of your Xiao family, so they shouldn't make things difficult for me. Xiao Zhinsai hesitated for a moment and said, All right, you must promise me that no matter what happens, you must protect yourself first. Otherwise, I won't have the face to go back and see your brother. Ling Xiao nodded, his eyes filled with confidence. He was already a low-level god king. His battle strength wasn't inferior to any mid-level god king. With his soul power attacks, he didn't need to be afraid of anyone. Ling Xiao left Eurofei and Sha Tian behind and brought the other 13 people with him. In addition to the 26 people who had escorted Xiao Zhinsai here, a total of 40 god kings joined the Xiao family's camp and headed out of the Luoyu River. With the addition of 40 god kings, Xiao Yuanhe's confidence increased greatly. He thought to himself, this time, I should be able to make the River Diagram sect retreat. Ling Zhao's group and the Xiao family's people only had a total of 80 people. The Xiao family only had 40 god kings, and Xiao Wei and the others had already brought more than 100 people. However, such a number was still left behind. It seemed that the River Diagram sect definitely had a lot of god kings. When Ling Xiao and the others had yet to reach their destination, they could already sense a series of terrifying explosions coming from the sky in the distance. Many types of divine powers were flying everywhere, and from afar, it looked very colorful. The Xiao family's people looked into the distance, and their eyes were red with anger. One of the elders shouted, The bastards of the River Diagram sect are going too far. As soon as he finished shouting, he summoned his protective spiritual beast and rushed forward impatiently. The other people from the Xiao family did the same, and they all rushed over to help their people. The people around Ling Xiao didn't move, and this time, the ones leading them were Ling Zhu and Ling Mu. The two of them were of the same generation as Ling Xiao, and they were both high-level god kings. The strongest of them, Ling Gang, was by Ling Zhao's side at all times. How do the two of you plan to help? Ling Xiao asked Ling Zhu and Ling Mu. The two of them were already old and clumsy, and they were much older than Ling Xiao. Ling Zhu and Ling Mu were both veterans who had experienced many battles, and they definitely wouldn't be as impulsive as ordinary people. Ling Zhu frowned and said, It's best if we hide and see what's going on before we attack. Ling Mu said, That's right. This way, we can achieve the effect of a surprise attack and catch them off guard. Only then will we be able to solve their problem. Ling Xiao agreed with their words and immediately replied, Then let's do as the two big brothers say. We'll wait and see first, Then we'll quickly attack and give them a surprise. Immediately afterwards, everyone concealed their auras and hid in the clouds, paying attention to the battle between the two forces. In the sky above the battlefield, the Xiao family had more than 40 people, and the situation had stabilized. The Xiao family had already sent out more than 200 God Kings 3 times, but now, including the 40 from before, there were only 100 left. Almost 70 to 80 God Kings had been killed by the other side. It could be said that the Xiao family had suffered heavy losses in this battle. There were still more than 200 people on the other side, and they had the upper hand in numbers. As the leader of the Xiao family, Xiao Wei brandished his dual halberd divine weapon against the 2 high-level God Kings, and his body was already covered in wounds. Xiao Wei, your Xiao family should obediently submit to our river diagram sect, or else all of you will be buried on Luoyu River today. One of the young men from the river diagram sect who was surrounding Xiao Wei shouted. This young man was the young sect master of the river diagram sect, He Jian. He was also a high-level God King like Xiao Wei. In a one-on-one fight, his battle strength was about the same as Xiao Wei's, but now that he had the help of another high-level God King, killing Xiao Wei was only a matter of time. Even if I die today, I'll drag you down with me. Xiao Wei coldly snorted. He crossed his dual halberd and attacked He Jian with all his might, completely ignoring the flaws behind him. From the looks of it, he seemed to be planning on exchanging a life for a life. Chapter 1190. It was obvious that the Xiao family's reinforcements could only hold on for a short while, and they quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. Xiao Wei, on the other hand, looked like he was going all out as he charged towards the river sword without any regard for his life. He didn't know how many times he had been hit by the other person from the river diagram sect. The armor on his body was about to be destroyed, and blood was flowing out of his body. If this were to continue, then he would probably be blasted to the point that his body and soul would be annihilated. Ling Xiao and the others had been paying attention to the battle, and it was about time for them to go and help. However, Ling Zhu suspected that these people might have come prepared, and he didn't know if the other side had any reinforcements. Ling Mu, who was at the side, said, "There should be some people in the other direction, but there shouldn't be too many. It's just that even if we join in, we will still be lacking in numbers." Uncle Zhu, Uncle Mu, why do you need to speak so much nonsense? Aunt told us to come and help, so no matter what, we have to go and help. Besides, so what if they have more people? With our clan's strength, we can fight against 10 people. Even if we go to the profound sky region, we can't tarnish our clan's reputation. If they know what's good for them, they should stop. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. The people of the Kim people all love to fight, especially people like Ling Gang, the Sunjin of Goguryeo. He had relied on battle after battle to reach his current level, and his strength was also the strongest among them. He was confident that he could help the Xiao family exterminate the other party. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, agreed with Ling Gang's words. That's right, we the people of the Kim people are all people who can fight against 100 people. Brothers, don't hesitate anymore. Otherwise, when we return, it will be difficult for sister-in-law, and the Xiao family will say that we didn't put in enough effort. Ling Zhu and Ling Mu knew that the two of them had a point, so they immediately ordered everyone to go and help. Following the order, Ling Gang was the first to attack. His protective spiritual beast was not a flood dragon, but a golden lion king. It was extremely majestic and mighty, and the lion's roar immediately injured quite a few people. The dragon gate of the Sky Dragon domain is here. Who dares to make things difficult for the Xiao family? They must be tired of living. Ling Gang made the first move. He used the name of the dragon gate and stabbed his golden dagger axe towards the nearest god king of the river diagram sect. That mid-level god king didn't even have the time to react before his head was pierced. His soul was also destroyed and he died. The people of the river diagram sect hadn't expected that the Xiao family would send more reinforcements. Looking at the mighty Ling Gang, they were all shocked. It was also at this moment that Ling Zhu, Ling Mu, and the others arrived. They heavily injured a dozen or so god kings from the river diagram sect, and a few of them died. Apart from the direct descendants of the Kim people, all of them could increase their combat power by more than 10 to 20 times. They were almost invincible among their peers. The addition of such a powerful force was the best support for the Xiao family, as well as the greatest deterrence for the River Diagram sect. Damn it! Why are the people of the Dragon Gate of the Sky Dragon domain here? An elder of the River Diagram sect cried out in panic. The Dragon Gate was a first-rate overlord in the Heaven region. Their name had long spread throughout the Heaven region. Even the Xuanwu sect of the Profound Sky region was inferior to them. When they heard that the other side was from the Dragon Gate, their hearts were greatly shaken. I know, they must have been sent by the Xiao family to ask for reinforcements. The daughter of the Xiao family's head, Xiao Yuanhe, seems to be married to the head of the Dragon Gate, another person replied. What's the point of talking so much? They don't have many people. Let's send some people to stop them and kill the Xiao family's people first. Another person cried out. The stronger members of the River Diagram sect all charged towards Lingzhu, Lingmu, Lingang, and the others. Now that the Xiao family had received reinforcements, they once again became excited and started killing their enemies. Xin Yuyi, who was beside Ling Xiao, was also extremely excited. He really wanted to rush up and kill to his heart's content. However, Ling Xiao hadn't given the order yet, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Old Yi, protect me from the side. Ling Xiao said, his eyes filled with excitement. What protect? Boss is on the battlefield right now. Why do you need to protect me? We should kill our way up first. Xin Yuyi said in confusion. I said to protect me, so just protect me. What's the point of talking so much? I'll let you kill to your heart's content later. Ling Xiao said seriously. Xin Yuyi didn't know what Ling Xiao wanted to do, so he could only shut up and protect him. Ling Xiao stood in the air. He actually closed his eyes and began to circulate the soul-controlling art. He didn't want to control anyone, but he wanted to absorb the large amount of remnant soul energy on the battlefield. These were all divine souls of divine kings. Some had not suffered heavy injuries yet, and still had the chance to regenerate. Some were already injured to the extreme and weakened. If they still didn't have anything to rely on, or were affected by the power again, then their life force would be completely severed. There were no less than 100 divine kings who died on this battlefield. A portion of them were destroyed in body and soul, but there was still quite a lot of soul force remaining. Ling Xiao wanted to capture all of these soul forces in one fell swoop. This was an extremely great tonic for him. Presently, his divine soul was already at the middle stage divine king realm. If it went up again, that would definitely be for the best. Ling Xiao's soul force was like a large net, first wrapping up those weakest remnant souls, absorbing them into the divine soul in his sea of consciousness. Those remnant souls had just destroyed their fleshly bodies, losing more than half of their divine soul force. There was simply no way to escape Ling Xiao's capture. After absorbing these remnant souls, Ling Xiao rapidly divided their power and absorbed it to strengthen his divine soul. Of course, the power of these remnant souls was extremely weak, so he absorbed them extremely quickly. However, he was not satisfied with that, so he turned his attention to the complete divine souls that wanted to escape from the battlefield. Of course, Ling Xiao only targeted the divine souls of the River Diagram sect. He couldn't attack the people from the Xiao family. The divine souls of those divine kings all had a certain amount of battle and defensive power. However, their fleshly bodies had been destroyed, and their soul force was weak. It was difficult for their battle power to compare with their fleshly bodies. In the face of Ling Xiao's soul force attack, they were completely unable to withstand a single blow. Who the hell are you? How dare you go against the River Diagram sect? A relatively stronger divine soul shouted in Ling Xiao's direction. His condensed form was relatively real, and his battle power was actually still at the peak of the low-stage divine king realm. Clearly, his fleshly body should have the strength of a high-stage divine king. Otherwise, how could he still have such a complete divine soul force after being killed? Hee, looks like you're very silly. You're already dead, and you're still asking me who I am? Of course, I'm an emissary sent by King Yama. I'm here to bring your soul to the netherworld. Ling Xiao's divine soul laughed coldly, and directly used a soul force battle skill to smash this divine soul into pieces. In next to no time, Ling Xiao completely absorbed this soul. Just as Ling Xiao was absorbing soul force unscrupulously, the people from the river diagram sect had already killed their way over. The people who came were only 3 low-stage divine kings. They didn't dare to fight against those who were stronger, so they could only find people who were as strong as them to fight. There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on barging in. Kill them for me. A peak low-stage divine king said coldly as he looked at Ling Xiao and Xin Yuyi. Immediately afterward, the 2 low-stage divine kings beside him rushed over, and their 9th-grade saint beasts also attacked at the same time. Xin Yuyi and the Earth Spike Dragon were already prepared. The Earth Spike Dragon had already devoured the dragon blood that Ling Xiao had obtained from the dragons, and it had also received the Earth Attribute Beast Core that Xin Yuyi had been feeding it for a long time. It had already become a 10th-grade Earth Spike Dragon half a year ago. Earth Spike Dragon, follow me and kill them. Xin Yuyi shouted, his battle intent soaring. 1 man and 1 beast, both known for their defense, met the 2 divine kings and the 2 saint beasts head-on, and began to kill them like they were crushing dry weeds. Xin Yuyi went all out, and his barbarian blood was pushed to the peak. The power between his axes was terrifying, and a special aura condensed around him. As soon as the 2 divine kings entered this area, they immediately felt as if there were 10 mountains pressing down on them at the same time. Their speed and attacks became a lot slower. Gravity aura. Wasn't this the aura released by the godly axe gang's Ba Longxing? Gravity field was a special field that could only be cultivated by earth attribute martial artists. It could cause the surroundings of the user to become heavy, increasing the gravity of all those who entered the range, making it impossible for them to adapt to this kind of heavy field, and causing their speed and attack to be greatly affected. Xin Yuyi comprehended some of the mysteries of this in the battle with Ba Longxing, and with his own deduction he finally condensed this gravity aura. However, the range was still a lot smaller than Ba Longxing's, but for the current situation, it was more than enough for him to kill the enemy. The 2 low-stage divine kings didn't expect Xin Yuyi to have such a trump card, and they were a little panicked. When they wanted to retreat from the gravity aura, the power of Xin Yuyi's axes had already slashed down towards them. The momentum was like lightning, and the 2 of them were instantly split in half. Blood sprayed all over the sky. Xin Yuyi's attack succeeded, and he revealed a look of incomparable excitement. He rushed towards the peak low-stage divine king. When that person saw this scene, he was so scared that he directly turned around and ran, not daring to fight Xin Yuyi at all. Xin Yuyi wanted to chase after him, but when he thought of Ling Xiao who was not far away, he hurriedly retreated to protect Ling Xiao. What is boss doing? Now is not the time to play around. Xin Yuyi wondered in his heart. Although he could kill ordinary divine kings, if a more powerful divine king came, he was afraid that he would not be able to protect Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao also knew that the situation was urgent. He couldn't collect all the divine souls here one by one. In the end, he focused his attention on the divine souls of the 2 low-stage divine kings that Xin Yuyi had just killed. They had just died, and their divine souls were still intact. They didn't dare to stay on the battlefield, and fled as fast as they could. However, 2 huge soul catchers grabbed them, and instantly pulled them into Ling Xiao's knowledge sea. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to get rid of these 2 divine souls first. As more and more divine souls were absorbed by him, Ling Xiao's divine soul directly soared to the mid-stage divine king realm, and was not far from the peak. He just had to wait until the end of this battle to completely refine it, and it would be reasonable for him to reach the peak of mid-stage divine king. Chapter 1191. The low-level peak stage god king from the river diagram sect who had just escaped returned. However, this time he was no longer the leader. Instead, it was another mid-level god king who was taking the lead. Senior brother Chen, it's this brat who harmed our 2 junior brothers. He cultivates the earth attribute, and has already condensed a gravity field. Be careful. The low-level peak stage god king pointed at Xin Yuyi and shouted. The mid-level god king said disdainfully. A mere low-level god king, even a gravity field can't do anything to me. After saying that, the sword in his hand created countless waves that blasted toward Xin Yuyi. These waves were real waves, like a 12th grade tsunami, The mighty might of the heavens was truly terrifying. Xin Yuyi knew that a tough opponent had come, and he shouted at the Earth Spike Dragon. Earth Spike Dragon, you guard the boss, I'll deal with him. After saying that, yellow earth energy revolved around his body, and the gravity field also appeared, meeting the mid-level God King head-on. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The mid-level God King's strength was a whole level higher than Xin Yuyi's. Even if Xin Yuyi activated all his brute force to the peak, he still seemed to be unable to deal with it. His gravity field was directly destroyed by the opponent, and his whole body was also sent flying far away, coughing up a mouthful of blood. If it wasn't for his amazing defense, he would have died from this blow. Xin Yuyi was full of killing intent, and he shouted, drawing out all his divine force and bloodline power, waving the two axes with world-destroying momentum, and once again killing towards the mid-level God King. The mid-level God King revealed a somewhat dignified expression, not daring to hold back anymore. I didn't expect a mere low-level God King to have this kind of power, but it's a pity that you met me, you're destined to die young. The mid-level God King's body burst forth with countless blue blades, and they shot towards Xin Yuyi. Each blade was condensed from water divine force, and each sword had the power to split the heavens and split the earth. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The powerful attacks intertwined, and a powerful collision sound rang out, and many attribute powers continuously splashed in all directions. This time, Xin Yuyi actually wasn't injured, and he only retreated 100 meters, but he was still able to withstand it. So what if you're stronger than me? You're only SA. Xin Yuyi said provocatively, and once again used his full strength to attack. That mid-level God King was rather depressed. He was a level higher than the other party, but he was only able to push the other party back. As the two of them fought, the other low-level Divine King from the river diagram sect flew towards Ling Xiao. The Earth Spike Dragon was being held back by the mid-tier God King's Holy Beast and the low-tier God King's Holy Beast. It was impossible for it to protect Ling Xiao. The low-level peak stage God King arrived not far away from Ling Xiao and said proudly, "Is there something wrong with this brat?" He actually closed his eyes and rested on the battlefield, truly admirable. As he spoke, he quickly slashed his sword at Ling Xiao, intending to kill Ling Xiao. However, when his sword slashed towards Ling Xiao was no longer where he was, and what was slashed was only an afterimage. The low-level peak stage God King's eyes twitched, and he asked in surprise, "Where is he?" "I'm here." Ling Xiao was already behind that person, and he patted him on the shoulder. That person was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. And without thinking, he immediately turned around and slashed with his sword. However, halfway through his movement, he felt a chill on the back of his neck, and his head was immediately separated from his neck, and his corpse directly fell from the sky. His soul instantly overflowed from his head, and he revealed a look of extreme fear, and immediately tried to escape. However, how could Ling Xiao let him go so easily? His soul was immediately sucked into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, and temporarily stored as fertilizer. Ling Xiao licked his lips, revealing a look of longing and said, "I'll properly replenish my soul power today." After saying that, his figure flashed and like a bolt of lightning, he swept in front of the mid-level God King that Xin Yuyi was fighting. The ice and fire sword slashed down from the sky, and a majestic force like a collapsing iceberg pressed down on the mid-level God King. The mid-level God King didn't expect that someone would suddenly launch a sneak attack, and with such speed, and such domineering power. He didn't even think about it, and immediately raised his sword to meet the attack. However, when he came into contact with the opponent's power, he only felt as if his chest had been struck by lightning, and his body was smashed down fiercely, and he vomited blood wildly. Ling Xiao's attack succeeded, and he immediately used his soul power to chase after the mid-level God King, and the ice and fire sword condensed from his soul power pierced straight towards the mid-level God King's sea of consciousness and soul. Ah! The mid-level God King didn't have time to recover from his injuries, and his soul was suddenly injured, and he immediately let out a miserable scream. Ling Xiao's figure flashed downwards, and the sword in his hand descended. That mid-level God King immediately perished under his sword, and even his divine soul was mercilessly taken away. Xin Yuyi saw that the mid-level God King had died under Ling Xiao's hands in just a few moments, and he immediately swallowed a few times and murmured, as expected of the boss, this is too terrifying. Ling Xiao said to the dazed Xin Yi, "Old Yi, take care of yourself, I'll go support the others." The situation wasn't as one-sided as before. With the help of the Dragon Gate's people, the Xiao family gradually stabilized their position, and many of the River Diagram sect's god kings were killed by the high-level god kings of the Dragon Gate. They were all Kim people's people, and after increasing their battle prowess, they were practically invincible within the same realm. If it weren't for the fact that the River Diagram sect had a few Sinjin of Goguryeo from the profound sky region to withstand the pressure from Ling Xiao, Ling Mu, and Ling Gang, they would have suffered even greater losses. The people of the River Diagram sect gradually realized that if this continued, it would really end with both sides suffering heavy losses. One of them sent out a signal, and it seemed that reinforcements were coming. "Damn it! Do you really want to fight to the death with our Xiao family?" One of the Xiao family's elders shouted angrily. One of the Xiao family's elders sneered, "Today we'll kill you first, and in the future, we'll kill everyone in the Xiao family." How arrogant! It seems that no one has our Dragon Gate in their eyes. Ling Gang was very displeased. "So what if you're the Dragon Gate? This is the profound sky region, not the heavenly dragon region. As the saying goes, only ferocious dragons cross the river. Even if you're ferocious dragons, after crossing the river, you'll still have to bow down to us. If you know what's good for you, you'll leave now, or else, all of you will stay here." He Jian, the young sect master of the River Diagram sect, said arrogantly. At this time, He Jian and another person were already preparing to take down the extremely weak Xiao Wei. "Damn it! Today, we'll cross the river and let you see who dares to touch the Xiao family. Our Dragon Gate will definitely not rest until you're dead." Ling Gang wanted to get rid of the person he was fighting, and he rushed in the direction of Xiao Wei to help. Unfortunately, the other party had two people surrounding him, and he couldn't get away for a while. Just as a high-level God King was about to kill Xiao Wei with a single sword strike, a terrifying force surged over from a different direction. A golden dragon, which seemed to be real, directly roared for thousands of miles, and the destructive sound waves caused the eardrums of the people who heard it to rupture and bleed. That high-level God King suffered a heavy injury when he was struck by this attack, and his body was sent flying. However, his body hadn't fallen too far when a dragon fist punched out from the sky, directly blasting his divine body apart. Bang! His divine body was completely shattered, and divine blood splattered everywhere, appearing incomparably resplendent. A handsome golden-haired young man stood there with a disdainful look on his face, and he was laughing coldly. The nearby divine kings were all scared silly. That was a high-level divine king, and he actually exploded his divine body with a single move. What kind of strength was this? Apart from Ling Xiao, no one here knew who this young man was. This was because he was Ling Xiao's divine dragon protector, the Golden Dragon 13th Prince. He and Ling Xiao were equals, and they didn't sign any contract. However, he still listened to Ling Xiao's words. He was already a high-level 10th tier existence. Although he was on the same level as a human high-level divine king, he was the most powerful divine beast clan, and his strength was incomparable. That high-level divine king was first hit by the 13th prince's dragon roar, and then he was completely defenseless, and the 13th prince smashed him with a punch. Ling Xiao had only used this trump card as a last resort, but he didn't expect the 13th prince to be so crude. "Thank you, brother, for saving me." Xiao Wei looked at the 13th prince and cupped his hands. "Hey, if you want to thank someone, thank him. I'm only here to kill someone." The 13th prince pointed at Ling Xiao, and then rushed towards He Jian. He Jian was already scared out of his wits by the 13th prince's attack. He immediately cried out in fear, "Elderling, come and save me." Just as the 13th prince was about to hit He Jian, a majestic force surged from a direction, and layers of ice crystals condensed into a thick wall, blocking the 13th prince's fist. Rumble, rumble. The ice wall was shattered by the 13th prince's punch. It was also this obstruction that gave He Jian a chance to escape. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of the 13th prince. He seemed to be middle-aged, and he held an ice sword in his hand. He rode on a blue-eyed ice statue, and he emitted a dense, icy aura. This person was one of the Sunjin of Goguryeo of the River Diagram sect. His name was Ling Hanfeng, and he was the strongest existence in the River Diagram sect. He had the strength of a peak divine king like Ling Gang. As he appeared, the dozens of divine kings hiding in the distance all rushed over. They were the last trump card of the River Diagram sect, and there were a few Sunjin of Goguryeo among them. Their battle prowess was only slightly lower than Ling Hanfeng's. With this new force, the River Diagram sect would probably gain the upper hand again. At this moment, the two sides finally separated and returned to their respective camps, forming a stalemate. Almost all the divine kings of the River Diagram sect were mobilized, and the Xiao family did not hold back too much. Presumably, after this battle, one of the forces would withdraw from the ranks of the super forces, or even be eliminated by one of the two forces. As the young sect master of the River Diagram sect, He Jian regained his confidence and shouted, "People of the Dragon Gate, retreat now, or I'll kill all of you too." How arrogant. Isn't the River Diagram sect afraid of the Dragon Gate's revenge? Ling Zhu shouted with a frown. Chapter 1192. Dragon Gate? Haha. Get this straight, this isn't the Sky Dragon domain. He Jian laughed maniacally. Is that so? Does that mean he doesn't even place our Jin clan in his eyes? Ling Gang said in a low voice. He stared at Ling Hanfeng, who had just arrived. He was the only one who was worthy of being his opponent. The Kim people. No wonder you guys are so powerful. However, a powerful dragon cannot suppress a snake in its own territory. Don't you know this? Ling Hanfeng asked fearfully. The Kim people were definitely one of the top families in the Heaven domain. Even though they had been nurturing Chu Tao all these years, their reputation in the Heaven domain was definitely not due to luck. The Kim people and the Golden Dragon had always been helping each other. This was no secret. Many superpowers were well aware of this. Among the many ancient clans, the Kim people were the most powerful. The Demon sect was the most bloodthirsty. The Soul clan was the most cunning. The Barbarian clan was the best at defense. The Beast clan was the most united. This was something that had been proven in history. We didn't want to interfere in your affairs. However, our sect leader's wife is the Xiao family's young mistress. We have no choice but to interfere. Ling Gang snorted. He Jian narrowed his eyes and said, Elder Ling, why are you talking so much nonsense with them? We have the advantage in numbers. Why should we be afraid of them? After a series of battles, both sides had received reinforcements. The River Diagram sect still had around 200 people, while the Xiao family had around 160 people. They were 60 divine kings less than the other side. This was a huge difference. Ling Hanfeng waved his hand and looked at Ling Gang. We will give you some face. This part of the river is under the control of the River Diagram sect. Hurry up and leave. This is the River Diagram sect's bottom line. Before Ling Gang could say anything, Xiao Wei said unhappily, **T. This area is under the Xiao family's jurisdiction. You want to snatch the bloodstained silverstone mine that we found? Dream on. The bloodstained silverstone was an extremely precious god artifact material. The Xiao family found it under the Luoyu River not long ago. Unfortunately, the people from the River Diagram sect had discovered it before they could mine it, and had come to take it away from them. That was why a series of conflicts had arisen. Of course, this was only a fuse. The Xiao clan and the River Diagram sect had always been in conflict, but this was the first time a large-scale battle had occurred. So you really want to fight to the death? Could it be that you can't see the situation clearly? Ling Hanfeng sneered. Meanwhile, Ling Zhu spoke. How about this? The River Diagram sect will withdraw, and this place will belong to the Xiao clan. We won't interfere for now. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. Although the people of the Kim people could fend off a few of them, they could not withstand the large number of opponents. If they really fought to the end, they would probably all die. Although Ling Zhu wanted to seek justice for the Xiao clan, he had to think about the people he had brought with him. They still had to escort the sect leader's wife back. In your dreams. We've paid such a high price. How can we give up the bloodstained silverstone mine? He Jian refused. Then he looked at Ling Hanfeng and said, Elder Ling, what did the sect leader tell you before you came? Help me kill them all. Ling Hanfeng nodded and said, Yes, it seems like there's nothing to say to them. Kill them. Following his order, the people of the River Diagram sect once again used their divine power to attack the people of the Shao clan and the people of the Kim people. How dare you? One day, my clan will come and destroy the River Diagram sect. Ling Zhu hadn't thought that the other side would be so arrogant. They didn't even give face to the Kim people. That depends on whether the Kim people can cross the river. I think the people of the Black Turtle sect won't just sit back and watch. Ling Hanfeng sneered. Do you think you've got us? Then I'll let you know the power of the Kim people. Ling Gang roared and smashed his golden dagger axe towards Ling Hanfeng. That's good. I'll see if the divine power of the Kim people is really that powerful. Ling Hanfeng was one of the Senjin of Goguryeo of the Profound Sky region. His ranking was also relatively high, so he naturally wasn't afraid to fight with Ling Gang. The battle began again. The direct descendants of the Kim people were in the front, while the others attacked from the back. After all, the people of the Kim people could not only increase their fighting strength, but also had the strongest defense and divine power to quickly recover from injuries. They were undoubtedly the strongest when it came to fighting and breaking through enemy lines. However, they couldn't handle the number of people on the other side, and the situation wasn't that optimistic. In this terrible chaotic battle, a lot of divine power kept tumbling and exploding. This part of the world was almost turned over several times, and many turbulent cracks appeared from time to time. In the midst of the chaotic battle, not many people paid attention to Ling Xiao and Xin Yuyi. They were only treated as the weakest among them, and sooner or later, they would also lose their lives. The most eye-catching one was the 13th prince. His fighting strength was almost unparalleled. As soon as Ling Xiao gave the order, it let out an earth-shattering dragon roar. The weaker holy beasts of the River Diagram sect were so frightened that they fell from the sky. The others were trembling uncontrollably. The 13th prince charged into the group of people from the River Diagram sect, and his dragon fist almost killed a divine king with a single punch. Even those divine weapons were directly destroyed by his power. The people of the River Diagram sect were all scared out of their wits. None of them wanted to fight this terrifying guy. At this time, the 13th prince had already killed 6 people in a row. Almost no one could stop him. The power that bombarded his body was like a plague, and couldn't hurt him at all. Humans are too weak. The 13th prince roared discontentedly. Then he dashed toward He Jian. He Jian knew how strong the 13th prince was, so he immediately shouted to the people around him. Hurry up and stop him. Kill him for me. The 2 protectors next to him attacked the 13th prince at the same time. They were high-level divine kings, so they weren't weak at all. They were able to stop the 13th prince. This is more interesting, the 13th prince said excitedly, and his fighting power continued to increase. His fists could be called the top divine weapons, and he kept punching the other 2. The 2 of them wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Their mid-grade divine artifacts had actually been forcefully destroyed by the other party. Young master, run. This guy might be an expert from the Kim people. His body is as strong as a high-grade divine weapon. We can't hurt him, shouted a high-level divine king. The true dragon tribe was known as the strongest divine beasts. They could increase their fighting power by at least 100 times. That was why the 13th prince could be so abnormal with his high-level divine king realm. If he returned to his real body, his fighting power would be at its peak. Without an incipient god realm expert, no one could defeat him. The 2 high-level divine kings couldn't resist many punches from the 13th prince. They were blown away and wounded badly. It's your turn. The 13th prince grinned fiendishly and dashed toward He Jian. Although He Jian was afraid of the 13th prince's power, he didn't retreat. No matter what, he was a high-level divine king, and he was the successor of the River Chart sect. Of course, he wasn't weak. He shouted crazily and attacked the 13th prince with the divine weapon in his hand. The divine weapon in his hand wasn't an ordinary one, but a high-grade one. Only the young master of the sect could have it. The 13th prince fought with his bare fists. so he was inevitably hurt by the divine weapon. The 13th prince looked a little angry. What a powerful weapon, but I have one too. As he spoke, a dragon spear condensed in his hand, and he thrust it at He Jian. Under the powerful collision, He Jian was forced to retreat. The web between his thumb and forefinger was bleeding, and his internal organs were also hurt. He felt extremely uncomfortable. F***ck, I don't care if you're a human or a beast. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. He Jian was in a difficult situation. He knew that if this continued, he would die for sure. He gritted his teeth, took out a divine weapon, and threw it at the 13th prince. Swoosh! As the divine weapon flew out, a dazzling light bloomed in the sky. A divine weapon that looked like an ancient map was spinning in the sky. Flows of God power crisscrossed and surged, giving people an invisible pressure. Everyone stopped fighting and looked at the divine map that had become several meters large. The people of the River Chart sect knew that it was one of the top divine weapons of their sect. Although it wasn't an ancient divine weapon, it had a special ability that could seal any divine king below the incipient god realm. Seal. He Jian controlled the divine map and flew toward the 13th prince. The divine map rippled with waves of light, entangling the 13th prince. He couldn't get rid of it. When it reached the 13th prince's head, the divine map changed again. It became 1,000 meters big and covered the 13th prince. The 13th prince was sucked in by the power of the divine map and couldn't get rid of it. Now he was forcefully suppressed. The divine map covered him instantly. Waves of divine light rippled unceasingly. It gradually shrunk until it was less than half a meter big. The 13th prince was squeezed so hard that he couldn't see his shadow. It was obvious that it was sealed in the divine diagram. Haha, this is our sealed river map. It can even seal a big river. Unless you're at the incipient god realm, you'll be sealed inside forever. He Jian laughed contentedly. This divine map required all of his energy to activate. He had used up all of his god power, so he had to swallow pellets to recover. This divine map was his life-saving treasure. He wouldn't use it unless he had no other choice. Ling Zhao's face grimaced. The 13th prince was the true dragon of the dragons. If he was sealed like that, wouldn't he fail the expectations of the dragons? Damn it! I must kill him and take this divine map. Ling Zhao thought to himself. While Ling Zhao was thinking of a way to kill He Jian, the divine map that He Jian was about to take back had a shocking change. This unforeseen event shocked everyone present. Roar! Chapter 1193. A dragon's roar soared up into the sky. The sound was so loud that it almost caused the sky to collapse. Many weaker god kings and saint beasts felt dizzy as their eardrums ruptured. A golden dragon shadow surged up from the divine diagram. The divine diagram, which had shrunk to a small size, swelled and enlarged again. This what's going on? Don't tell me it can't break free from my divine diagram. He Jian said with a pale expression. The divine diagram was a top-notch divine artifact that belonged to the river diagram sect. But now it was swollen and distorted. This was something that had never happened before. They had used this divine diagram to seal many peak god kings, but they couldn't even make a ripple. He suspected that the one sealed in the Fenghe River sect was an incipient god realm expert. Oh no! He Jian retreat. That's a top divine dragon. Ling Hanfeng screamed at He Jian as if he remembered something. Boom. However, as soon as he screamed, the Fenghe River diagram exploded. Many beams of divine light shot out and hit the god kings, making them wail in pain. A few hundred true golden dragons finally broke out of the diagram. Their dragon roars shook tens of thousands of miles. The noble and domineering dragon heads, the two hard and sharp dragon horns, the mighty and dazzling dragon body, and the 10 powerful dragon claws. All of them revealed the appearance of the most perfect and powerful creature in the world. All of the sacred beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, their bodies trembling non-stop. It was as if they were commoners who had met their king. They could not even muster the slightest bit of resistance. True divine dragon. How could it be? I heard that the Kim people have a close relationship with the true dragon clan. I didn't expect that they would bring such a terrifying divine beast with them. It's too strong. I'm afraid that only incipient God realm experts can deal with such a top divine dragon. No wonder why the divine diagram couldn't seal it. We're doomed. We should retreat. We have to call the elder to deal with it. Our Xiao family is saved. Let's see if the people of the river diagram sect dare to be arrogant. That divine dragon is too perfect and too strong. I wonder whose mount it is. Isn't that right? If I can have such a divine beast, even if my lifespan is reduced by 10,000 years, I'm willing. The god kings of both factions burst into an uproar. Although there were divine beasts in the heaven domain, it wasn't something they could see just because they wanted to. Now that a mighty true dragon was here, even they, the god kings, were extremely jealous. At the same time, the people of the river diagram sect were all afraid. A top-grade true dragon was enough to make them feel uneasy. Not to mention that there were so many people from the Xiao clan helping them. They all knew that the situation was hopeless. He Jian was so scared that his face was drained of all color. His legs kept trembling. This can't be real. He didn't even have the intention to retreat, but the 13th prince moved at this moment. Damned human, you dare seal this crown, prince, I'll swallow you alive. The 13th prince moved his dragon body and appeared in front of He Jian in an instant. His huge dragon mouth tried to engulf He Jian. Get out of my way. Ling Hanfeng didn't even think about it as he slashed out 12 energy swords at the 13th prince. Each energy sword contained all of his divine power, and the ice crystal sword energy was extremely powerful. The 13th prince glared back and swung his dragon tail. Rumble, rumble. The dragon tail shattered most of the ice crystals, and many of them were sent flying back at Ling Hanfeng. Not only did Ling Hanfeng's move fail to stop the 13th prince, but his path was also blocked by the ice crystals. The huge dragon mouth tried to swallow He Jian. Seeing that He Jian was about to be swallowed alive, a loyal god king nearby shouted, "Watch out, young sect master." The god king used his strength to push He Jian away, but he was exposed to the dragon's mouth. He was directly swallowed into the dragon's stomach, and he died. He Jian was scared out of his wits. Fortunately, his fellow sect members saved his life, and he came back to his senses. He shouted, "Elders! Elders, come and help me." With that, he turned around and ran at full speed, leaving his sect members to think of ways to stop the true dragon's attack. The people from the river diagram sect were loyal enough. Many god kings began to attack the 13th prince together, preparing for a dragon-slaying feast. However, the 13th prince's defenses were even more powerful after he returned to his true form. Without the strength of a high-tier god king or a high-tier divine weapon, their attacks were almost useless against him. At that moment, Ling Xiao took the opportunity to shout, "Everyone, let's kill them all!" Ling Xiao switched his weapon to the golden dragon spear. At the same time, his soul power began to overflow and attack the nearby god kings. Soul power attacks were impossible to defend against. Once hit, one's divine soul would be injured, and it would be difficult to recover in a short period of time. At that moment, Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear mercilessly killed the god king's divine soul. The dead god king's divine soul was directly absorbed into his spiritual sea. Although Ling Xiao didn't have time to refine these divine souls, the power of his divine soul was already growing. The more he killed, the more excited he became. He charged at the river diagram sect's god kings. Of course, he didn't dare to attack the high-tier god kings. He only attacked the mid-tier or low-tier god kings. As Ling Xiao attacked, the Xiao family and the Dragon Gate attacked at the same time, chasing after the river diagram sect's people. With the 13th prince intimidating the river diagram sect's people, their morale was already at its peak. They didn't hold back at all. As for the river diagram sect's people, they were all scared out of their wits as He Jian fled. When they saw how ferocious the 13th prince was, god king after god king fell into his mouth. They felt their scalps go numb. On the other side, besides Ling Zhao's shocking killing power, Ling Gang, Ling Zhu, Ling Mu, and the others also displayed the Kim people's formidable offensive power. They fought fiercely against the river diagram sect's Sun Jin of Goguryeo. They even killed 2 peak god kings. The river diagram sect's people were completely defeated. Han Feng didn't dare to continue. He could only shout, "Retreat." All of you retreat. The river diagram sect's people didn't dare to stay any longer. They all shook off their opponents and fled as fast as they could. Kill. Today, we must make them pay with their blood. Xiao Wei recovered a lot of his strength after taking the pill, but he still persisted in chasing after the river diagram sect's people. He knew that if he missed the opportunity to greatly damage the river diagram sect's strength, there wouldn't be a next time. After all, the Xiao family had always been at a disadvantage. Today, so many of their people had died. No matter what, the river diagram sect had to pay a higher price. The Xiao family and Dragon Gate's people chased after the river diagram sect's people for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. They almost reached the river diagram sect's base. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers was a very long distance for ordinary people. However, for these god kings, it wasn't a very long distance. Stop chasing. If we attract the attention of the river diagram sect's old fart, we'll be in trouble. Let's retreat immediately. An elder of the Xiao family shouted. No one dared to continue forward. They immediately turned around and returned to their original location. There was a Bloodskar silver stone mine under the Luoyu River. They had to completely mine it. Although it couldn't make up for the losses they had suffered today, it was better than getting nothing. In this battle, the Xiao family had lost more than 100 god kings. This was the first time the Xiao family had suffered such a heavy loss since they became a superpower. However, the river diagram sect didn't have it easy either. Although they had the upper hand in the beginning, the situation began to change after the Dragon Gate's people joined in. When the 13th prince began to show his power, the river diagram sect paid a heavy price for this. The number of people they lost was no less than the Xiao family. In fact, they even lost a few peak stage god kings and high-level god kings. This was definitely an extremely heavy price. This was completely due to the 13th prince and Ling Zhao's efforts. Perhaps others only knew that the 13th prince had killed the most people, but only Xin Yuyi knew that his boss had also killed many people. Moreover, he had killed them almost instantly. Even their souls had been absorbed. This guy was too ruthless. Xiao Wei and the others did not return to the family. They all cleaned up the battlefield nearby and collected many divine weapons and spatial rings. In addition, he sent people back to the family and asked them to send saints and holy emperor experts over to quickly mine the Bloodskar silverstone mine. He would definitely not let the river diagram sect have any ideas about it. The 13th prince, who had always been the center of attention, returned to his human form and returned to Ling Zhao's side. Ling Zhao undoubtedly became the most prominent figure. One by one, the people of the Xiao family wanted to curry favor with Ling Zhao, but they did not dare to approach him for fear of provoking the 13th prince. If that happened, they would only be asking for trouble. The people of the Kim people all worshipped Ling Zhao, who among them did not desire to be recognized by a true dragon. However, among the tens of thousands of people of the Kim people, only a dozen or so people had received such treatment. They had all become legendary existences in their clans. For someone as young as Ling Zhao to obtain the recognition of a top-notch true dragon made them extremely envious. Ling Zhao did not have the time to pay attention to these people's gazes. He asked the 13th prince and protector Xin Yuyi to once again sweep the remaining spiritual power in the sky. As a large amount of spiritual power was stored in his sea of knowledge, Ling Zhao could not suppress it anymore. If he did not refine the spiritual power, it would be a waste. Ling Zhao could not care so much. He just sent a voice transmission to Ling Gang, then took the 13th prince and Xin Yuyi into the mountains in front of him to go into seclusion. Where is brother Xiao going? Ling Zhu asked Ling Gongfa as he watched Ling Xiao walk away. Ling Xiao had become very familiar with him. Previously, he and Ling Mu had been commanding the overall situation as elders. They did not pay much attention to Ling Xiao. After all, they did not know that Ling Xiao was now highly valued by the clan. However, looking at the true dragon beside Ling Xiao now, they had no choice but to pay attention to this little brother. Ling Gang replied. Uncle Xiao said that he will go into seclusion for a few days. He told us not to worry. Chapter 1194. Ever since Ling Xiao obtained the third volume of the soul-controlling art, he had been cultivating it. His soul power had also reached the mid-level divine soul realm, and he could unleash strange soul power attacks that were impossible to defend against. However, he had not yet grasped the true power of this scroll. The most important thing was that his soul power had yet to meet the requirements. Now that he had absorbed a large amount of divine souls on the battlefield, his soul power could increase rapidly. However, he still needed time to refine them. Ling Xiao found a mountain ridge near the Luoyu River and opened up a cave abode there. He then went in and asked the 13th prince and Xin Yuyi to protect him. He couldn't be disturbed in the slightest while refining this divine soul power. Ling Xiao's knowledge faintly felt swollen and painful. This was because he had absorbed too much divine souls. Although an ordinary god king's divine soul could not compare to Ling Xiao's flesh and divine soul, his soul power was definitely quite powerful. Ling Xiao silently chanted the soul-controlling art. The divine soul in his knowledge assumed a meditative posture and began to refine the divine souls around him one by one. A large amount of soul power was sucked dry. A powerful force was added to Ling Xiao's divine soul, causing his flesh and blood to become more and more agile. There was no difference between him and a real person, but his soul power grew stronger and stronger. Several days passed in a row. Ling Xiao's divine soul power had actually reached the peak of the mid-level god king. He was just a little bit away from becoming a high-level god king. Ling Xiao tried to break through, but it was a pity that it was to no avail. It was not that his soul power was insufficient, but that his understanding of the realm was not enough. He still needed to polish this soul power and accumulate it for a few more days. After that, he would become a high-level divine soul. After digesting the divine soul power, the power in Ling Xiao's knowledge also dispersed a lot of power in his dantian. Meanwhile, the power in his dantian moved upwards on its own. The two different kinds of power gathered on the divine bridge and began to condense into specks of divine power. Although the amount of divine power condensed was not much, it allowed Ling Xiao to steadily reach the middle level of the low level, which surprised Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao gained a lot from this battle. He had wanted to take this opportunity to cultivate the last few skills of the soul-controlling art, but the environment was really not good. If the people from the river diagram sect came again, it would be a lot of trouble. When Ling Xiao came out of the cave, the 13th prince and Xin Yuyi immediately went to greet him. "How is boss?" Xin Yuyi asked. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "I've gained something." Then he asked, "Is there anyone else coming to cause trouble?" Xin Yuyi shook his head and said, "I haven't found anything yet." Ling Xiao said, "Then let's go back and take a look. I believe this matter will come to an end." Xin Yuyi nodded and didn't say much. It didn't have much to do with him anyway. Ling Xiao originally wanted the 13th prince to return to the cauldron, but after hesitating for a moment, he decided to let him be. After all, the 13th prince was only following him for 100 years. During these 100 years, he would let him play to his heart's content. Ling Xiao and the others returned to the Luoyu River and found that the people from the Xiao clan were doing their best to mine the bloodstained silverstones under the riverbed. These were real divine materials, and each one was worth a lot of divine crystals. An entire vein of ore was indeed a very big profit. Xiao Wei, Ling Zhu, Ling Mu, Ling Gang, and the others saw Ling Xiao and immediately went to greet him. "Thank you for your help, Divine Master Ling." Xiao Wei bowed to Ling Xiao and said solemnly, "If it wasn't for the 13th prince's dragon aura that shocked the people from the river diagram sect, they would have lost a lot of people in this battle." Ling Xiao quickly helped him up and said, "Brother Xiao, you're too serious. You're from my sister-in-law's family. If we don't help you, who else should we help? You don't need to be so polite. Besides, I'm good friends with Ling Air." "Haha, alright, Ling Air calls you brother, and you call me brother Xiao. This is really messy, but we'll be friends." Xiao Wei was also a straightforward person, so he laughed and replied, "Don't take what your sister-in-law said to heart. She's a bit snobbish, but she's not a bad person. She's just too concerned about Ling Air. You mustn't push Ling Air away too much. She's my only daughter now, and it wasn't easy for her to come back. I really don't want to lose her again." Xiao Wei was Xiao Ling's father. Since he had already said that, what else could Ling Xiao say? "It's fine if I don't take her away. Ling Air is innocent and cute. I don't want to see her lose her innocence. You can't force her to do something she doesn't like. Otherwise, even if the first elder stops me, I will take her away from here, Ling Xiao said solemnly. Xiao Wei knew that Ling Xiao would do what he said. After all, he was the most outstanding descendant of Kim people. At this time, Ling Zhu, Ling Mu, and Ling Gang all came up to chat with Ling Xiao. They worshipped Ling Xiao very much. He was actually able to subdue such a top-notch true dragon divine beast. This was something they wanted to do in their entire lives. Unfortunately, they could only dream about it. They didn't have the chance to do so. If Ling Xiao told the dragons that those princes and princesses wanted to take turns to protect him, who knew how shocked they would be? Moreover, he still had the prodigal and the dragon lady. No one would believe him even if he said it out loud. Then Ling Xiao asked Xiao Wei about how the matter between the Xiao family and the river diagram sect should be resolved. Xiao Wei wasn't very clear about this matter. However, the family had already understood the situation. They would definitely ask the first elder to come out of seclusion. After all, both sides didn't get any benefits. It was hard to guarantee that the river diagram sect wouldn't attack again. Ling Xiao was just concerned. He didn't have the heart to interfere with the Xiao family's internal affairs. He brought Ling Zhu, Ling Mu, and Ling Gang back to the Xiao family to report. It was their duty to help the Xiao family, but they couldn't always guard the foundation of the Xiao family. After Ling Xiao and the others returned to the Xiao family, they received a grand welcome from the Xiao family. The Xiao family already knew about the results of that battle. They were deeply grateful to the Dragon Gate for helping them. After dealing with all the social engagements, Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling spent some time together. Then they found Xiao Zhencai and prepared to discuss the Xiao family's matters with her. At the same time, they also wanted to understand the situation of the Lotus Flower sect and the Evil Horizon Valley. Sister-in-law, this can't go on. Don't tell me you plan to stay here forever? Ling Xiao went straight to the point and asked. Xiao Zhencai revealed a difficult expression and said, I also don't want to do this, but this is my maternal home. How can I watch them be bullied by the people of the River Diagram sect? I understand. I mean, didn't you send people back to ask for reinforcements from the sect leader? Ling Xiao asked again. I also want to ask for reinforcements, but you should have some understanding of the situation in the sect. Some people can't bear to see your brother make a mistake. If he sends people to help me, it will inevitably cause others to make irresponsible remarks. Xiao Zhencai helplessly replied. Ling Xiao understood Xiao Zhencai's difficulties. He admired Xiao Zhencai for being able to see the big picture. I think there are some things that should be done. The Xiao family being bullied is equivalent to our Dragon Gate being bullied by others. Our Kim people are being looked down upon by others. If it really doesn't work, I will ask for reinforcements on behalf of sister-in-law. Even if the sect leader can't make the decision, the patriarch will come forward and make arrangements. At that time, we will intimidate the River Diagram sect. I think they will not dare to cause trouble again. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and said. Xiao Zhencai listened to Ling Xiao's proposal and was somewhat moved. She said, Is this okay? Ling Xiao nodded and said, I have a word with the patriarch, so it shouldn't be a problem. Xiao Zhencai already knew that Ling Xiao was a divine apothecary. She also saw that Ling Gang, the Sun Jin of Goguryeo, was arranged to be Ling Xiao's guardian elder. She could see that the Dragon Gate valued Ling Xiao as much as her husband. Thinking of this, she could already confirm that Ling Xiao's idea should work. Brother Xiao then sister-in-law, thank you very much. Xiao Zhencai said and was about to bow to Ling Xiao. Sister-in-law, don't you think this is too much? Quickly get up. Ling Xiao hurriedly held Xiao Zhencai up. Then he said, immediately send someone back to report this matter to the sect leader and the family. As long as Brother's Dragon team is here, the River Diagram sect will not dare to be arrogant anymore. Xiao Zhencai nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'll send someone back to report this. As long as we can hold on for half a year, we should be fine. Xiao Zhencai and Ling Xiao immediately called over a divine king of the Kim people to report this matter. Naturally, the divine king did not dare to delay, and immediately rushed back to the Dragon Gate at full speed to bring the news back. This matter was temporarily resolved, so Ling Xiao took the opportunity to ask about the situation of the Lotus Sect and the Evil Horizon Valley. Xiao Zhensai had grown up in the profound sky region, so she was quite familiar with these things. Originally, Ling Xiao only knew about the situation of the Lotus Sect from the records. Now that he heard Xiao Zhensai talk about it again, he had a better understanding of the Lotus Sect. As for the Evil Horizon Valley, it was said that there was a divine beast guarding there. No one dared to rashly enter, or else only death would await them. Hearing this, Ling Xiao was not very afraid. He had the 13th prince by his side, and many sacred beasts would be suppressed. It was just that he didn't know what kind of divine beast was guarding there. Unless he met a divine beast that was not on the same side as the dragons, then there would be danger. "Oh right, little brother Xiao, why are you asking about the Lotus Sect?" Xiao Zhensai asked in puzzlement. Ling Xiao did not hide it and told Xiao Zhensai his plan. "You are saying that you have a very good friend who might be in the Lotus Sect? You want to find her?" Xiao Zhensai said with a bit of urgency. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, I have been separated from her for dozens of years. I only guess from some information that she might have been taken away by the Lotus Sect. I must find her." Thinking of Yun Mingqi, who he already had a vague impression of, Ling Xiao felt a faint pain in his heart. If he had not taken the initiative to let Yun Mingqi become Yin He's disciple, there would not have been so many incidents. "Maybe I can help you with this," Xiao Zhensai said with a smile. Is this true?" Ling Xiao was overjoyed at this turn of events. Chapter 1195. Of course it's true. Before I married your brother, I knew a sister in the Lotus Sect. Presumably, she also held the position of an elder in the Lotus Sect. If the person you're looking for is really in the Lotus Sect, I believe they'll know, said Xiao Zhensai. Ling Xiao had helped her, so she naturally wanted to help Ling Xiao as well. It just so happened that this happened, so she wouldn't hold anything back. Ling Xiao exclaimed in surprise. That's great then when can you contact her sister-in-law? Ling Xiao was glad that he understood the situation from Xiao Zhensai. Otherwise he would have missed such an opportunity. This way, he wouldn't have to take many detours. I'm afraid this matter can't be rushed. I've already lost contact with her for many years. I must confirm that she's in the Lotus Sect before I can help you inquire about this matter. Xiao Zhensai didn't dare to guarantee anything. Ling Xiao knew that he had lost his composure and hurriedly said, "This matter can't be rushed. How about we wait for the sect master to send someone over? And when the Xiao family has nothing to worry about, then I'll trouble you to contact that friend of yours for me." Ling Xiao wasn't a greenhorn who had just started out. The Xiao family was in danger, so how could he have the nerve to ask Xiao Zhensai to immediately do this for him? In any case, he had already been separated from Yin Mingqi for many years. Moreover, he didn't know if she was in the Lotus Sect, so he couldn't be in a rush. Xiao Zhensai was quite satisfied with Ling Xiao's way of doing things. She praised him in her heart. What a sensible child. How about this? I'll first send someone to see if my sister is still in the Lotus Sect. I'm afraid that she's out traveling, and that would be troublesome. If she's there, then when the people sent by your big brother arrive, I'll accompany you to the Lotus Sect. Although the Lotus Sect doesn't have much relationship with our Xiao family, there isn't any bad blood between the two families, so we should still be able to talk, Xiao Zhensai suggested. Then many thanks, sister-in-law. Ling Xiao said gratefully. Xiao Zhensai said, What are you talking about? We're one family. You help me, so I'll help you. Yes, sister-in-law is right, Ling Xiao replied. Xiao Zhensai wanted to go back to her room to rest, but then she thought of something and asked, Brother Xiao, how are you and Ling Er? What do you mean? Ling Xiao was confused. That is, do you like her and want her to be your wife? Xiao Zhensai hesitated for a moment before asking directly. Ling Xiao laughed dryly and said, Sister-in-law, my relationship with Ling Er is not what you think it is. You also know that Ling Er is naive and simple. She doesn't think too deeply about many things. The reason why she likes to be with me is because we've known each other for a long time. Of course, I like her too, but I only see her as a younger sister. Xiao Zhensai listened to Ling Xiao's answer and said with some disappointment, I thought there was something going on between you and Ling Er. She paused for a moment and said, Brother Xiao, I think you should consider Ling Er. She has an ethereal body. Whether it's for herself or for others, it'll help speed up cultivation. I don't want to be with outsiders. After saying that, she ignored Ling Xiao and walked out of the house, returning to her room. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose helplessly and thought to himself, it seems like sister-in-law's words have some truth to them. He thought about the time when he cultivated with Xiaoling. It was very beneficial for him to comprehend and comprehend. Just this alone was enough to move anyone's heart. However, Ling Xiao was just thinking about it. In his eyes, Xiaoling was still a little sister. She didn't know what love was, so how could he bear to accept her? It was better to let nature take its course. The Xiao family was nervously mining the blood-scar silverstone, while the people from the River Diagram sect didn't make any moves for the time being. However, the people from the Xiao family guessed that the River Diagram sect wouldn't let it go so easily. They might be plotting some kind of revenge. In order to protect the interests of the Xiao family, after going through the elders' meeting, Xiao Yuanhe finally invited the founding elder to come out. After all, the Xiao family had lost so many divine kings this time. This was enough to attract their attention. Otherwise, it would be useless to invite the founding elder when the Xiao family was annihilated. As expected, when the River Diagram sect attacked again, they sent a half-incipient god realm existence and roped in many helpers. The good thing was that the Xiao family was on guard, and the founding elder used the clan's ancient divine weapon. Only then did the people from the River Diagram sect completely stop. The River Diagram sect knew that the Xiao family wanted to break the net when the fish died, so they fell silent again. Unless the founding elder of the River Diagram sect agreed to fight, they wouldn't dare to attack the Xiao family for the time being. When the Xiao family was in trouble, Ling Xiao didn't participate. He only sent Ling Gang and the others to help. He was in charge of refining the necessary divine pills for the Xiao family. Of course, the materials were provided by the Xiao family. The Xiao family was a super force with a strong foundation. They didn't lack many materials. While Ling Xiao was refining the pills, he didn't forget to cultivate the soul-controlling art. Ling Xiao could use his soul power to attack. Next, he needed to cultivate the soul-locking and soul-concealing. The effect of the soul-locking was the same as the second stage of the spirit incantation. However, the target was different. The soul-locking could control any warrior, including God King God Realm or incipient God Realm. The spirit incantation didn't have such a powerful effect. As for soul concealment, it allowed him to cultivate his soul avatar to the point where it was invisible and traceless. Even his flesh, blood, and soul could be concealed when attacking, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect it. At that time, he would be able to deal a fatal blow to his enemy, and it was simply impossible to guard against. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Ling Xiao had refined many divine pills for the Xiao family. He was only putting in so much effort because of Xiao Zhensai and Xiaoling. At the same time, his god soul power had become more complete. He could break through to the King God realm at any minute. Moreover, he had learned a lot about the soul locking. He believed that it wouldn't be hard to control the wounded King God realm, or the God King God soul that was weaker than him. Regarding the soul concealing, he was still far from it. It was hard to cultivate it. He could only make his god soul translucent. If he wanted to cultivate it to the point where it couldn't be seen, he would need a lot of time. When Ling Xiao got out of his seclusion, he received the Xiao family's grand welcome. Because Ling Xiao had been refining pellets for half a year, he had created many strange phenomena. Everybody had confirmed his identity as a divine alchemist. No one doubted him anymore. And since Ling Xiao had refined the divine pellets for the Xiao family, of course, they had to treat Ling Xiao as their distinguished guest. However, something happened all of a sudden, which enraged Ling Xiao a lot. He almost didn't want to give these divine pellets to the Xiao family anymore. The reason was because of Xiaoling's mother, Su Wei. She had been slapped twice by her husband. The next day, she went back to her parents' home in a fit of pique. At that time, Xiao Wei was fighting with the people of the River Diagram sect. He didn't know what had happened. In the end, after Su Wei returned to her parents' home, she brought a young man back to the Xiao family. This young man was Su Wei's cousin. His name was Gao Fei. He was a very outstanding young man. He was only 500 years old, but he was already a low-level god king. Gao Fei was a newly promoted inner elder of the Iceblade League. The other elders in the league paid close attention to him. His status was quite extraordinary. The Iceblade League and the Lotus Sect were both powerful forces. They were only second to the Black Turtle Sect. They were much stronger than the River Diagram Sect and the Xiao family. The main reason why Su Wei brought Gao Fei here was naturally because she wanted her daughter and Gao Fei to be together. She felt that the Xiao family could form an alliance with the Iceblade League. At that time, they would be able to shake the River Diagram Sect. Originally, she wanted to build a relationship with the Black Turtle Sect. It was the strongest sect in the Profound Sky domain. However, she didn't have a way to do so. Gao Fei was indeed an outstanding young man. It was a pity that he had developed an arrogant character. He acted as if he was the best in the world. However, when he saw Xiaoling's innocent and beautiful appearance, he was extremely tempted. At the same time, he heard from Su Wei that Xiaoling had the ethereal body, which was rarely seen in 10,000 years. He was even more excited. He thought that he must get Xiaoling. Therefore, under Su Wei's intentional arrangement, Gao Fei stayed with her as her nephew. She often arranged for him to go to Xiaoling's residence. She planned to let him and Xiaoling develop a relationship. In this way, she could openly marry Xiaoling to Gao Fei. Xiao Wei had been busy looking after the bloodstained silver stone vein. He didn't know much about this matter. It was just that Gao Fei was an impatient person. He realized that Xiaoling didn't have a good impression of him at all, which made him very angry. As such, he actually wanted to drug Xiaoling, planning to cook the rice first before doing anything else. However, Xiaoling had the ethereal body. She could sense who was good to her and who was bad to her. Therefore, Gao Fei's little trick couldn't deceive Xiaoling. Instead, it made Xiaoling hate him even more. Xiaoling had complained to her mother, Su Wei, many times, but Su Wei kept saying how outstanding and good Gao Fei was. This made her feel rather helpless and sad. She wanted to ask her grandfather Xiao Yuanhe or her father Xiao Wei for help. However, they were busy with the River Diagram Sect. She didn't want to disturb them. In the end, she had to ask Xiao Zhensai for help. Xiao Zhensai was naturally on Xiaoling's side. She asked Xiaoling to stay with her. This made it impossible for Gao Fei to get what he wanted. However, Gao Fei's first plan didn't work. He prepared a second plan. On one hand, he proposed to the Xiao family's master, Xiao Yuanhe. On the other hand, he asked Su Wei to pressure Xiaoling, so that she could have some time alone with him. Gao Fei was bold enough. This time, he didn't use the ecstasy potion. Instead, he planned to force himself on Xiaoling first before doing anything else. He believed that as long as he slept with Xiaoling, Xiaoling would give up on him. The Xiao family wouldn't refuse his proposal. However, when Gao Fei was about to force himself on Xiaoling, Xiaoling took out a sound-transmitting stone. He asked Ling Xiao, who had just come out of seclusion, for help. Bastard! Ling Xiao was immediately infuriated. He let out an angry roar and ignored the warm reception from the Xiao family. He rushed towards Xiaoling's residence. Chapter 1196. Little sister Ling, just give in to me. I'm infatuated with you. Besides, your mother also approves of this. As long as you give in to me, your Xiao clan can form an alliance with our Iceblade Union. The River Diagram Sect won't dare to offend you anymore. This is the best of both worlds, said a young man who looked like a dog as he looked at Xiaoling. This person was Su Wei's so-called cousin, Gao Fei, an elder of the Iceblade Union. He was a low-level god king, and could be considered an outstanding talent. He didn't want to waste his energy on Xiaoling anymore. He took advantage of the fact that the Xiao clan went to welcome the so-called divine medicine master to come out of seclusion, and set up a banquet to force himself on Xiaoling. In any case, Xiaoling's mother had already approved of Xiaoling being with him. Once the uncooked rice was cooked, everything would be settled. Moreover, Su Wei had also hinted to him in this regard. Otherwise, why would the guards around Xiaoling's residence be removed? Wasn't this giving him a chance? This was the reason why he was so bold. Don't come over, I've already asked brother Ling Xiao to come. He won't let you off. Xiaoling said in fear. She wanted to rush out of the house, but the difference in strength between the two of them was too great. Although she knew that Gao Fei had bad intentions towards her, she didn't expect him to be so bold. He dared to treat her like this here. She felt wronged and hated her mother to the core. Even if you ask the Xiao clan leader to come, it's useless. Quickly call me big brother Gao Fei. I'll definitely love you. Gao Fei approached Xiaoling, and his aura pressured Xiaoling to the point where she couldn't move at all. Xiaoling was like a lamb waiting to be punished. 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. Although Gao Fei felt guilty, he liked the pleasure of forcefully conquering someone. His face was full of smiles, and his saliva kept flowing. When he arrived at Xiaoling's place, he caressed Xiaoling's tender face and said, "Wife, you should just obey your husband." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled forcefully and tore apart Xiaoling's satin, revealing her fair and translucent skin that was tender like jade. Xiaoling cried, You bastard, you will die a horrible death. Brother Ling Xiao will not let you off." It was also at this moment that a voice transmission stone appeared on Xiaoling's wrist. This sound transmission stone was the communication device between Xiaoling and Ling Xiao. Of course, Ling Xiao had given it to Xiaoling before he went into seclusion, saying that she could chat with him when she was bored. It was just that Xiaoling understood that Ling Xiao was doing something important. Under normal circumstances, she would not disturb Ling Xiao. Now, as a last resort, she took out this voice transmission stone and transmitted everything here to Ling Xiao's ears, hoping that Ling Xiao could come and save her. Haha, go ahead and shout. No one will care about you even if you shout until your throat breaks. Gao Fei laughed proudly. Ling Xiao, who had just come out of seclusion, heard the voice coming from Xiaoling's side. At the same time, he became furious. All the Xiao family members did not know what was going on with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards Xiaoling's direction. Bastard, if anything happens to Ling Heir, I will tear you apart. Ling Xiao roared anxiously in his heart. He had long treated Xiaoling as his biological sister. Whoever wanted to hurt her, it was no different from hurting him. Who is it? Just as Ling Xiao approached Xiaoling's residence, 2 figures soared up and shouted. A middle-level God King and a low-level God King. Clearly, they were Gao Fei's guardian elders. Get lost from me. Ling Xiao did not want to waste any time. He roared angrily and threw out 2 punches. These 2 punches carried a torrential fist intent, and several tens of times his battle prowess. 2 dragon silhouettes roared towards the 2 of them. The 2 God Kings jumped in fright. They did not expect that the other party would attack without even calling for start. The 2 of them used all their strength to parry these 2 dragon fists. Rumble, rumble. The 2 of them were actually sent flying at the same time. That low-level God King was even worse off. His chest caved in and large amounts of blood seeped out. He looked very scary. Ling Xiao did not have time to tangle with the 2 of them. He slapped his palm towards Xiaoling's house. Another shocking sound rang out. More than half of the pavilion was destroyed, revealing the scene inside the house. What the hell? Gao Fei shouted in shock and rushed out of the house while pulling Xiaoling. Ling Xiao looked at the half-naked Xiaoling, whose clothes were destroyed. His dragon eyes revealed intense flames. He did not expect that there would be someone who dared to treat Xiaoling like this in the Xiao family's territory. Brother Ling Xiao, save me. Xiaoling cried out to Ling Xiao in agitation. Ling Xiao walked towards Gao Fei step by step and shouted, Release her immediately, or I will make you die without a burial ground. Who are you? She is my fiancée. It is not your turn to order her around. Gao Fei snorted coldly. Your fiancée? Ling Xiao asked gloomily. He was puzzled. Could it be that the Xiao family has already arranged a marriage for Xiaoling? That's right. My aunt has already betrothed her to me. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and scram. Otherwise, I will make your life a living hell. Gao Fei replied tyrannically. When he heard Ling Xiao's name, he knew that Ling Xiao was not a member of the Xiao family. He was not afraid of being interrupted. No. Brother Ling Xiao, I hate him. It was my mother who insisted that I be with him. Xiaoling shook his head with all his might and cried, Damned woman! Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. Suddenly, he felt a fluctuation of energy coming from behind him. Ling Xiao instantly leaped up and dodged the attack. He turned around and saw that the middle-level God King had already quickly arrived beside Gao Fei to protect him. At this time, the people near the Xiao family were alarmed, and the people who had come to welcome Ling Xiao had also arrived. No one understood what was going on. However, when Xiao Yuanhe, Xiao Wei and the others saw Xiao Ling's appearance, they were immediately enraged. Gao Fei, immediately let go of my daughter, or else I will tear you into 10,000 pieces. Xiao Wei roared at Gao Fei. In his own family, his own daughter was actually bullied to such an extent. Xiao Wei's heart was dripping blood. Gao Fei still listened to Xiao Wei's words and released Xiao Ling. He said worriedly, "Uncle, don't be angry. I was just following my aunt's instructions and properly communicating with Ling Heir." He thought that since he was a disciple of the Ice Blade Alliance, he was not afraid of the Xiao family doing anything to him. Xiao Ling cried and pounced towards Ling Xiao. "Brother Ling Xiaoyu, if you don't come, even if I die, I won't let him bully me." Xiao Ling cried miserably. Ling Xiao's heart was aching. He lightly patted Xiao Ling's shoulder and comforted him. "It's all right. It's all right. No one will dare to hurt you again. Those who hurt you will all die." At this time, Xiao Wei really wanted to make a move on Gao Fei, but he was pulled back by Xiao He. "Wait, or you can't be emotional right now. We can't afford to offend the Ice Blade Alliance for now." Xiao Wei couldn't vent his hatred on Gao Fei, but he could vent it on his wife. "Su Wei, get over here." Xiao Wei roared at Su Wei, who was hiding in the distance. Su Wei hesitated for a moment, but still stepped forward and said, "Brother Wei, don't be angry. I just want Gao Fei and Ling Heir to get along. They're young after all, so they'll have feelings for each other. When the time comes, we can naturally." Before she could finish speaking, Xiao Wei had already arrived in front of her. He raised his hand and ruthlessly slapped her. Slap. "I'll beat you to death, you bitch. How dare you force your own daughter to do something she doesn't like? You deserve to die." Xiao Wei was extremely angry. He grabbed Su Wei with one hand and repeatedly slapped her face with the other. Su Wei's face was covered in blood, and she screamed in pain. It could be seen that Xiao Wei was really ruthless this time. "That's enough, Wei," Xiao He shouted. Xiao Wei unhappily let go of Su Wei. However, Su Wei seemed to have gone crazy and crazily clawed at Xiao Wei. "You have no conscience. So what if I let my daughter be with Gao Fei? Didn't I want to rope in an ally for the Xiao family? As long as the Ice Blade Alliance becomes your Xiao family's ally, we won't be afraid of the River Diagram sect. Why do you have to do this to me? Haven't I thought about your Xiao family enough? Don't tell me you want to marry your daughter to the Sky Dragon region? Can distant water put out a nearby fire? When we want to see our daughter, we have to travel a long distance. Haven't we missed our daughter enough all these years?" At this time, Gao Fei also said lazily, "That's right, uncle. It's your fault that you hit your aunt. She has put in a lot of effort." Xiao Wei's heart ached faintly. He seemed to have been moved by Su Wei's words. "Emph. Even if you want your daughter to stay by your side, you shouldn't let this bastard rape Ling Heir." Ling Xiao snorted coldly. He pushed Xiao Ling away and flew towards Gao Fei. "What do you want? I'm telling you, don't mess around. I'm a member of the Ice Blade Alliance." Gao Fei was frightened by Ling Xiao's terrifying aura. The mid-level Divine King beside him stood in front of Gao Fei. However, Ling Xiao had already ignited a raging fire. Even if the Emperor of Heaven was here, he would still kill them. The mid-level God King was unable to block Ling Xiao's furious attack, and he was directly smashed into the ground, spitting out blood. Gao Fei panicked. "Xiao family head, hurry up and stop him. Our Ice Blade Alliance isn't to be trifled with. I don't care if you're from the Ice Blade Alliance or the Fire Blade Alliance. Today you must die." Ling Xiao snorted coldly and punched at Gao Fei. He didn't hold back a bit of his speed and strength. A divine artifact appeared in Gao Fei's hand. He slashed at Ling Xiao. "Don't think that I'm easy to bully." Clang. However, when his divine artifact came into contact with Ling Xiao's fist, it was forcefully interrupted by Ling Xiao's fist. Gao Fei was so frightened that he quickly retreated. However, how could his speed compare to Ling Xiao's? Ling Xiao's fist mercilessly smashed on one of his arms. Crack. Ah. One of Gao Fei's arms was instantly broken by Ling Xiao, causing him to let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ling Xiao didn't stop there. His figure flashed nonstop as he punched out several times in succession. Gao Fei's other arm and both legs were directly smashed off. The blood-curdling screams caused the hair of the surrounding people to stand on end. Chapter 1197. Ling Xiao was still unwilling to give up. After all, it was only a matter of time before the Divine King recovered from his injuries. Ling Xiao fiercely kicked Gao Fei's trousers. He actually wanted to kick Gao Fei's penis until it exploded. At this moment, a Divine King from the Xiao family received Xiao Yuanhe's instructions and stopped Ling Xiao from continuing to cripple Gao Fei. Divine Master Ling, let's talk this out. He is after all a disciple of the Ice Blade Alliance. If we cripple him, this is not a good thing for our Xiao family. Xiao Yuanhe advised. Yes. If you dare to touch me again, our Ice Blade Alliance will not let you off. Gao Fei shouted in shock. He cast a stern look at Ling Xiao and secretly swore in his heart. I will definitely get back at you. When the time comes, I will definitely make you wish you were dead. Xiao family head, are you sure you want to protect him? Ling Xiao asked coldly. Xiao Yuanhe felt Ling Xiao's dense killing intent and immediately said, Divine Master Ling, for the sake of our Xiao family, let it go. After all, Ling Heir did not suffer any losses. Haha, forget it. Could it be that after Ling Heir is hurt, you will also consider the Ice Blade Alliance and let it go? Tui, letting Ling Heir return to your family was really the worst thing I did. Ling Xiao laughed wildly then said sternly, I will definitely kill this person. In any case, I am not a member of your Xiao family. You can push the blame of his death onto me. After saying that, Ling Xiao once again attacked Gao Fei. However, the Divine King from the Xiao family blocked in front of Ling Xiao, making it impossible for him to kill him. Ling Xiao sneered. Do you think that you can stop me? As his voice fell, his soul power was drawn out at the critical moment, forming a powerful golden dragon spear that heavily attacked Gao Fei's sea of consciousness. The high-level God King seemed to sense something and shouted, Be careful. However, his warning came too late. Gao Fei and Ling Xiao weren't on the same level, and Ling Xiao's soul power was already at the pinnacle of the mid-level God King stage. His soul power attack was more than enough to kill Gao Fei. Gao Fei's soul was directly shattered by Ling Xiao's soul power golden dragon spear. He let out another blood-curdling scream and fell from the sky. Young master! Gao Fei's law protector elder cried out in alarm and immediately dragged his heavily injured body to catch Gao Fei. However, Ling Xiao didn't plan on letting the two of them off. His soul power attack killed them instantly. The people of the Xiao clan looked at the three people who were killed by Ling Xiao inexplicably. All of them felt a chill run down their spines, causing them to be extremely afraid. You actually killed them. Su Wei looked at Ling Xiao in horror. At this moment, she seemed to have forgotten the pain on her face as she stared at Ling Xiao. Although Gao Fei was only a distant cousin of hers, he was an elder of the Ice Blade Union. Ling Xiao actually killed him. This made her both shocked and angry. If you weren't Ling Er's mother, I wouldn't have let you off today. Ling Xiao glared at Su Wei and shouted. He then looked at Xiao Yuanhe and Xiao Wei and said, If the people of the Ice Blade Union ask about this today, they can push the blame to me. I won't send my family to the tiger's mouth for my own safety. Xiao Yuanhe felt a burning sensation on his face, as if Ling Xiao had slapped him in the face. Xiao Wei looked at Xiao Ling guiltily and said, Linger, it's Daddy's fault. Please forgive Daddy. In fact, he also wanted to kill Gao Fei just now. However, he had to consider the power of the Ice Blade Union. Now that he saw Ling Xiao kill Gao Fei, he felt happy in his heart. At the same time, hearing Ling Xiao's words, he felt that he was really useless as a father. He was afraid of other people's power and didn't stand up for his daughter. He was really a failure. Xiao Ling cried and shook her head. Daddy Linger doesn't blame you. It's just that he wanted to take advantage of Ling Heir. He's a bad person, so annoying. Mother always wants me to be close to him. I only want to be with brother Ling Xiao. I won't stay here anymore. Ling Xiao thought that after sending Xiao Ling back to the Xiao family, she would have a sense of belonging. But now it seemed that he was wrong. Ling Xiao hugged Xiao Ling and said softly, "Ling, don't worry. In the future, you will stay by Brother Ling Xiao's side. I won't let you suffer anymore. When Brother Ling Xiao is done, we will go find your grandfather together, okay?" Xiao Ling nodded repeatedly and said, Okay. Brother and grandfather are the best to me. They won't let anyone bully me." When Xiao Wei heard these words, his heart ached. He was not qualified as a father. He didn't dare to say anything more. Instead, he cast a pleading look at Xiao Zhen. Xiao Zhen returned a look, indicating for him to be at ease. At this time, Xiao Yuanhe couldn't help but say, "Ling, don't be rash. Don't tell me that your father and grandfather don't care about you. This is your home." Xiao Ling had the ethereal body. He was their Xiao family's hope. How could they let him be taken away? Su Wei was even more emotional as she cried, "Ling, don't leave us. I'm your mother. I won't force you to marry again, okay? Don't leave." What a joke. If Ling didn't leave, would she be happy? What if the people from the Ice Blade Union came to interrogate you? Would you dare to offend them? I'm afraid that they would immediately send Ling to them to apologize. Ling Xiao said sarcastically. He was really disappointed in the Xiao family. His own granddaughter had been bullied to this extent. Yet they didn't dare to cripple them and even spoke to them nicely. He really didn't dare to leave Xiaoling here. "What does this have to do with you? If you didn't kill Gao Fei, we wouldn't have offended the Ice Blade Union. You have to take responsibility for this. Otherwise, our Xiao family will capture you and ask for forgiveness from the Ice Blade Union." Su Wei said resentfully to Ling Xiao. She stubbornly believed that everything was caused by Ling Xiao. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, she wouldn't have been forced to find a man for Xiao Ling bastard. "I don't have a woman like you. If it wasn't for Divine Master Ling wouldn't have returned. If it wasn't for Divine Master Ling, I, Xiao Wei, and the other elders would have already been killed by the people from the River Diagram sect. You actually dare to say such words? Don't you have any shame?" Xiao Wei was too lazy to hit Su Wei. He had lost all his face because of Su Wei. He really didn't know how he had met such a woman. Ling Xiao didn't bother to argue with her. He prepared to leave with Xiao Ling sigh. Does the heavens really want to destroy our Xiao family? Today, the River Diagram sect is like a tiger watching its prey. You don't want to strengthen yourselves. Instead, you always want to rely on others to save you. The Xiao family will decline sooner or later. Xiao Yuanhe, you're such a failure as a chief. Then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. This person was old and clumsy. He was already in his grave. He looked like an old man next door. He didn't emit any aura, but his old eyes flashed with light from time to time. "Greetings, ancestor." When the Xiao family members saw this person, they immediately knelt to greet the old man. Xiao Jingren was a low-level incipient god realm expert of the Xiao family. He was more than 100,000 years old. He was an old monster that had gained sentience. Previously, when the River Diagram sect attacked them again, he had brought the ancient god artifact and killed many people from the River Diagram sect. He had forced them to retreat, and they didn't dare to act rashly. "Rise all of you," Xiao Jingren said softly. Then his eyes fell on Xiao Ling. His old eyes flashed with light. "Child, come to Ancestor. Ancestor will protect you from now on. No one will dare to do anything to you." Xiao Jingren already knew that Xiao Ling had the ethereal body. However, he didn't have time to meet Xiao Ling. Now that the Xiao family was in such a mess, he had to stand up and stabilize the situation. He also had to keep this rare physique. As long as Xiao Ling could grow up safely, she could definitely become a supreme existence. She was the cornerstone of the Xiao family's future. He absolutely didn't want her to be taken away by others and become strangers to the Xiao family. "Ling, why are you still not thanking Ancestor?" Xiao Wei urged. He felt that as long as the Ancestor was willing to show up, he believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to take her away. At the same time, if Xiao Ling was taught by the Ancestor, Xiao Ling would definitely shine in the future. Xiao Ling hadn't met Xiao Jingren before, but she could feel his kindness. However, she still shook her head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Ancestor. It's just that I want to be with Brother Ling Xiao." In her heart, Only her grandfather Qiaofeng and Ling Xiao were worthy of her trust. They were people who could do anything for her. I know that you have a deep relationship with this child. However, you are still young and your strength is still weak. I feel that after you increase your strength, you will have enough strength to protect yourself. This way, things like today won't happen and you won't cause trouble for him. At the same time, as long as you want to be with him, you can leave at any time. No one can stop you. When the time comes, won't it be up to you to decide whether you want to go to the ends of the earth? Xiao Jingren said patiently. Old fox. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. Xiao Jingren spoke in such a dignified manner. Wasn't it because he wanted to keep Xiao Ling temporarily? As long as she didn't meet Ling Xiao in the future, she would naturally forget about Ling Xiao. At the same time, he also wanted to protect the family. Didn't she still obediently stay in the Xiao family? Ling Xiao instantly understood Xiao Jingren's words. Naturally, he was a little unhappy, but he also felt that this old fellow's words made sense. After all, Xiao Ling was a member of the Xiao family. If he received the guidance of this old fellow in front of him, Xiao Ling's achievements in the future would definitely be even greater. With the power to protect himself, he naturally wouldn't be controlled by others. Can I do this? Xiao Ling said in disbelief. She naturally hoped that she could become stronger and not be bullied by others. When she thought about how she was bullied by those roving bandits before she left the village, and almost caused Ling Xiao to lose his life, and now, her body was almost taken by someone else, if it wasn't for Ling Xiao saving her, she really didn't know what to do. She now understood that if she had enough strength, she wouldn't be afraid of anyone, and no one would dare to bully her. Chapter 1198. Of course you can. As long as you stay, the old ancestor will teach you all of his abilities. Xiao Jingren saw that Xiao Ling was tempted, and struck while the iron was hot. Xiao Ling's heart was conflicted. She wanted to be with Ling Xiao, but she also wanted to become stronger. For a moment, she didn't know what to choose. Ling your ancestor is right. Staying behind is your best choice. I believe that no one will dare to force you to do anything else. Ling Xiao said as he caressed Xiao Ling's hair. Although Ling Xiao really wanted to keep Xiao Ling by his side, he couldn't always take care of her. If Xiao Jingren could wholeheartedly teach Xiao Ling, it would be a good thing. As long as Xiao Ling could grow up, Ling Xiao didn't care about anything else. This way he wouldn't let down Qiao Feng's entrustment. Furthermore, he was too angry just now. He was too overbearing in the Xiao family's territory, not giving them any face at all. However, he didn't regret it. It was just that now that he had calmed down, he wasn't as excited as before. If the Xiao family's ancestor was tactful, he would properly nurture Xiao Ling. Otherwise, if he heard that something had happened to Xiao Ling in the future, he would definitely not let the Xiao family off. Don't think that just because he's a mere low-level god king, he doesn't have the qualifications to think that way. Anyone who underestimated Ling Xiao would pay a heavy price. Xiao Ling looked at Ling Xiao and said, Brother Ling Xiao, do you really want me to stay? Ling Xiao said gently, If you want to stay, then stay. If you don't want to stay, no one will make things difficult for you. However, Brother Ling Xiao hopes that you can learn and grow up. In the future, you can stand on your own and don't need anyone else's help. Maybe in the future, Brother Ling Xiao and your Grandpa Qiao will need your help. Really? Can Ling help Brother Ling Xiao and Grandpa in the future? Xiao Ling blinked his big eyes and asked. Her beautiful eyes rippled with traces of residual mist, appearing delicate and lovely. Ling Xiao lightly scratched her nose and said, Of course it's true. Ling is very suitable for cultivation. As long as you surpass Brother Ling Xiao and your grandfather in the future, you will naturally be able to help us. All right, I must surpass Brother Ling Xiao and Grandpa as soon as possible. I want to help you beat up the bad guys. I won't allow anyone to bully you. Xiao Ling said very seriously. The people of the Xiao family were touched to see such an innocent and cute Xiao Ling. They were touched by the pure feelings between Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling. There were no impurities, no tricks. Even Su Wei felt ashamed to death. She realized that she did not understand her daughter at all. Now she knew that she was too selfish. She regretted it, but if she wanted to make up for her daughter's hatred towards her, It would be impossible to do so in a short period of time. In the end, Xiao Ling chose to stay in the Xiao family. No, to be exact, he stayed by Xiao Jingren's side and began to seriously cultivate. Ling Xiao originally wanted to leave with his people in a huff, but under Xiao Jinsai's persuasion, he reluctantly stayed. After all, he still needed Xiao Jinsai's help. Ling Xiao handed over a portion of the elixir pills to the Xiao family. Initially, he should have handed over a larger number of elixir pills. However, Ling Xiao was extremely displeased with the actions of the Xiao family and kept quite a number of elixir pills from them. In any case, these were all refined by him. Who would dare to say anything? The Xiao family was already deeply grateful to be able to obtain these divine pills. However, they were all worried about the Ice Blade Alliance's revenge. If that was the case, their Xiao family would be surrounded by enemies, and wouldn't they be removed from the Profound Sky region? However, Ling Xiao told them that if that happened, they should push the blame to him. Anyway, he was a member of the Dragon Gate of the Sky Dragon region. He wasn't afraid of the Ice Blade Alliance. While the Xiao family was panic-stricken, the Dragon Gate's reinforcements finally arrived. The leader was Ling Fei of the Dragon Team. He brought 150 Flood Dragon cavalry. The reason why it took them a long time to arrive was because the incipient God Realm experts guarding the territory entrance of the Profound Sky region had stopped them. Under normal circumstances, the forces of different regions couldn't attack the forces of the other region, unless it was a desperate situation where they had to send incipient God Realm experts. However, if such a situation occurred, it was equal to declaring war against all the forces of the other region. The reason why Ling Fei's team could get through the incipient God Realm experts was that they didn't want to attack any force. They just wanted to help the Xiao family. As long as they could prove that it was true, the incipient God Realm experts of the territory entrance couldn't stop them. It was because the forces of different regions could help each other as long as they didn't attack the other forces. The arrival of Ling Fei's team made the dark clouds of the Xiao family disappear. With such a new force, the people of the River Chart sect would have to think twice if they wanted to attack again. Of course, the people of the Dragon Gate couldn't stay here for a long time. The Xiao family had to seize the chance when the people of the Dragon Gate were here to negotiate with the River Chart sect. They had to make the latter retreat. After Ling Xiao and Ling Fei had talked for a whole night, Xiao Jinsai finally brought the news of the Lotus sect to Ling Xiao. "Brother Xiao, my sister is still in the Lotus sect. The people I sent have finally contacted her," Xiao Jinsai said excitedly. "Really? Then we can immediately set off for the Lotus sect?" Ling Xiao said in pleasant surprise. Xiao Jinsai nodded her head and said, "You've helped our Xiao family a lot. Tomorrow, I'll bring you to the Lotus sect to meet my friend. Then I'll have to trouble sister-in-law." Ling Xiao didn't argue and agreed. Ling Xiao had waited for this day for a long time. He only wanted to confirm whether Yun Mingqi was really in the Lotus sect. This could also be considered fulfilling one of his wishes. The next day, Xiao Jinsai and Ling Xiao brought Ling Gang and more than 20 people of the Kim people to the Lotus sect. The Lotus sect was a superforce second only to the Black Tortoise sect. In the Profound Sky region, they were an illustrious existence. The place where they established their sect was in the Profound Sky North region, with the Lotus Snow Mountain as their base. There was the most famous sacred herb, the 10,000-year snow lotus, as well as the divine herb known as the Snow Lotus King. Not only did it have the effect of reviving the dead, it also had a great effect on martial artists who cultivated the ice and water attributes. Of course, other than the snow lotus, the most famous thing about the Lotus sect was their female disciples. Each and every one of them were as beautiful as flowers, and at the same time, they all had unique skills. They were definitely a beautiful scenery in the Profound Sky region. In the past few years, the Lotus sect had become more and more prosperous, faintly having the momentum to catch up to the Black Tortoise sect. Not only did they bring back the people who were sent to exile, they even gave them cultivation resources and let them manage the industry. This was undoubtedly a declaration that the Lotus sect already had more territory and resources to distribute, which was why they did this. Of course, there were also rumors that it was because they brought back a disciple with a divine body from exile, which was why they were pardoned by the headquarters. As for whether this was true or not, Only the inner circle of the sect knew. Ling Xiao and Xiao Jinsai continued on their journey, and finally arrived at the city directly under the Lotus sect, Lotus City, after more than a month. This city was filled with a feminine beauty, as if the fragrance of lotus could be smelled everywhere. Among the martial artists coming and going, there were many beautiful women and men dressed in white. They were all external members of the Lotus sect. Ling Xiao, Xiao Jinsai, and the others first stayed in a restaurant. Xiao Jinsai then sent the prepared visiting card to the city lord's mansion, preparing to contact her former sister, Lu Fangyi. Brother Xiao, I'm afraid it'll take a few days for them to reply. You can stroll around now and experience the local customs of Lotus City, Xiao Jinsai said. Ling Xiao lightly shook his head. I'm not in the mood for that right now. He was worried about Yin Mingqi, so how could he have the leisure to go sightseeing? It was better to wait here for news. Xiao Jinsai didn't force him and returned to her room. Ling Xiao also returned to his residence, and Yuro Fei naturally followed him in. Xiao, do you really want to see little sister Mingqi immediately? Yuro Fei softly asked as she hugged Ling Xiao from behind. She had followed Ling Xiao for many years, and Ling Xiao had already told her about Yin Mingqi, which was why she asked this question. Ling Xiao held her delicate jade arms and sighed. Yeah, I've been separated from her for 40 to 50 years. If it wasn't for my wrong decision back then, she wouldn't have lost contact with me. I've been looking for her all these years, but I couldn't find any trace of her. Sometimes I wonder if she's already. But no matter what, as long as there's a clue, I want to pursue it. I only hope that I can see her again this time. Decades of separation not only didn't make Ling Xiao forget that fairy-like figure, but instead turned that longing into a deep affection that he could never forget. Yin Mingqi had a place in his heart that no one else could replace. She was the first woman he had ever fallen in love with, the first woman he was willing to give up everything for. Yuro Fei gently rubbed Ling Xiao with her own body, giving him the most primitive comfort. Xiao, the heavens will not disappoint those who are willing. I believe that this time you will definitely find little sister Mingqi. Ling Xiao turned around and gently hugged Yuro Fei's full and delicate body, smelling her intoxicating fragrance. His heart was filled with satisfaction. What a considerate woman she was. Although Yuro Fei usually didn't speak much and was strong, her care for Ling Xiao had already surpassed her own. Ling Xiao emotionally said, Ro Fei, you're so good to me. After saying that, he kissed Yuro Fei's jade lips. First he gently kissed her, and then his salty hands lightly caressed her back. Separated by the thin silk, he could completely feel the elasticity and smoothness of her full and delicate body. Yuro Fei gradually became a little emotional. She tightly hooked her arms around Ling Xiao's neck, and began to respond to Ling Xiao. Her delicate body slightly twisted, emitting waves of heat, as if she was hinting at something. Ling Xiao threw away all his worries. His hands landed on her round buttocks. That wonderful feeling ignited the primitive raging fire in his body. Yuro Fei's sensitive spot was touched. She let out a soft moan. This was simply the best fuse. Ling Xiao's movements became rough. His big hands ruthlessly tore her clothes. Hiss. A piercing sound of cloth tearing rang out. Her snow-white skin was exposed to the air, and it was extremely seductive. Ling Xiao's salty hands continuously roamed her delicate body, finally landing on the pair of tall and full jade peaks in front of her, forcefully kneading. Heh. This sound of lust lightly rippled, followed by the crisscrossing of the wind and rain. Chapter 1199. With a beauty in his arms, the beauty was as beautiful as jade. On a large bed, a delicate figure with sparkling skin was nestled against a strong bronze-colored body. The two of them were facing each other, openly, without any barrier. Yuro Fei's face was flushed red as she breathed in the scent of the man who was right in front of her. Ling Xiao was also lightly hugging the beauty, smelling her alluring fragrance and pinching her full and soft breasts. Everything was so wonderful and comfortable. Thank you, Ro Fei, Ling Xiao said gratefully to the woman in his arms. She was the one who made him relax, allowing him to calmly face the reality of what was about to happen. Regardless of whether he could find Yin Mingqi or not, his heart had become much more open. What are you talking about? I am your wife. It is my duty to share your burdens. Eurofei said gently. After I find Mingqi, we will think of a way to return to the Xianling continent and bring the others to live in the heaven realm. At that time, we will find a place to hide from the world and no longer care about these conflicts. Ling Xiao replied softly. All of a sudden he felt very tired. The days of fighting and killing all these years had made him feel a sense of weariness. He really missed the feeling of spending the days together with his family. Do whatever you want, I will follow you anyway. Eurofei replied. You said it yourself, I hope you don't regret it. Ling Xiao laughed lightly and buried his head in her full bosom and sucked to his heart's content. Eurofei couldn't resist Ling Xiao's teasing anymore and moaned softly. Her lower body once again flowed with crystal liquid. Before Ling Xiao could show his power again, Eurofei flipped over and rode on his body, holding his golden dragon spear. She pointed it at the jade gate and sat down heavily. That warm and tight feeling almost made Ling Xiao cry out in pleasure. He lamented in his heart. I have been raped. 3 days after Ling Xiao and the others arrived at Lotus City, there was finally a response from the city lord's mansion. Xiao Zhensai's sister Lu Fangyi personally rushed out from the sect to meet Xiao Zhensai. After all, Xiao Zhensai is not only a member of the Xiao family, but also the wife of the leader of the Dragon Gate. With this identity, it was completely enough for the sect leader of the Lotus sect to come out and welcome him. It was just that Xiao Zhensai didn't want to make a big fuss, and wanted to meet Lu Fangyi alone. Lu Fangyi was a beautiful middle-aged woman with the strength of a mid-level god king. There was a bewitching lotus flower on her forehead, representing her identity as a member of the Lotus sect. She was also an elder with some power in the Lotus sect. She and Xiao Zhensai were obviously very good friends. Having not seen each other for many years, the two of them were very happy to talk to each other. Ling Xiao was quite touched as he watched from the side. At the same time, he felt a little nervous. He kept praying in his heart. I hope Mingqi is really here. After an hour or two of chatting, Xiao Zhensai finally remembered the purpose of this trip. She pulled Ling Xiao in front of Lu Fangyi and introduced him. This is my uncle Ling Xiao. He has a friend who might be in your Lotus sect, so he specially asked me to find you to find out if there really is someone he's looking for. Lu Fangyi had long since noticed Ling Xiao. She could see Ling Xiao's age and strength, and was truly shocked in her heart. Now that she heard Xiao Zhensai's introduction and found out that the other party was a member of the number 1 ancient clan in the Sky Dragon region, Kim people, she couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the ancient clan, to actually be able to nurture such a monster. Greetings, Elder Lu. Ling Xiao greeted Lu Fangyi. Lu Fangyi had a straightforward personality. No need to be so polite, your sister-in-law and I are like sisters. You can just call me Sister Lu. After pausing for a moment, she asked, May I know the name of the person you're looking for? When did she join my Lotus sect? Ling Xiao immediately said, I'm not sure when exactly she joined your Lotus sect, about 30 or 40 years ago, but she came from the Xianling continent. After she went missing, I found some clues, and they said that she was taken away by your Lotus sect. Her name is Yin Mingqi, and she's about the same age as me. I think she must have some relationship with the people in your sect, but I don't know if she also joined your sect. I hope Sister Lu can help this little brother with this. This little brother will definitely thank you greatly. Lu Fangyi flashed a few traces of surprise. I know about the Xianling continent, but my sect doesn't have any connection with that place. Perhaps it's as you said. She might have been taken away by our people in the stronghold. As for whether it's true or not, I still need to investigate. After all, there are hundreds of thousands of members in our Lotus sect, and I can't possibly know all of them. Ling Xiao was slightly disappointed. Then I'll have to trouble Sister Lu. He thought that with Yin Mengqi's cultivation, Tenbin should be somewhat famous in the Lotus sect, but judging from Lu Fangyi's reaction, she really didn't know about Yin Mengqi's existence. That's nothing. I'll send someone to investigate right now, and I'll inform you as soon as there's any news, Lu Fangyi replied. Ling Xiao nodded lightly then asked, Sister Lu, what kind of attribute do you specialize in? Lu Fangyi looked at Ling Xiao with a puzzled expression. She didn't understand what Ling Xiao meant by that. Ling Xiao knew that he was being a bit presumptuous, so he immediately explained, I have some divine pills here. I just want to know what kind of attribute Sister Lu has, so I can give them to you as a reward. There's no other meaning. Hehe, I see. There's no need for that. I also have divine pills here. Besides, you're Zhentsai's uncle, so there's no need to be so polite. Lu Fangyi declined tactfully. She didn't think that Ling Xiao could take out any good divine pills, and as an elder of the Lotus sect, she also had the right to have some ordinary healing divine pills, so she didn't care too much about Ling Xiao's divine pills. At this time, Xiao Zhentsai saw that Lu Fangyi didn't care, so she immediately said with a smile, Fangyi, don't look down on this uncle of mine. He's the youngest divine medicine master in the history of our dragon sect. The divine pills that he can take out to give you are naturally not ordinary. If you don't need them, then it's your loss. Lu Fangyi suddenly opened her mouth slightly, and her expression was very astonished. She somewhat stuttered. He's a divine medicine master? No. That's impossible. I also thought so at first, but the truth is the truth. This can't be changed. Xiao Zhentsai said with a smile. Lu Fangyi had no choice but to believe Xiao Zhentsai's words. She revealed an extremely praising expression as she examined Ling Xiao and said, Tsk, your dragon sect is really powerful, to actually have such a treasure. Then she said to Ling Xiao, why don't you join our Lotus sect? We have many beauties who can serve you. Lu Fangyi's words were naturally a joke. She didn't think that she could poach a dragon sect's divine medicine master with just this. In the end, Lu Fangyi said that she specialized in the water attribute, so Ling Xiao took out a divine king pill and gave it to her as a reward for this matter. Lu Fangyi was overjoyed to receive this divine king pill. Although she had taken a divine king pill before, and this one might not be of much use to her, she could exchange it with other elders, or give it to her own disciples in the future. After all, if she wanted to obtain a divine king pill, the value of contribution was not small. Ling Xiao still had to continue waiting for news. Meanwhile, Lu Fangyi and Xiao Zhentsai reminisced about old times as they casually strolled around Lotus City. A few days later, someone finally sent news to Lu Fangyi. When Ling Xiao heard this news, his entire face collapsed. There was actually no woman called Yun Mingqi in the Lotus sect. This was very hard for Ling Xiao to accept. Back then, he had heard from Yin He that Yun Mingqi was taken away by a woman with a lotus mark on her forehead. And he had also seen the lotus mark on Lu Fangyi's forehead. It was similar to Yin He's description, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. Could it be that Mingqi really isn't here anymore? Ling Xiao tugged at his hair and asked softly. After so many years of searching, this was the result he got. This made him incomparably confused. He had originally thought that he could get over it, but when he faced it, it was still so painful. Ling Xiao really wanted to cry, but unfortunately, the state of mind he had cultivated for so many years prevented him from shedding a single tear. He said something to Yuro Fei, Xin Yu Yi, and the others, then went to another tavern to drink alone. He really wanted to completely let go of everything and get drunk. Because he had completely lost all traces of Yun Mingqi, he didn't know where to go to find her whereabouts. In the vast sea of people, wanting to find a person was undoubtedly a fool's dream. Ling Xiao drank jug after jug of wine. He sorrowfully said to himself, Mingqi, I've let you down. Where are you? Could it be that you haven't tried to find me all these years? It turned out that he had been drinking in big bowls, but in the end, he had directly poured the wine into the jug. That spicy taste stimulated his pain even more. Brother, it seems that you are also a person trapped by love. How about we have a drink together? A man in white who looked somewhat weak sat next to Ling Xiao and said, looking at the distress on his handsome face, it was obvious that he was also quite depressed. Brothers from all corners of the world, drink, let's drink together. Ling Xiao completely indulged himself, and didn't use his divine power to dissolve the wine. But his mood was very bad. It could be said that if the wine didn't drink, the person was already drunk. What a good brothers from all corners of the world. Just based on these words, I should give you a big bowl of wine. The man in white responded, and filled a bowl of wine for himself. He lightly clinked it against Ling Xiao's jug and drank it. Ling Xiao seemed unwilling to fall behind, and raised the jug and drank a few more mouthfuls. The wine had already completely drenched his clothes. "Brother, you are a handsome man. I really don't know which girl tortured you like this." The man in white looked at the extraordinarily handsome Ling Xiao and sighed. "Brother, you are also not bad. Which young miss hurt you?" Ling Xiao replied in a daze. "Sigh, I'm not afraid of brother laughing at me, but this is completely a one-sided love. I have never even spoken to her. She is like the king of that pure snow lotus, making people unable to help but blaspheme, making people feel ashamed of themselves," the man in white said with a look of infatuation. Chapter 1200. This white-clothed man only had the strength of a high-level holy emperor, and was an inner disciple of the Lotus Order. The Lotus Order had always been dominated by women, with men as support. To be able to enter the Lotus Order and become an inner disciple, Tenbin usually had to be relatively outstanding. And this man called Ho Langming was only around 180 years old. To have the aptitude of a high-level holy emperor, he definitely wasn't weak. Ling Xiao originally had no intention of listening to Ho Langming talk about his love history, but he acted as if he was very familiar with him, and kept talking about how beautiful the women he met were, as if they were fairies that only existed in the heavens, and were hard to find on earth. Ling Xiao listened until he was annoyed, because the women he missed were also fairies from the heavens. Ling Xiao, who was very annoyed with Ho Langming, gradually began to talk a few more drunken words with him. This made Ho Langming treat Ling Xiao even more like an old friend, and introduced himself to Ling Xiao, wanting to call him brother. Ling Xiao was already drunk, but he didn't care at all, and also responded to Ho Langming. "I say, brother Ling, we're also people who have fallen from grace. It's not that there aren't any women who like us. It's just that we can't get the women we want. That's why we're sad. But, as your brother, I can't watch you go on like this. There are quite a few beautiful senior and junior sisters in my sect. When the time comes, I'll introduce a few to you. I believe they won't be any worse than the one you lost." Ho Langming said as he put a hand on Ling Xiao's shoulder. Ling Xiao said with a face full of anger, "Thank you, brother Ho, for your kind intentions, but it's very hard to find a woman who can make me suffer like this in this lifetime." Ho Langming seemed to feel the same way. "Yeah, that's right. It's very hard to find a woman who can make me suffer. The taste of yearning alone is really king uncomfortable." Ho Langming fiercely gulped down a mouthful of wine, and his expression was quite mournful. At this moment, a group of people walked in from outside the door. One of them glanced in this direction, signaled to the others, and walked over together. "Ho Langming, you've really made it hard for me to find you." A cold voice came from the leader's mouth. That person emitted a strong killing intent. It seemed like he was here to cause trouble for Ho Langming. These people were all relatively young, and the strongest was a peak holy emperor. There was also a high-level holy emperor, and a few middle-level holy emperors. The one who spoke was the high-level holy emperor. He was the leader, and in his arms, he was still holding a woman with a swollen nose and a swollen face. He was holding her. Ho Langming. However, he didn't know why this person was beating her. When Ho Langming saw who it was and the woman who had been beaten up miserably, he immediately said with a cold face, "Senior brother Zhou, quickly release Jia Dai. If you have something to say, you can come at me. How can you deal with a woman? Haha, you still know that I'm your senior. You even dared to steal my woman. How dare you?" Zhou Tsang, the high-level holy emperor, laughed wildly. "Langming, hurry up and leave. He won't let you go," the woman said. Slap. *tch, you still care about your lover. I've really misjudged you. Zhou Tsang slapped Jia Dai hard, and then said with a hideous smile, "Since you've betrayed me, I won't let you die so easily. I'll send you to the orchid workshop and let those men *ck you to death every night. You *tch. Ho Langming, what's so great about hitting a woman? Hurry up and let Jia Dai go. She didn't let you down. We're just friends." Ho Langming's eyes flashed with viciousness. He was no longer drunk. "Haha, friends are friends. Haha, friendship comes from the heart. How *king moving. Who doesn't know that your junior brother Ho is a famous Casanova in the church? How many senior and junior sisters have fallen in love with you? Which one of them can escape from the palm of your hand? Zhou Tsang laughed loudly, then said, Now I will give you two choices. The first choice is to immediately kowtow to me and admit your wrongs, cutting off one of your arms. Then, I will let you go on account that we are from the same sect. The second choice is for us to capture you and cripple you, making you suffer a fate worse than death. I believe that even when we reach the church at that time, no one will think that I have done anything wrong. What if I don't choose either? Ho Langming said. Looks like you don't know what's good for you. Irrelevant people, please get out of the way. The Lotus Church is handling matters here. Zhou Tsang's eyes flashed with viciousness as he shouted. As his voice fell, a few people behind him surrounded Ho Langming. The customers in the restaurant had long sensed that the atmosphere was not right. One by one, they scattered like birds and beasts. Only Ling Xiao was still sitting in his original position, drinking alone. He looked completely like a drunkard, as if he had already lost consciousness. Senior brother Zhou, aren't you afraid of the church's punishment for causing trouble in the city? Ho Langming's eyes flickered as he searched for a way to escape. Although he wasn't afraid of Zhou Tsang, there were still a few people by his side. Among them was an existence with the strength of a peak holy emperor. He wouldn't be able to get away with it. How is dealing with you considered causing trouble in the city? Zhou Tsang snorted coldly and signaled to the peak holy emperor beside him. Then, he threw the woman in his arms to the person beside him. The two of them attacked Ho Langming at the same time. Ho Langming was already prepared. A white fan appeared in his hand. He pointed to the left and right, intending to block the two's claws at the same time. The three of them were intentionally suppressing their strength. They didn't dare to destroy the restaurant. If they did, they would definitely be punished by the church. Hence, they were competing in techniques and pure physical strength. 1 against 2, Ho Langming was instantly pushed back by the two. His body even knocked over the nearby tables and chairs. Crack! Crack! A series of tables, chairs, and wine glasses fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Only the table that Ling Xiao was at was not affected at all. He was still drinking his wine. Ho Langming was pushed back with one move. He didn't continue to fight the two. Instead, he actually retreated to the back of the restaurant. Trying to escape? No way. The peak holy emperor shouted coldly. His speed was much faster than Ho Langming's, and he instantly blocked Ho Langming's back. Zhou Tsang, on the other hand, roared, Die! He waved a series of punches. Every punch brought with it waves of icy cold air. It was extremely threatening. Ho Langming's reaction wasn't slow. Balls of blue light appeared on his body. The fan in his hand continuously pointed out, completely sealing off Zhou Tsang's punches. But he lost sight of the other. The peak holy emperor sneaked up on him from behind. A series of palm shadows that could topple mountains and overturn seas caused Ho Langming to spit up blood. I told you you won't accept a toast and drink a forfeit. Zhou Tsang snorted coldly. He once again attacked Ho Langming, intending to completely suppress Ho Langming, who knew that Ho Langming had purposely left an opening. Just as Zhou Tsang's punches were about to land on his body suddenly twisted strangely and dodged Zhou Tsang's attack. The fan in his hand spun and hit Zhou Tsang's shoulder heavily. His other hand seized the opportunity to grab Zhou Tsang's neck. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Ho Langming quickly captured Zhou Tsang. The peak holy emperor didn't expect that Ho Langming was actually baiting him. He once again attacked Ho Langming. But Ho Langming grabbed Zhou Tsang and blocked in front of him. He said, If anyone dares to come up again, I will kill him immediately. Zhou Tsang was pinched until he couldn't breathe. He secretly cursed himself for being careless. The peak holy emperor was an outer disciple of the Lotus Order. He also understood some of the rules of the Lotus Order. He immediately said, You'd better let him go. Otherwise, if you kill him, his master won't let you go. At that time, there will be no place for you in the order. Haha, there's nothing between me and Jia Dai. You guys came to provoke me. Even if I kill him, I will only act in self-defense. I believe my master will stand on my side. Ho Langming sneered with certainty. He then said, Release Jia Dai. When the time comes, I will naturally let him go. The matter between me and him will also come to an end. You, if you have the guts, kill me. This bitch definitely can't be let go, Zhou Tsang said with difficulty. His pulse was locked and he didn't dare to resist. Otherwise, before he struggled free, Ho Langming would have enough time to kill him. Haha, is that so? Ho Langming sneered. He used one hand to forcefully break Zhou Tsang's other hand. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Zhou Tsang screamed in pain. If you have the guts, kill me, or else I won't let you go, Zhou Tsang said angrily. Let her go, Ho Langming roared. Fear flashed across the peak Holy Emperor's eyes. He was really afraid that Zhou Tsang would suffer again. Moreover, he felt that this woman was useless. Letting her go and then catching her again shouldn't be a difficult matter. Let her go, the peak Holy Emperor ordered. The Holy Emperor who was holding Jia Dai could only let her go. Ho Langming said to Jia Dai, Jia Dai, I'm really sorry. I've harmed you. You should leave this place quickly. Jia Dai shook her head with tears streaming down her face. No. I want to stay and be with you, Ho Langming scolded. You stupid woman, I'm just chatting with you. I didn't do anything to you. Hurry up and scram or you'll die. He really didn't do anything to Jia Dai. It was just that when he saw Jia Dai, he was attracted by her beauty, so he couldn't help but hit on her. Jia Dai fell in love with Ho Langming at first sight. The two of them chatted very well, and they immediately became close friends. Originally, Ho Langming wanted to raise his spear and go into battle with Jia Dai, but when he heard that she was Zhou Tsang's woman, he kept quiet. It wasn't that he didn't dare to steal other people's women, nor was it that he was afraid of Zhou Tsang. It was just that there was a rule in the sect that one couldn't touch the wives and concubines of the same sect. Otherwise, it would be a capital offense. Even so, Jia Dai had already fallen in love with Ho Langming. It was just that she didn't know that the maid beside her had told this news to Zhou Tsang, which led to the subsequent events. Jia Dai was scolded away by Ho Langming. At this time, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the door. Following that, a group of city guards walked in. Who dares to cause trouble in the city? A demigod king martial artist shouted. At this time, Ho Langming had no choice but to let go of Zhou Tsang. He cupped his hands at the demigod king and said, Deacon Hai, I was just playing around with senior brother Zhou. Please forgive me. Deacon Hai, don't listen to him. I found out that he seduced my woman. That's why I'm here to reason with him. Deacon Hai, please take him down and hand him over to the sect, Zhou Tsang quickly said. Chapter 1201. As Zhou Tsang was speaking, he gave the demigod king a few glances. The demigod king said in a deep voice, Capture him and bring him back to the church to await trial. Ho Langming did not expect the outer court deacon to not give him face. He was an inner court disciple after all. He could become a true disciple with just one more step. Normally, the deacons would give him some face. Deacon Hai, you have to understand that this is only Zhou Tsang's side of the story. Wait until the church finds out who's right and who's wrong. Then you have the right to arrest me. Ho Langming shouted. He did not expect the demigod king to be an outer court deacon under Zhou Tsang's master. The demigod king would not offend Zhou Tsang for him. The church will deal with who's right and who's wrong. You're breaking the rules by causing trouble here. It's my duty to arrest you. The demigod king shouted. Ho Langming's face was gloomy. He was extremely depressed. He did not expect to get himself into trouble after spending so many years with women. I can go back with you guys, but please wait for me. I need to talk to my friend, Ho Langming said. The demigod king did not dare to push too hard. He did not stop Ho Langming. With his ability, Ho Langming could not escape at all. However, when he looked in the direction Ho Langming walked to, he saw a drunkard drinking there. He could not see through the drunkard's ability. Is there something strange about this kid? The demigod king and Zhou Tsang thought at the same time. Ho Langming walked over and drank a mouthful of wine. Brotherling, you and I are like old friends. I don't know when we'll meet again. I'll give you this fan. This is a painting of the most beautiful woman I've seen in my life. She's also a woman that I'll never be able to get my hands on. I believe you'll forget your original woman when you see her. Then, you'll be able to pull yourself together again. Then he placed his fan in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao continued drinking. He did not take it, nor did he say anything. Ho Langming didn't say anything else and turned around to leave with the deacon. However, Zhou Tsang suddenly made a move and snatched the fan from the table. He laughed coldly and said, "I want to see who exactly is the woman that you, Ho Casanova, can't forget. Let me have a taste of her beauty." Ho Langming angrily shouted, "Quickly put down the fan or I'll kill you." Ho Langming was thoroughly enraged. It could be seen that he attached great importance to this fan. It's just a lousy fan. You want to kill me just by looking at it? Then I want to see if there are any unspeakable secrets. The more nervous Ho Langming was, the more curious Zhou Tsang was. Just as Zhou Tsang was about to open his fan, Ho Langming attacked Zhou Tsang again. This time, he used his full strength and did not suppress his elemental powers at all. Unfortunately, the demigod King Deacon instantly suppressed him. "If you dare to attack again, don't blame me for being impolite." Ho Langming could only watch helplessly as Zhou Tsang opened his fan. When Zhou Tsang saw the portrait in the fan, he was completely dumbfounded. He muttered to himself, It's the goddess, she's so beautiful." "Zhou Tsang, quickly put down my fan. Otherwise, I'll fight you to the death." Ho Langming roared. This was their Lotus cult's goddess. If people were to find out that he had secretly drawn her portrait, then there was only death awaiting him. "Haha, you'll fight me to the death? What a joke. You actually dared to draw the goddess portrait. Just this crime is enough for you to die 1,000 times." Zhou Tsang came back to his senses and laughed loudly. He and Ho Langming already had a grudge. If Ho Langming really didn't commit adultery with Jia Dai, then he really couldn't do anything to Ho Langming. But now it was different. The cult had always valued women over men, and inside the fan was their Lotus cult's #1 beauty. She was also the new generation's goddess and had a supreme position. Her portrait was secretly drawn by a disciple of the cult. If she found out about this, Ho Langming would definitely not be able to escape death. Ho Langming's expression instantly turned extremely pale. This was the crime of profaning the goddess. Even his master couldn't protect him. This was also the reason why Ho Langming had given this fan to Ling Xiao. He was afraid that one day it would be discovered by others. Then it would be big trouble. He had originally thought of destroying this fan, but he couldn't bear to do so. He didn't think that in the end, it would still cause him such big trouble. Forget it, forget it. I didn't think that I, Ho Langming, would wander among the flowers for 100 years. In the end I would die because of a woman. Huh. Ho Langming revealed an expression of incomparable despair as he laughed. Zhou Tsang put away the fan and laughed complacently. Hee, it's good that you know. Quickly go back and await your punishment." Just as Ho Langming, Zhou Tsang, and the others were about to leave the restaurant, Ling Xiao, who was drinking, suddenly flipped his palm and instantly snatched the fan from Zhou Tsang's hand. Where did this drunkard come from? He actually dares to snatch my fan. Zhou Tsang only felt a gust of wind blow over, and the fan in his hand flew into Ling Xiao's hand. He immediately shouted at Ling Xiao in shock. This Lotus City was the territory of the Lotus cult. Zhou Tsang wouldn't fear anyone outside of the cult. Ling Xiao pressed the fan in his hand and continued to drink wine. He didn't pay any attention to Zhou Tsang. Zhou Tsang's hand had just been twisted and broken by Ho Langming. Although he had recovered, his heart was still in a knot. Now there was another insensible young man who dared to offend him. This made him extremely angry. "I suspect that you are a spy from another faction. Wait for me to capture you and bring you back to my cult to await your punishment." Zhou Tsang casually found an excuse and went to capture Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't seem to care about Zhou Tsang at all. He tilted his body and dodged Zhou Tsang's capture. "This is a gift from Brother Ho. You better not provoke me," Ling Xiao said in a daze. Ling Xiao didn't want to bother with the internal affairs of other people's cult. However, he was already very drunk. He only knew that someone gave him a fan, so he naturally couldn't let others take it away. Acting mysterious. Zhou Tsang didn't expect Ling Xiao to actually be able to dodge his capture. He immediately attacked again. His speed was several times faster than before. He went straight for Ling Xiao's neck. From the looks of it, he wanted to kill Ling Xiao right away. "Brother Ling, be careful," Ho Langming warned. He wanted to help Ling Xiao, but unfortunately he was being suppressed by the demigod King Deacon. There was nothing he could do at all. Ling Xiao was drunk, but his cultivation was still there. His reflexes were still there. Zhou Tsang was only a high-level holy emperor. To normal people, he was a very powerful existence. However, to Ling Xiao, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Just as Zhou Tsang's claw was about to pinch Ling Xiao's throat, his arm was firmly pinched by Ling Xiao. "I already told you not to provoke me," Ling Xiao said angrily. Having lost all the clues about Yun Mingqi, he felt extremely disappointed and uncomfortable. Zhou Tsang kept forcing him, so why would he give in again and again? Crack. Ah. Zhou Tsang's arm that had just been repaired was crushed again. He let out an even more painful cry. Ling Xiao flung Zhou Tsang away. He drank another mouthful of wine and shouted, "Don't disturb me while I'm drinking. Get out, all of you." How insolent. This is the Lotus cult's territory. How dare you injure our cult's disciple? You cannot be forgiven. The pinnacle holy emperor that Zhou Tsang brought with him shouted. A holy weapon appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Ling Xiao with all his might. He knew that Ling Xiao's strength might be extraordinary. Therefore he did not hold back at all. He had to cut down Ling Xiao. The holy weapon was about to land in front of Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao did not seem to notice it at all. However, when the holy weapon slashed Ling Xiao in half, everyone was stunned. Because the holy weapon had been clamped between two of Ling Xiao's fingers at some point in time. This was a high-level holy weapon. Even a demigod king would not dare to block it like this. However, the truth was right in front of their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. Ding. Following that, the holy sword was directly broken by the strength of two of Ling Xiao's fingers. Everyone watched this scene with their mouths wide open. They all knew that this young drunkard in front of them was definitely a hidden expert. He might even be a real divine king. Ho Langming looked at Ling Xiao with an urgent gaze. He really did not expect that he would call such a powerful person brother just now. The pinnacle holy emperor was forced back a few steps. His expression became extremely ugly. At the same time, he was extremely worried. It was also at this time that Ling Xiao flung the broken sword in his hand. A bloody hole immediately appeared on the shoulder of the pinnacle holy emperor. He was in so much pain that he clenched his teeth. "Don't provoke me again. Otherwise, all of you can die," Ling Xiao shouted coldly. A divine king's aura was emitted without any concealment. A faintly discernible golden dragon kept circling behind him. Everyone present was shocked. They were all pressured to the point that they could not breathe. All of them were sweating profusely. Ling Xiao ignored them. He waved in the direction of the wine cabinet. Another few jars of wine landed in front of him. He slapped open the jars and drank to his heart's content again. Zhou Tsang and the pinnacle holy emperor did not dare to provoke him anymore. They only looked at Ling Xiao with resentment. The demigod King Deacon finally spoke. "Sir, how should I address you? We are still members of the Lotus Order. Even if you are a divine king, you cannot bully the members of the Lotus Order like this." Ling Xiao did not even want to speak to the deacon. He continued to drink. The deacon felt his face burning from being ignored. He had guarded Lotus City for many years. Even divine kings had to give him some face. But now, it seemed like it had no effect in front of this drunkard. "Deacon Hai, I think we should take Ho Langming back first. When the time comes, we'll ask the elders for help. Let's see if he still dares to put on airs here." Zhou Tsang tugged at the deacon. He was afraid that the deacon would provoke him again. If he went crazy and killed all of them, it would be troublesome. The deacon hesitated for a moment. He nodded and said, "Yes, let's go back first. We'll teach him a lesson later." The group of people took Ho Langming and left. At this time, Ling Xiao casually opened his fan. Suddenly, two balls of light shot out from his dazed eyes. He shouted at the same time, "Wait!" Chapter 1202. Those people from the Lotus Order all jumped in fright from Ling Xiao's roar. They didn't understand why that drunkard suddenly changed his mind. That deacon turned around and said worriedly, "Is there anything else, sire? Don't tell me you still want to kill us? This is our Lotus Order's territory. Even if you kill us now, you won't be able to escape. Zhou also hurriedly said, "That's right, we have no intention of taking risks, sire. Please don't make things difficult for us." He was really afraid that this drunkard in front of him would really go crazy from drinking and kill them. Then even if their order took revenge for them, they would have died for nothing. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. His figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of them. Each and every one of them were scared pale. They really thought that Ling Xiao was going to kill them. Each and every one of them fell back and sat down. Even that demigod deacon wasn't spared. "Why, you can't kill us. Even if you kill us, you won't be able to escape," that deacon said fearfully. However, Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to him and walked towards Ho Langming. Ling. Ho Langming felt Ling Xiao's thick killing intent. He couldn't even speak fluently. At the same time, he didn't know how to address Ling Xiao anymore. When they were drinking, he only treated Ling Xiao as a chance acquaintance. But now that he knew that Ling Xiao was a genuine divine king, how could he have the qualifications to speak on equal footing with him? Ling Xiao held the fan and asked Ho Langming anxiously, "Where's the woman in the fan?" She's in the order." Ho Langming didn't understand why Ling Xiao had such a big reaction. He could only answer, "What order? Tell me clearly." Ling Xiao grabbed Ho Langming's clothes and shouted. Ho Langming was a little dumbfounded. Although he knew that the divine lady was very beautiful, it shouldn't be to the extent of making people want to know her whereabouts so urgently. "She's in our lotus order, she's our divine lady." Ho Langming could only answer truthfully. "Lotus order's divine lady? But why did Sister Lu say that she did not know of her existence? Don't tell me she lied to me. That's impossible. There must be some other reason." Ling Xiao mumbled at a loss. "Could it be that Lord Ling also knows of our goddess?" Ho Langming asked softly. Ling Xiao took a deep look at Ho Langming. He circulated the divine art in his body and completely dispelled all the alcohol in his body. His dragon eyes flashed with the light of wisdom as he said, "Tell me about your goddess's situation first." Ling Xiao ignored the others and pulled Ho Langming back to the table. When the others were ignored by Ling Xiao, they all heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were unhappy that Ling Xiao treated them like this. That Zhou gave that deacon a look and wanted to sneak away before saying anything else. The warden also knew that he couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao for the time being, so he could only nod his head lightly and quickly leave the restaurant with Zhou and the others. Ho Langming looked at Ling Xiao apprehensively and said, I don't know much about the goddess's situation either. I've only seen her from afar 2 or 3 times. Then tell me everything you know. For example, when did she join your lotus order? What's her name? Tell me everything you know about her." Ling Xiao said in a tone that did not allow for refusal. The reason why Ling Xiao was so excited was because the woman in the fan was actually the portrait of Yin Mingqi that he couldn't find no matter how hard he tried. He really didn't expect that after searching for thousands of times, she would only be right in front of his eyes. This made him feel like he was dreaming. However, he was also doubting whether there really was a woman with the same appearance in this world. Therefore, he had to understand her situation first in order to determine if Lu Fangyi was lying to him. Ho Langming thought for a moment and said, "She is the latest disciple that our old sect leader has accepted in the past 10,000 years. I remember that the first time she appeared in the sect was about 30 years ago." At this point, Ling Xiao was sure that this woman was undoubtedly Yin Mingqi. He couldn't help but interrupt. "Is she called Yin Mingqi?" Ho Langming revealed a puzzled expression and said, "Yin Mingqi? No, although I don't know the goddess, I have heard from the senior sisters in the sect that she is not called Yin Mingqi, but Meng Ran." Meng Ran? How could it be Meng Ran? Did she change her name? Ling Xiao revealed a look of disbelief. Ho Langming revealed an infatuated expression and continued, "Meng Ran is the old sect leader's direct disciple, and even our sect leader calls her senior sister and junior sister. The people in the sect also know that Meng Ran has a rare god body, so we all privately call her the goddess. Her cultivation is also extremely shocking, and last year she even broke through to the divine king realm. She's not even 100 years old yet, and is definitely the first person in our lotus sect to become a divine king in 10,000 years. I have only seen her from afar 2 or 3 times, but I have long been attracted by her peerless charm. I know that in this life, it will be very difficult to meet a woman that I fall in love with at first sight. Although I am called the love saint by my fellow disciples, in the end, I am still trapped by love." After listening to Ho Longming's words, Ling Xiao sank into deep thought. He felt that this woman was undoubtedly Yun Mingqi, but why did she change her name? Why did she never think of looking for him? Perhaps she had some difficulties that others couldn't understand. Or perhaps she had already forgotten him. At this time, a commotion came from outside the restaurant again. Right after, Zhou Tsang and the others who had just retreated returned once more, and at the same time, there were a dozen or so women in white following behind them. Each and every one of these women were elegant and moving, and there was a lotus tattoo on their foreheads. Needless to say, they were all people of the Lotus sect. The middle-aged woman in the lead had the strength of a low-level divine king, and there was another divine king and a few demigod divine kings beside her. They were all at the strength of the Holy Emperor. This middle-aged woman was the outer sect elder who stayed behind to guard the city lord, and her name was Li Li. She was famous for being shrewd, and she would be abnormally sharp and unkind to anyone she didn't like, and her actions were extremely ruthless. "Elderly, it's him who injured us," and junior brother Ho profaned the goddess by drawing her portrait on that fan. Zhou Tsang pointed at Ling Xiao and Ho Longming. "How dare you? Where are you from, to actually dare to injure an inner sect disciple of our Lotus sect in our Lotus city?" Li Li seemed to have reached menopause, and she glared at Ling Xiao with her almond-shaped eyes as she shouted. Ling Xiao had already regained consciousness, and he felt that Min Gran might be Yun Mingqi, so he didn't really want to offend the Lotus sect. He stood up and clasped his hands at Li Li. "I'm Ling Xiao from the Dragon Gate. Please forgive me if I've offended you just now. However, I'm acquainted with an elder of your sect, so please be magnanimous, big sister." Ling Xiao said very politely. He didn't want to have a bad relationship with them. "Who's your big sister? Don't call me that. Since you know someone from my sect, why did you injure my disciple? You're clearly just making excuses. Just give yourself up, lest you dirty my hands," Li Li said in disbelief. At the same time, she gave a meaningful glance to the God King beside her, indicating that she should go over and take down Ling Xiao. This auntie, I'm telling the truth. I know your elder Lu Fangyi." Ling Xiao changed the way he addressed her as he explained. "Bastard, you're the mother ** king auntie. Take him down. If he resists, kill him." Li Li shrieked as if her tail had been stepped on. Her gaze was filled with raging flames of anger towards Ling Xiao. Many women in the Lotus sect were eternally youthful, but because she was a late bloomer, she could only maintain the appearance of a middle-aged man. What she hated the most was people calling her old. A god-binding rope appeared in the hands of the other low-level god king. This was a low-level divine artifact. Even a god king wouldn't be able to easily break free if they were tied up. Ling Xiao said with a cold expression. "Don't be so shameless when I give you face. I said it was a misunderstanding earlier, and I've already apologized. If you continue to be so overbearing, don't blame me for being impolite." "How impudent!" Li Li shouted as she trembled in anger. That low-level god king attacked Ling Xiao, and the god-binding rope flew towards Ling Xiao. You guys aren't qualified to take me down." Ling Xiao snorted coldly, and his figure flickered. He appeared next to the low-level god monarch, and snatched the god-binding rope from her hand. "How dare you!" Li Li shouted in surprise. A divine sword appeared in her hand, and she shot it towards Ling Xiao. She had already used her divine power, and the power turned all the tables and chairs in the vicinity into powder. Ling Xiao felt Li Li's killing intent. If he dodged, Ho Longming, who was behind him, would definitely die. "Stinking bitch, you really think I'm afraid of you?" Ling Xiao cursed in his heart, and directly met Li Li's divine sword with his bare hands. "You're overestimating yourself," Li Li sneered. When the others saw Ling Xiao's response, they all felt that Ling Xiao's hands would definitely be crippled. Only Deacon Hai and Zhou Tsang suspected that Ling Xiao might be able to receive this divine sword. As expected, Li Li's attack was completely blocked by Ling Xiao, and her divine sword was directly held in Ling Xiao's hand. "If you dare to make a move again, I'll have a sword like this." Ling Xiao roared angrily, and exerted force with his wrist. Pa! A divine weapon forged with divine materials was forcibly snapped in half, and a powerful rebound force sent Lily flying backward. Lily knocked over many tables and chairs, and spat out a mouthful of blood. The low-level God King beside Ling Xiao wanted to make a move, but when he saw Ling Xiao suddenly snap the divine weapon, he was immediately stunned, and didn't dare to act rashly. Everyone present was also stunned. They had seen many experts, but this was the first time they had seen an expert who could snap a divine weapon. This made them all realize that they had provoked someone they shouldn't have provoked. They looked at Ling Xiao, and his handsome face suddenly had a somewhat infatuated look. Such a handsome man, such a powerful man, any woman would like him. What are you all still standing there for? Hurry! Hurry up and kill him! Lily crawled up from the ground, and said angrily out of humiliation. She couldn't remember how many years it had been since she had been humiliated like this. And it was in her own territory. She hated Ling Xiao to the core. At this moment, a voice came in, and a delicate voice shouted, "I'll see who dares to touch Divine Master Ling. I'll immediately make him die a horrible death." Chapter 1203. Everyone looked towards the entrance of the restaurant. Two beautiful noblewomen walked in, and behind them were a few other women. They were Lu Fangyi, Xiao Zhensai, and the others, and the one who shouted was Lu Fangyi. She and Xiao Zhensai had been catching up for many days, and she still had some lingering feelings. Moreover, Xiao Zhensai planned to return to the Xiao clan in a few days, and then return to the Dragon Gate. At that time, she didn't know when they would meet again. Therefore, the two chatted for a few more days. However, the two suddenly sensed that something was wrong here. As an inner elder of the Lotus Order, Lu Fangyi had the obligation to see what was going on. Unexpectedly, she saw her own people making a move against Ling Xiao. If it was any other divine king, Lu Fangyi would naturally help her own people against the enemy, but this person was Ling Xiao. She definitely wouldn't rashly deal with him. After all, Ling Xiao was a respected divine medicine master. She also believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't offend her Lotus Order, so there must be some misunderstanding. The followers of the Lotus cult in the restaurant all quivered. They looked at Lu Fangyi and immediately bowed to her, saying, "Greetings, Elder Lu." Lu Fangyi was an inner elder of the order, and her status was much higher than Li Li and the others. Lu Fangyi and Xiao Zhensai walked in together, and Xiao Zhensai asked Ling Xiao, "Brother Xiao, what's going on?" Ling Xiao had an apologetic look on his face as he said, "This is just a misunderstanding. Divine Teacher Ling, I'm really sorry. They didn't hurt you, right?" Lu Fangyi said very politely. Li Li saw Lu Fangyi being so polite and warm to Ling Xiao, and she even wanted to die. She didn't wait for Ling Xiao to reply, and immediately said, This is just a misunderstanding. I didn't know this was Elder Lu's friend. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Lu Fangyi saw Li Li's reaction, and then saw the broken sword in her hand, and immediately shouted coldly, "Li Li, how dare you? Divine Teacher Ling is an honorable guest I invited. Is this how you treat my guest?" Li Li panicked and quickly explained, "I really didn't know he was your friend." Then she pointed at Zhou Tsang and the other Peak Saint Emperor and said, "It was the two of them who said that someone had injured them in the city, so that's why I brought people over to take a look." Zhou Tsang and the Peak Holy Emperor both seemed to be panicking. It seems that some people really think this is their home, and can bully others as they please. Zhou Tsang and that Peak Stage Sacred Emperor hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy. Although Zhou Tsang was an inner court disciple, and his master was also an inner court elder, the Lotus Flower Order was where women were superior to men. He did not dare to offend Lu Fangyi. "Forget it, Sister Lu. I must have done something wrong as well. Let them go." Ling Xiao waved his hand. He wasn't in the mood to bother with these small fries. He was just anxious to know if Yin Mingqi was Meng Ran. Lu Fangyi saw that Ling Xiao was so magnanimous, and felt comfortable in her heart. After all, she didn't want to deal with her own sex people for outsiders. "All of you scram. If you bully people in the future, I'll teach you a lesson." Lu Fangyi scolded. After the group of people repeatedly thanked her, they all left the restaurant. At this time, Ling Xiao opened the fan and handed it to Lu Fangyi. Sister Lu, do you know this woman? This is Meng Ran's junior martial uncle, divine teacher Ling. Where did you get this fan? Lu Fangyi asked softly. Ho Lang Ming, who was behind Ling Xiao, shivered. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would expose him, and then he wouldn't be able to escape the sin of blasphemy. Don't ask about this for now. This Meng Ran looks exactly the same as the Yunmingqi I'm looking for, and she should be from the heavenly domain stronghold. I think she's the friend I'm looking for, Ling Xiao said with certainty. From several aspects, Ling Xiao felt that Meng Ran was Yunmingqi. He believed that there were people who looked exactly the same in the world, but he didn't believe that they had all appeared in the heavenly domain stronghold. Lu Fangyi never thought that the youngest disciple of the old sect leader would be the person Ling Xiao was looking for. She said worriedly, as far as I know, Meng Ran was brought to the sect by someone from the place of exile more than 30 years ago. Later on, the old sect leader coincidentally met Meng Ran and knew that she had the water god body, so he took her in as a direct disciple. Her status is the same as the sect leader's, and even I have to call her junior martial aunt when I see her. I didn't know she was the person you were looking for. Meng Ran's status was extremely respected in the sect. Even as an inner sect elder, she didn't dare to be disrespectful to her. I completely understand this. I don't know why she changed her name, but I hope that Elder Lu can let me see her. Maybe then everything will be clear, Ling Xiao said with a pleading tone. He really wanted to know about Yunmingqi's situation. I'm afraid that won't be easy. Lu Fangyi revealed a difficult expression. Xiao Zhencai, on the other hand, said, Fangyi, please help little brother Xiao. This is a friend he has been looking for decades. It's good to let them meet, but it's a pity. This shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Ling Xiao anxiously said. Sister Lu, please help me this time. Ling Xiao owes you a favor. Lu Fangyi hesitated for a moment and said, I don't dare to guarantee this. I can only say that I will do my best. After all, junior martial uncle has always been cultivating by the old sect leader's side, and it's very difficult for me to see her in a year. And thank you, Sister Lu, Ling Xiao said gratefully. We have to plan this well, Lu Fangyi said. It wasn't difficult to get Ling Xiao to join their Lotus sect, but it was difficult to get Ling Xiao to see Meng Ran like this. When Ling Xiao was about to follow Lu Fangyi and Xiao Zhencai back, Xiao Xiao didn't forget to say a few good words about Ho Langming to Lu Fangyi. This could also be considered a way to repay Ho Langming. Presumably, with Lu Fangyi's guarantee, Ho Langming wouldn't have any trouble. Ho Langming was naturally extremely grateful to Ling Xiao. He really didn't expect that he would actually make a brother of a godly apothecary. It was a pity that the fate between them seemed to be a little shallow. After some discussion, Lu Fangyi decided to invite Xiao Zhencai and Ling Xiao to the Lotus sect as guests in her name. At that time, he would find an opportunity to let Ling Xiao and Meng Ran meet. After making the decision, Ling Xiao left Yurofei, Xin Yuyi, and the others in the city, while he followed Xiao Zhencai into the Lotus sect. The Lotus sect was built in the Snow Lotus mountain range. It was surrounded by mountains, and among these mountains, there were many icebergs that hadn't melted for tens of thousands of years. Furthermore, the women walking among the ice mountains and flowers were even more beautiful and alluring, causing people to feel overwhelmed just by looking at them. Lu Fangyi first brought Ling Xiao and Xiao Zhencai to her lone peak to receive them. Afterwards, she went to meet the sect leader, preparing to introduce Ling Xiao and Xiao Zhencai to her sect leader. After all, Ling Xiao's identity as a godly apothecary and Xiao Zhencai's status as the eldest daughter of the Xiao clan, as well as the wife of the Dragon Gate sect leader, were enough to attract the sect leader's attention. Sure enough, when Lu Fangyi told the sect leader about Ling Xiao and Xiao Zhencai's identities, the sect leader agreed to meet them. Bai Yilua had the strength of a high-level god king, and she was as noble and beautiful as the queen of a snow lotus. Time had not left a single trace on her delicate face, and the white muslin she wore accentuated her graceful figure to the fullest extent. This was Ling Xiao's initial impression of Bai Yilua. Ling Xiao, Xiao Zhencai, greet sect leader Bai. Ling Xiao and Xiao Zhencai greeted. They were guests, so this was just out of respect and not a greeting of a superior. Bai Yilua's gaze first fell on Xiao Zhencai. She stood up and smiled. It is our honor that the wife of the Dragon Gate sect leader has graced our sect with your presence. Please give the two of you a seat. The Dragon Gate was an illustrious existence in the heaven region. As the wife of the sect leader, Xiao Jinsai naturally had the qualifications to sit on equal footing with Bai Yiluo. And Ling Xiao was a godly apothecary, so his status wasn't low either. Sect leader Bai is too courteous. I originally just wanted to catch up with Sister Fangyi, but I felt that it would be impolite if I didn't pay you a visit. Please forgive me if I have disturbed you. Xiao Jinsai spoke appropriately. Bai Yiluo smiled. Since you are Elder Lu's sister, you are also my sister. Our sect welcomes Madam at any time. Then her gaze finally fell on Ling Xiao and she said, Is this divine teacher Ling? When Elder Lu mentioned you, I thought you were around the same age as me. I didn't expect you to be so young. Heroes really come from the youth. Bai Yiluo's words were pleasant to hear, but in reality, there was a hint of disbelief in her words. Sect leader Bai is too kind. If sect leader Bai needs to refine a divine pill, please let me know. Ling Xiao isn't good at other things, but I have some experience in the art of alchemy. Ling Xiao said proudly. He didn't want others to look down on him. He wanted to attract people's attention in order to gain Bai Yiluo's attention. This would give him more confidence in getting close to Mengran. Haha, it seems that this sect leader will have to trouble Divine Teacher Ling. I just don't know if it will take up Divine Teacher Ling's time. Bai Yiluo smiled. That's not a problem. I came with the madam this time to make friends. If sect leader Bai really needs it, Ling Xiao will definitely not delay it. Ling Xiao replied calmly. Bai Yiluo couldn't help but look at Ling Xiao in a higher light. She thought to herself, I don't know if this brat is strong or if he really has the ability. I'll find a chance to test him. A divine alchemist less than 100 years old. I'm afraid you won't be able to find one in the entire heaven realm. Then it's settled. Bai Yiluo smiled at Ling Xiao. Then the few of them chatted for a bit. Bai Yiluo intentionally or unintentionally mentioned the matter between the Xiao clan and the River Diagram sect. She wanted to know if Xiao Jinsai had come to ask for help from the Lotus sect. However, she didn't see the slightest bit of worry for the Xiao clan from Xiao Jinsai, so she wondered if she was worrying too much. Afterward, Bai Yiluo arranged a banquet for the two of them. At the same time, she jokingly asked Ling Xiao to refine some divine pills for them. Chapter 1204. Originally, Bai Yiluo just wanted Ling Xiao to back off and not act cool. However, Ling Xiao followed her words and said, Since sect leader Bai is interested, then I'll show off my skills so that others won't think I'm a swindler. Bai Yiluo didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so arrogant. She thought to herself, could he really be a divine alchemist? That's impossible. Lu Fangyi also wanted to know if Ling Xiao was a real alchemist, so she said, Sect leader, since Divine Master Ling is so interested, why don't we trouble him to refine some divine pills for us? In any case, just relying on Elder Jiang and Elder Gong isn't enough. Moreover, Elder Gong hasn't returned for many years, so a portion of our divine pills have to be bought from outside. Lu Fangyi's words were undoubtedly giving Bai Yiluo a way out, and helping Ling Xiao along the way. However, what Lu Fangyi said was the truth. Their Lotus Order had two divine alchemists. One was nurtured by their own order, and the other was a consecrator. However, the consecrator's whereabouts were unknown, and he had not returned for many years. A divine alchemist was in charge of all the divine pills of a sect, so there was no doubt that the supply couldn't meet the demand. Alright, it just so happens that my sect is lacking a batch of divine pills, so we'll have to trouble Divine Master Ling. After this is done, we won't mistreat Divine Master Ling. Bai Yiluo replied, Alright, as long as you have enough materials, I'll help you refine pills for a month. Moreover, it'll be a public pill refinement that can be seen by everyone in your sect, lest sect leader Bai doesn't believe me. Ling Xiao revealed an arrogant expression as he spoke. This was a completely arrogant and complacent appearance that made people feel very uncomfortable. However, Ling Xiao had no choice but to use this method. He believed that as long as he refined the divine pills and caused a heavenly phenomenon, he would be able to attract the attention of everyone in the Lotus sect. Perhaps this could lure Meng Ran out. At that time, Everything would be revealed. Xiao Zhensai could guess Ling Xiao's intentions. She looked at Ling Xiao deeply and thought to herself, could it be that this friend of his has a special relationship with him? Is he worthy of his attention? Bai Yilua satisfied Ling Xiao's request, but she didn't know why Ling Xiao was so confident. Didn't he know that when he was concocting alchemy, he couldn't stand being mocked by others? After all, the chances of concocting a divine pill were only around 30% for an ordinary alchemist. A slightly weaker alchemist would probably only have a 20% chance. Under such circumstances, he was still refining pills in public. If this wasn't bragging and showing off, what was? Ling Xiao did what he said he would do. He did not want to delay for even a moment. He requested Bai Yilua to immediately arrange a place for him to refine pills. Bai Yilua and Lu Fangyi were confused. It was their first time seeing such an impatient divine apothecary. They really didn't know where Ling Xiao's confidence came from. Had he never thought that he would fail? Even though Bai Yilua didn't believe him, she still prepared a place and divine materials for him according to Ling Xiao's request. At the same time, she also arranged for many elders to watch, including their sect's divine apothecary, Jiang Liezhen. Sect leader, tell me honestly what's going on. Could it be that we have invited another divine apothecary back? Jiang Liezhen asked Bai Yilua. Jiang Liezhen looked like an old woman. She was at the peak of the middle-level God King, and was also a divine apothecary. Bai Yilua revealed a faint smile and said, it's a brat from Dragon Gate who thinks he's good. I don't know what his intentions are, but he's actually in a hurry to refine a divine pill for us. Jiang Liezhen frowned and said, Dragon Gate? My sect doesn't have any dealings with them. Could it be that they're here to swindle us? This is what I don't understand. Furthermore, he requested to refine pills in public, as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know that he's a divine apothecary. That's why I wanted Elder Jiang to come and supervise him. Once we find out that he's a fake, don't blame us for being merciless. Although Ling Xiao requested to refine pills in public, the place that Bai Yilua had arranged for him was not a place that anyone could come to. Only a few elders and deacons were here to watch. These people only wanted to watch the show. Was this so-called Dragon Gate's divine apothecary real or fake? It was just that when they saw Ling Xiao's young and handsome appearance, they all suspected that their eyes were playing tricks on them. In their impression, those who could reach the divine apothecary realm were all old monsters, but the one in front of them was an excessively young brat. It was truly hard for them to believe. Any alchemist would first have to ensure that they had a certain level of success in cultivation. As their strength increased, they would have more power to refine pills. It could be said that cultivation would take a lot of time, and learning alchemy would also take a lot of time. One had to reach the God King realm in order to have the qualifications to aspire to the divine apothecary realm. Therefore, anyone would think that cultivating and learning alchemy at the same time would definitely take up twice the amount of time compared to others. Jiang Liezhen had a deep understanding of this point. This was also why she was tens of thousands of years old, but only had the strength of a mid-level God King. Moreover, at this realm, if she didn't have a great opportunity, it would be impossible for her to advance any further. What is the sect master doing? Look at him. He looks like he's still wet behind the ears. How could he be a divine apothecary? Could he be the reincarnation of some primordial elder? Senior sister, look, he's already at the strength of a low-level God King. Who knows? I hope he really has some skills. Otherwise, it'll be a waste of divine materials. He's so bold to refine pills in public. Isn't he afraid of being humiliated? How laughable. Amidst the doubtful discussions, Ling Xiao had already begun to refine pills. He moved like the wind and his form was like a pine tree. His skillful movements were elegant yet steady, giving people a feeling that he was a part of nature. Just the first impression he gave them was enough to dispel all their previous doubts. His movements became faster and faster, and his handsome face revealed a strong sense of confidence. It was as if refining pills was a piece of cake for him. Bai Yilua, Lu Fangyi, and Jiang Liezhen couldn't help but be a little dazed. As for Xiao Zhensai, she revealed a faint, complacent smile. Because Ling Xiao was a member of her Dragon Gate, she could also bask in his glory. The medicinal fragrance spread for thousands of miles, and the phenomenon shocked the world. When the divine pill was refined, a shocking phenomenon appeared in the sky above the Lotus sect, shocking everyone in the sect. It wasn't that the Lotus sect didn't have people who could refine divine pills, but Jiang Liezhen's alchemy room had already been set up with layers of restrictions that could isolate any phenomenon. So normally the people in the Lotus sect wouldn't have the chance to see the phenomenon. Now that something like this had suddenly happened, they couldn't help but be surprised. Moreover, this kind of phenomenon would appear every other day, and each time it appeared, the scene would be different. They finally realized that something was happening in the church. After asking around, they found out that someone was teaching them how to refine divine pills, and he was refining them publicly in a martial arts arena. The place where Ling Xiao was refining pills gradually increased from the original dozen people. Now there were already several hundred people watching. 2/3 of them were women, and only 1/3 were men. Among these women, some were elders, some were deacons, and some were direct disciples. They could all maintain their youthful looks forever, and every one of them looked so gorgeous and charming. However, when they looked at the dignified, confident, and handsome man in the arena, their beautiful eyes rippled with respect and infatuation. Who is he? He's so young and so powerful. Could he be a new male disciple of my sect? What are you talking about? Can't you see that he's refining divine pills? How could he be a disciple of my sect? He might be a new consecrated elder. He looks so handsome and has such a personality. He's the type I like. You're infatuated. With your conditions. How could he like you? Didn't you see the sect leader and Elder Jiang watching over there? I think this person's background is not small. That's true. For such a big figure, there aren't many sisters in our sect that are worthy of him. That's not necessarily true. Don't forget that we still have a junior martial uncle. In the forbidden area of the Lotus sect, this was the place where their old sect leader lived alone. Tens of thousands of years ago, their old sect leader retreated behind the scenes and no longer cared about worldly affairs. For tens of thousands of years, he hadn't accepted any disciples. However, a few decades ago, this old sect leader personally announced that he would accept another disciple. And this disciple of hers was Meng Ran, who had the water god body. Because of this, Meng Ran's position in the Lotus sect was quite high. Adding on her cold and elegant temperament, she was called the goddess by the people in the sect. A year ago, she stepped into the Divine King realm, so the goddess title was even more appropriate. She was the fastest disciple to step into the Divine King realm in the past 10,000 years, making her name even more famous in the sect. She became the goddess in the hearts of all the male disciples, and the idol in the hearts of all the female disciples. Even the strange phenomenon had long been noticed by all parts of the sect, and even this forbidden area was no exception. A woman stood at the peak of the snowy mountain. She wore light blue clothes, and her entire body seemed to have merged with the world. Just her back gave people the ethereal charm of a fairy that had descended to the world. The thousands of black willows fluttered in the wind, giving off an otherworldly feeling. Every part of that exquisite figure was matched perfectly, not adding or subtracting a bit. It was just like the saying, fat but not greasy, never tired of looking at her. It really made people unable to find fault with her. Her face that was as beautiful as a fairy's could even make hundreds of flowers lose their color. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating, so beautiful that it made people feel ashamed of themselves. She was like the snow lotus flower queen of the snow lotus mountain range. She had a sense of arrogance, as if she was looking down on all the flowers. She also had a cold elegance that was as cold as ice. That feeling of being alone could easily make people fall for her. It was just that her autumn eyes contained a coldness that kept people 1,000 miles away. It really made people not dare to get close to her easily. She was the goddess that everyone in the Lotus sect called Meng Ran. She had the strength of a low-level divine king, and she was only a little over 60 years old. She had the face and body of a 20-year-old. Chapter 1205. A pair of eyes like the bright moon looked at the vast splendor not far away, flickering with an indescribable color. Heaven and earth phenomenon. Who dares to make such a big commotion in the sect? Meng Ran murmured. Ever since she joined the Lotus sect, she spent most of her time cultivating and rarely paid attention to worldly matters. If it wasn't for the commotion caused by the heaven and earth phenomenon being too big and interrupting her cultivation, she wouldn't have come out to see what was going on. She stood at the peak of the snowy mountain and watched for a while, feeling a bit restless. She opened her red lips and said, "What happened over at Elder Song's side?" As her voice fell, a ghost-like figure appeared behind her and said, "Young miss, there's a divine alchemist who claims to be from Dragon Gate over there. He's refining a divine pill for the sect and causing this heaven and earth phenomenon." Dragon Gate? Aren't they the biggest power in the Sky Dragon domain? Why would they come to our Lotus sect and refine pills for us? Meng Ran asked with a puzzled expression. He's a friend that Lu Fengyi brought over. According to reports, this divine alchemist isn't even 100 years old. Maybe he's proud of his abilities and wants to show off in our Lotus sect. The person replied. Another arrogant guy? Meng Ran murmured and waved her hand to signal the person to leave. However, the person then said, "Young miss, it'll be time to go to Evil Horizon Valley in half a month. Should we leave a bit earlier?" "No need, we'll leave in half a month," Meng Ran replied. Just as the person was about to retreat, Meng Ran said, "Elder Song, it was those people who strongly invited us to go to Evil Horizon Valley, right?" The person hesitated for a moment and said, "Yes." "Alright, I got it. You can leave," Meng Ran said indifferently. After the person disappeared, a trace of unwillingness flashed through her autumn eyes. Ling Xiao had been continuously refining pills for a month, and who knew how many heaven and earth phenomena had already appeared. However, he didn't have to worry about anything because these heaven and earth phenomena were all blocked by the elders of the Lotus sect. Every time he finished refining a divine pill, he would not forget to look at the surrounding followers of the Lotus order, waiting for the figure he was waiting for to appear. However, as beautiful figures appeared one after another, the one he was looking for was nowhere to be found. He could not help but feel a little disappointed. From the commotion he had caused, everyone in the Lotus cult knew about the situation here. And there were even more divine kings who had come to the scene. Why was she not here? Could she be in seclusion? Ling Xiao couldn't help but wonder. When Ling Xiao was concocting the last divine pill, he used the soul-controlling art to release his soul power to divide the beast pill's power as usual. As he used his soul power for a long period of time, when his soul power was exhausted, he would generate new soul power, and this cycle would never end. This was the effect of increasing one's soul power while refining pills, and it was also the best way to cultivate the soul-controlling art. This was the secret of how Ling Xiao was able to increase his soul force while refining pills. And now his soul, which had already reached the peak of mid-level Divine King, actually showed signs of loosening, as if it was about to advance to high-level Divine King. Ling Xiao had no choice but to do his best to suppress it and speed up the refinement of the last divine pill. All of them looked at the somewhat anxious Ling Xiao. They all knew that Ling Xiao's situation was not too good. "Divine Teacher Ling, what's going on?" Bailua asked Jiang Liezhen worriedly. Jiang Liezhen looked at Ling Xiao with deep reverence and said, "He might be too tired. I've tried concocting pills for a month, but I've never seen someone like him who didn't stop. And his success rate is more than 90%. This is simply shocking. I really don't know who trained him as a disciple. Compared to him, I feel inferior." "Too tired?" Xiao Zhensai said with some heartache. This was her clan brother, and he must not harm his body for the sake of refining pills. Otherwise, she would not be able to explain it to the clan when she returned. The love-struck fools of the Lotus Order all looked at Ling Xiao's expression of enduring pain. No one mocked him, but instead revealed expressions of worry. "What's wrong with him? Is he too tired? Hurry up and stop and rest. You've already persisted for a month." "Yeah, I don't know why, but seeing him like this makes my heart ache. I'd rather waste the ingredients of this divine pill than let anything happen to him." "That's right. Why don't you stop and rest? Let big sister dote on you. You'll definitely get better soon. I've decided. I must pursue him and make him my cultivation partner." "In your dreams? You want to pursue him? Have you asked your senior sister?" "I've already decided on him, so don't fight with me." On the practice field, Ling Xiao raised his hands high and roared. The origin energy in the surroundings was drawn by him and rushed over. Condense. Ling Xiao pressed his palms down on the medicine cauldron, and countless forces rushed into it. Bang! A shocking explosion rang out, and a brilliant light began to surge above the clouds. A phenomenon of heaven and earth began to descend. Ling Xiao did not have time to wait for the phenomenon to pass. He shouted at Bai Yilua in shock. Sect leader Bai, please arrange a seclusion room for me. Bai Yilua did not expect Ling Xiao to make such a request. She was puzzled. Isn't he tired? It's not good to rest here. What does he need a seclusion room for? Just as she was in a daze, Lu Fangyi called out, Divine Master Ling, follow me. Lu Fangyi's figure flashed, and Ling Xiao put away the medicine cauldron and chased after her. Lu Fangyi brought Ling Xiao to her mountain peak, and let him enter a seclusion cave. Ling Xiao did not hesitate and immediately entered. He began to mobilize all his soul power, intending to break through the spiritual barrier and reach a higher level. Ling Xiao did not expect this breakthrough to come so suddenly, and he had specially condensed the last god elixir, causing his soul power to be a little unstable. Ling Xiao did not think, and a golden dragon fruit appeared in his hand. The golden dragon fruit could allow any god king to reach the peak of the same level. The reason why Ling Xiao wanted to consume it at this moment was to increase his strength. As long as his strength increased, his soul power would increase, and he could use this opportunity to reverse his unstable soul power, allowing his spiritual soul to break through to the high-level god king realm. After he consumed the golden dragon fruit, a majestic force rushed into his abdomen, as if a golden dragon had entered his dantian, and all the muscles in his body were in unbearable pain. Although the golden dragon fruit could allow people to reach the peak of the same level, they had to bear the consequences of being devoured by the dragon. If they could not endure it, they might even die from qi deviation. Ling Xiao had a firm heart, and he circulated the ancient sovereign divine technique. His whole body emitted a dazzling light, and a golden dragon roared and soared into the sky. After the sudden appearance of this golden dragon, another golden dragon that was exactly the same as the first one appeared. The two dragons actually fought with each other, and the sound of dragon roars shook the cave to the point that it almost destroyed all the restrictions in the abode. After an unknown period of time, one of the golden dragon was forcefully devoured by the other golden dragon, and that golden dragon became a lot more realistic than before. Its dragon eyes emitted a dazzling light, and no one dared to look at it directly. Ling Xiao's strength instantly rose after the golden dragon was devoured. At the same time, there was a lot of source energy that surged in from outside the cave, and Ling Xiao absorbed it all. His entire body seemed to have swelled up a little, forcibly tearing apart the clothes he wore, revealing his smooth golden skin. Roar! After Ling Xiao's aura surged to the extreme, he roared into the sky, and the earth-shattering sound wave destroyed all the restrictions and defenses that Lu Fangyi, a mid-level god king, had set up. A peerless true dragon seemed to have broken through the sky, and it was extremely mighty. Lu Fangyi, who was guarding outside the cave, was so frightened by this terrifying aura that she kept retreating. Her face turned pale, and her heart seemed to be suffocated by an indescribable divine pressure. What a powerful aura! Is he breaking through to the mid-level? That's impossible. Lu Fangyi mumbled to herself. At this moment, Xiao Zhensai also rushed over to see if anything had happened to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, who was inside the cave, kept compressing and stabilizing his power. At the same time, he used this power in his sea of consciousness to make his soul power go haywire, and he broke through to the power of a high-level god king in one go. When the power of his soul returned to his dantian, a lot of power also rushed out of his dantian. The two converged on the divine bridge, and they condensed into droplets of 5-colored, crystalline divine power. One golden dragon fruit was enough for any metal-type god king to reach the peak of the same rank. However, it was still not enough for Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had already reached the mid-level low-level god king realm. Now, with the power of his soul's advancement, he was able to reach the peak of low-level god king in one fell swoop with the power of the golden dragon fruit. Ling Xiao didn't want to take the golden dragon fruit so soon. He was afraid that taking the golden dragon fruit too early wouldn't be able to achieve the desired effect. Now that his soul was advancing, it was the best time to take the fruit, and it allowed him to reach his ideal realm without worrying about his god base being shaken. Ling Zhao's body gradually returned to its original state, and his aura also gradually receded. His clothes were torn, so he forced a smile and tore them off. Suddenly he looked at the golden runes on his chest and exclaimed, Could this be a dragon rune? There were faintly discernible runes on his chest. It was as if they were innate, and they faintly resembled the shadow of a true dragon. The ancient king's divine art had a total of 7 transformations. The last transformation was the spirit refinement realm. The most important sign of entering this realm was the formation of dragon runes. Ling Xiao had unknowingly reached this level. When the dragon tattoo on his chest became more and more real, it meant that his realm was deeper, and his defensive and regenerative abilities would become even more monstrous. Chapter 1206. When Ling Xiao walked out of the cave, Xiao Jinsai immediately went to his side and asked, "Brother Xiao, are you all right?" Ling Xiao shook his head lightly and said, "I'm fine. It's just that my realm became unstable while I was refining, so I had to find a place to adjust it." Only then did Xiao Jinsai examine Ling Xiao. Her beautiful eyes instantly flashed with astonishment as she said, "Brother Xiao, you've reached the peak of the low level. How is this possible?" This was the first time she had heard that one could advance their strength while refining pills. She was suspecting whether Ling Xiao was really cultivating the ancient emperor divine art of the clan. Otherwise, how could there be such a miraculous effect? Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I took the golden dragon fruit. Otherwise, how could I advance so quickly? If it was inexplicably advancing in strength, it would indeed be too shocking. However, it was different after taking a divine pill, or divine grass." Xiao Jinsai said in relief, "So that's how it is. I thought you could cultivate while refining pills." At this time, Lu Fangyi also walked over and said with a smile, "Divine Master Ling, are you all right?" "Thanks to you. There was just a little problem. Sister Lu, please forgive me," Ling Xiao replied. "Hee, it should be Sister Lu who is indebted to you." Lu Fangyi laughed and then said, "Our sect leader invites you over to thank Divine Master Ling for refining so many divine pills for us." Lu Fangyi really didn't expect that when she met Xiao Jinsai again, she would accidentally get to know such a genius in alchemy. Even Divine Master Jiang from her sect admired Ling Xiao to the point of prostrating himself. Just based on the fact that Ling Xiao was brought by her, her position in the sect would definitely rise further in the future. Naturally, the resources she would enjoy would also increase by a lot. Ling Xiao and Xiao Jinsai followed Lu Fangyi to the Lotus Sect's sect leaders' hall. Bai Yilua and a few other elders with high status and power were already waiting for Ling Xiao. When they saw Ling Xiao, they all stood up. Bai Yilua took the initiative to welcome them with a smile. "Welcome, Divine Master Ling, madam." Her attitude this time was different from the first time she met Ling Xiao and Xiao Jinsai. Ling Zhao's title was undoubtedly at the forefront, which meant that in Bai Yilua's eyes, Ling Zhao's status was undoubtedly higher than Xiao Jinsai's. "Cult leader Bai, there's no need to be so polite. I'm really sorry for bringing you trouble." Ling Xiao changed his attitude and said humbly. He had already tried his best to attract attention, and almost everyone in the Lotus Order knew of his existence. It was just that he hadn't seen the person he wanted to see. "Hee, if Divine Teacher Ling bothers us like this every day, I definitely won't mind." Bai Yilua smiled. She really didn't think that Ling Xiao was really a divine alchemist, and that his success rate was so high. Even the divine alchemists of her sect were ashamed of their inferiority. She had no choice but to put down her pride and befriend Ling Xiao. Now, she found that Ling Xiao's strength seemed to have improved again, which made her even more astonished. She remembered that a few days ago, Ling Xiao hadn't reached the peak of low-level Divine King. What an abnormal monster. I must find a way to make him stay, Bai Yilua thought to herself. At this time, Ling Xiao gave the divine pill he had refined to Bai Yilua, which was considered fulfilling his promise to refine pills for the Lotus Order for free for a month. "Cult leader Bai, Ling Xiao has a request. I hope cult leader Bai can agree." Ling Xiao took the opportunity to say. Xiao Zhensai and Lu Fangyi were looking forward to it. They both felt that Ling Xiao might ask to see Men Gran. Oh, I don't know what divine teacher Ling needs our help with. As long as we can do it, we will definitely do our best to satisfy divine teacher Ling. Bai Yilua said very generously. She wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao asking them to do something. She was just afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't ask for anything. Ling Xiao said, "You should know that she is the wife of our Dragon Gate's leader, and the Xiao family is also our leader's family. I believe that your sect has heard about the recent war between the River Diagram sect and the Xiao family, right?" Bai Yilua nodded lightly and said, "Of course I know about such a big matter." Ling Xiao then said, "That's good. Now that the River Diagram sect has been intimidated by us, they don't dare to act rashly. But our Dragon Gate can't stay in the profound sky region for a long time. So Ling Xiao hopes that your sect can announce an alliance with the Xiao family. I wonder if cult leader Bai can agree to this request? If cult leader Bai is willing to agree, then Ling Xiao will be a good friend of your sect in the future. And if you need anything in the future, Ling Xiao will naturally not refuse." Ling Xiao did this as a way of repaying Xiao Zhensai for bringing him to the Lotus sect. After all, without the relationship between Xiao Zhensai and Lu Fangyi, he definitely wouldn't have known that Yun Mingqi would be here. Although he couldn't see Yun Mingqi right now, he knew that she was here, and he would have plenty of time to create opportunities to meet her in the future. Therefore, he might as well take advantage of this opportunity to help the Xiao family solve their worries. He believed that as long as the Lotus sect announced an alliance with the Xiao family, the River Diagram sect wouldn't dare to touch the Xiao family even if they had 10 times the guts, and the Ice Blade Alliance wouldn't easily make a move against the Xiao family. I didn't think that divine teacher Ling would be such a righteous man. Alright, my Lotus sect is willing to help the Xiao family. In the future, divine teacher Ling will be a friend of my sect. Bai Yilua displayed the magnanimity of a sect leader, and agreed without even thinking. The reason why Bai Yilua agreed so straightforwardly was naturally, because she had her own thoughts. The Xiao family and their Lotus sect both belonged to the category of superpowers. Although the Xiao family was a bit weaker than their sect, it wasn't too far off. Allying with them wouldn't be a disgrace to the name of the Lotus sect. Although the Xiao family lost many divine kings, they made the River Diagram sect return empty-handed. This was enough to prove that they had a certain level of foundation. And with the aid of the Dragon Gate, the Xiao family definitely wouldn't have an accident easily. The alliance between the Lotus sect and the Xiao family could also use this relationship to form some relations with the Dragon Gate. When their people go to the Sky Dragon domain in the future, it could be considered as looking after each other. Who would dare to say that they would only live in one domain? Of course, the most important point was that she was very optimistic about Ling Xiao's potential. A divine king who hadn't even reached 100 years old. A divine alchemist who hadn't even reached 100 years old. This was enough to prove how limitless his future was. Bai Yilua felt that it was very worth it to be able to make friends with such a monster. Ling Xiao didn't think that Bai Yilua would agree so straightforwardly. He originally thought that she would say that she would consider it. Then many thanks, sect leader Bai. He paused for a moment, then said to Xiao Zhensai, "Madam, are you willing to represent the Xiao family and form an alliance with the Lotus sect?" Xiao Zhensai obviously couldn't wait and nodded. That would naturally be the best. She really didn't think that Ling Xiao would actually make such a request for the Xiao family. She was very grateful towards Ling Xiao. Although the Lotus sect was quite a bit inferior to the Dragon Gate, the Dragon Gate was not in the profound sky continent after all. Once something happened, water from afar wouldn't be able to put out a nearby fire. To be able to form an alliance with the Lotus sect, the Xiao family naturally couldn't ask for more. Bai Yilua then said, "But I still have a small condition." Ling Xiao replied, "Bai Jiaozhu, please say it." "I feel that the alliance between the Lotus sect and the Xiao family can't just be based on words. There also needs to be some actual actions. For example, divine teacher Ling getting married to an outstanding disciple of our sect. This way, the alliance between the two sides would be within reason. What do you think?" Bai Yilua's beautiful eyes flashed with craftiness. After a pause, she then emphasized, "Our Lotus sect is a large sect famous for gathering beauties. I believe that we won't disgrace your identity as divine teacher Ling. Ling Xiao was instantly stunned. He didn't think that Bai Yilua would actually make such a request. At this time, Lu Fangyi took the opportunity to say, "Sect leader, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for ordinary disciples to enter divine teacher Ling's discerning eyes. There are so many women in our sect, and they don't necessarily have to be disciples. Even if they are deacons or elders, they all have eternal youth. I'm sure they are all very interested in divine teacher Ling. I just don't know what divine teacher Ling thinks." Bai Yilua laughed. "That's what you say. I think that since the two of them are about the same age, I'm afraid that it would be more to divine teacher Ling's liking. Divine teacher Ling, what do you think?" Lu Fangyi said to Ling Xiao with a hint of warning. Ling Xiao understood Lu Fangyi's words. She was creating an opportunity for him to meet Meng Ran. "Sect leader Bai, if you must add this condition, Ling Xiao naturally won't refuse. After all, to be able to marry a fairy from your sect is Ling Xiao's honor. However, as Elder Lu said, it really isn't easy for ordinary people to match up to me, Ling Xiao. I believe that sect leader Bai can see my current strength. In addition to my identity as an alchemist, I dare say that there aren't many people as outstanding as me at my age. So, if sect leader Bai must do this, unless your sect has a fairy that is less than 100 years old, otherwise, I really can't agree to it." Ling Xiao once again revealed his insufferably arrogant appearance. He was arrogant, but he had the capital. Bai Yilua revealed an astonished expression. She didn't think that the previously refined and courteous Ling Xiao would instantly become as conceited as when they first met. However, she also felt that Ling Xiao's words were very reasonable. If it was her, she was afraid that she would have made the same request, or even higher. There aren't many divine kings that are less than 100 years old in the entire heaven region. Bai Yilua sighed softly, then shook her head. "It seems that I can't fulfill this small condition of mine." Ling Xiao said in a slightly joking tone. "That can't be right. For a sect as powerful as your sect, how can you not find a divine king that is less than 100 years old? Is sect leader Bai hiding them, or do you not want them to marry me?" "There really isn't. It's really rare to find a Tenbin like divine teacher Ling." Bai Yilua hesitated for a moment. "Sect leader, don't you still have junior martial uncle?" Lu Fangyi took the opportunity to say. Who knew that Bai Yilua would just glare at Lu Fangyi but didn't reply. Lu Fangyi quickly shut her mouth, not daring to say anything else. Ling Xiao was rather disappointed. He thought to himself, "It seems that the other party still hides her." In the following time, Ling Xiao wasn't interested in talking to Bai Yilua anymore. Instead, he let Xiao Zhensai discuss the issue of the alliance between the two sections. In the end, Bai Yilua and Xiao Zhensai reached an agreement, and all that was left was to announce it to the outside world. Because of this, the Xiao clan's disaster was resolved because of Ling Xiao. Chapter 1207. After the initial verbal agreement, Bai Yilua asked Lu Fangyi to stay. Lu Fangyi couldn't help but worry. "Leader, do you have any orders?" She spoke up for Ling Xiao a bit too bluntly. "Tell me honestly, what is your relationship with Xiao Zhensai and Ling Xiao?" Bai Yilua stared into Lu Fangyi's eyes. Lu Fangyi immediately replied, "I've known Xiao Zhensai for a long time and we've always called each other sisters. Ling Xiao is Xiao Zhensai's uncle, and I've only just met him. Leader wouldn't think that I have some shameful relationship with them, right?" She admitted that she was a bit selfish towards Ling Xiao, and wanted Ling Xiao to meet Meng Ran. However, she didn't do anything wrong to the sect, so she wasn't worried about Bai Yilua's suspicions. Bai Yilua's eyes seemed to be able to see through Lu Fangyi's thoughts and immediately said, "I didn't mean that. I'm just a bit curious why you spoke up for Divine Medicine Ling? Don't you know that being together with Divine Medicine Ling is a great thing for our sect?" "That's for sure. I agree with leader's actions, but I think that a young genius like Divine Teacher Ling isn't someone ordinary people can match up with. If we use ordinary disciples or other people to get together with Divine Teacher Ling, I don't think it will reflect the importance our sect places on Divine Teacher Ling. Instead, it will make Divine Teacher Ling hate us." Lu Fangyi replied. Bai Yilua thought for a moment and said, "You're right. Since that's the case, you should continue to be friends with Divine Teacher Ling and the Dragon Gate's wife. If they need anything, do your best to satisfy them. I'll also get someone to send a reward to Divine Teacher Ling. Let them play in the sect for a few more days. If they can stay forever, that would be the best. Lu Fengyi nodded. Leader, don't worry. I'll definitely let them live to their heart's content. However, I think leader should consider the person I mentioned. As long as she appears, Divine Teacher Ling will definitely be enchanted by her. Bai Ilua glanced at Lu Fengyi and said, Don't you know that she is old cult master's flesh and blood? What's more, the old sect master wants her to marry the young sect master of the Black Tortoise sect. Otherwise, I would definitely consider your suggestion. After all, a monster like Divine Master Ling is definitely not inferior to the successors of those top clans. So that's how it is. Then this subordinate has been presumptuous. Lu Fengyi suddenly understood. The Black Tortoise sect was the strongest power in the Profound Sky region. If their goddess could unite with the Black Tortoise sect, then to their Lotus sect, it would indeed be considered a strong alliance. In the future, they would definitely be able to sit firmly on the second seat. The Ice Blade Alliance would not dare to challenge their authority. A few days ago, your junior uncle brought some people to Evil Horizon Valley to help the Black Tortoise sect. This is the old sect master's order, so you don't need to mention anything about her in front of Divine Master Ling. If he thinks that I'm lying to him, it'll be a big loss. Bai Ilua said. Yes, this subordinate understands. A strange light flashed in Lu Fengyi's eyes. After Ling Xiao came out of the sect master's palace, he received invitations from many women of the Lotus sect. Each of them were as beautiful as flowers, with alluring figures. Their frequent flirtatious glances were enough to make many men go crazy. However, Ling Xiao's heart was as straight as water, and he was not moved at all. His heart now only belonged to one person, and that was Yunmingqi. In the end, Ling Xiao rejected the majority of the invitations, but he accepted the invitation of the only divine alchemist of the Lotus sect, Jiang Liezhen. He would go to her peak to discuss alchemy with her. Ling Xiao had already received the inheritance of the alchemist god, so his knowledge of alchemy was much richer than any other divine alchemist. He was not stingy in discussing some matters with Jiang Liezhen. Of course, Ling Xiao had the intention of befriending the people of the Lotus sect. His goal was still to see Meng Ran, as soon as possible, to confirm whether she was Yunmingqi or not. Jiang Liezhen had seen Ling Xiao's alchemy skills and his terrifying success rate, so she admired Ling Xiao from the bottom of her heart. In all of the discussions, she was more inspired by Ling Xiao. She was so excited that she repeatedly expressed her thanks. If it wasn't for her face, she would have probably knelt down in front of Ling Xiao to acknowledge him as her master. After listening to Divine Alchemist Ling's words today, Liezhen felt as if she had seen the bright moon. I was suddenly enlightened. Jiang Liezhen sighed. Ling Xiao modestly said, Divine Alchemist Jiang, you also have many unique insights that have enlightened Ling Xiao. We have both gained something. Jiang Liezhen's overall alchemy skills couldn't compare to his, but she had been alchemy for tens of thousands of years. She had a good grasp of many details, and this allowed Ling Xiao to gain something. Haha, Divine Alchemist Ling is truly a modest gentleman. No wonder you have such accomplishments at such a young age. It really isn't a coincidence. Jiang Liezhen praised. She then continued, Previously, my sect leader suggested that any member of our sect could be chosen as a partner by Divine Alchemist Ling. However, there aren't many people in our sect who are worthy of Divine Alchemist Ling. Fortunately, I have an adopted daughter named Jiang Min. Although she isn't as young as Divine Alchemist Ling, she isn't too old either. She's only a little over 200 years old. She's already at the peak of the Holy Emperor, and is also a great Saint Master. Her looks are also quite outstanding, so I let her come in and see if Divine Alchemist Ling is interested. With that, she clapped her hands and called out, Min Min, come in for a moment. Then, a woman dressed in gorgeous clothes walked in with graceful steps. Although this woman was over 200 years old, she only looked to be in her 20s. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and her skin was fair and rosy. Her pair of eyes carried a hint of charm, and her figure was full of charm. She was indeed a rare beauty. She was Jiang Liezhen's adopted daughter, Jiang Min. She looked at Ling Xiao with a scorching and straightforward gaze, not concealing her deep affection for him at all. Ling Xiao's 1 month of alchemy had long been deeply imprinted in the hearts of all the women in the Lotus sect. Even the arrogant Jiang Min had been deeply subdued by him. "Greetings, mother, divine alchemist Ling." Jiang Min greeted. Jiang Liezhen had always been very satisfied with this adopted daughter of hers. Whether it was in cultivation or alchemy, she was always able to understand everything with just a hint. She had poured all of her resources into her daughter, and she believed that Jiang Min would quickly surpass her. Therefore, there had always been many people who came to propose marriage to Jiang Min, but they were all rejected by her. But now that they had seen Ling Xiao, they didn't have any reason to be picky. Instead, they were afraid of entering his eyes. "Divine alchemist Ling, look, Min Min is definitely a good girl. If you can become good with her and give her some pointers, I believe that it won't be long before she becomes a divine alchemist. At that time, the two of you will definitely become a great story in the heaven region. What do you think?" Jiang Liezhen said with great confidence in Jiang Min. From all aspects, Jiang Min was indeed very outstanding. If it was the Ling Xiao of the past, he would also be moved by her. But now, how could Ling Xiao have the leisure to take in women? One had to know that Yin Mingqi was in the Lotus sect. If she knew, it would only cause more trouble between her and him. Jiang Min revealed a blush as she looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Divine alchemist Ling, this little girl admires you very much. I just don't know if Divine alchemist Ling will give this little girl the chance to serve you." Her eyes seemed to be able to speak as they blinked incessantly, giving off a lovely and moving feeling. Ling Xiao took a light breath and said, "Divine alchemist Jiang, Miss Jiang, I appreciate your good intentions. Actually, I, Ling Xiao, already have someone I like. She has a strong personality and won't allow me to have more than 1 wife and 3 concubines." Ling Xiao said a little lie, which could be considered as tactfully rejecting their good intentions. Jiang Liezhen and Jiang Min's expressions stiffened. They both knew that this was just an excuse for Ling Xiao. Jiang Liezhen was too embarrassed to force her, so she could only let Jiang Min go first and force her to take another blow. Ling Xiao and Jiang Liezhen exchanged a few more words before saying goodbye and returning to Lu Fengyi's mountain peak. As soon as he returned to the mountain peak, Xiao Jinsai came up to Ling Xiao and said, "Little brother Xiao, I will remember everything you have done for my Xiao family." Xiao Jinsai's words were extremely solemn, showing how grateful she was to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "We're family, there's no need to say 2 words. Sister-in-law, you don't have to take it to heart. Besides, if you hadn't brought me here, I might not have been able to find my friend." "But you still haven't seen your friend. Are you going to keep waiting?" Xiao Jinsai asked. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Why don't you directly ask sect leader Bai to meet your friend? I believe she will understand your intentions and let you meet." Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "I also thought of doing that, but didn't Sister Lu say that she is the direct disciple of their old sect leader? I don't think sect leader Bai will be able to let me see her so easily. Instead, she will think that I have designs on their goddess. This matter can't be rushed." Xiao Jinsai thought about it, and also felt that what Ling Xiao said made sense. "How about you bring some people back to the Xiao family first, and tell them about the alliance with the Lotus sect, in case they don't know what's going on. I still want to stay here for a while," Ling Xiao suggested. It had been a long time since Xiao Jinsai came to the profound sky region from Dragon Gate, so Ling Xiao was too embarrassed to let her accompany him any longer. Now that he knew that Yin Mingqi was here, he could only slowly plan the rest of the matter. Xiao Jinsai replied, "That's fine too. In any case, sect leader Bai values you so much, and Fengyi will also help you. I am relieved, but you should go back early, don't let us worry." "I know what I'm doing," Ling Xiao replied. At this moment, Lu Fengyi appeared in front of the two of them. Lu Fengyi sent a sound transmission to Ling Xiao. "Divine Master Ling, Junior Martial Uncle is no longer in the sect. She went to the Evil Cliff Valley a few days ago. This is what the sect leader told me just now." "Really?" Ling Xiao exclaimed. Lu Fengyi looked a little flustered as she said, "Don't shout randomly. The sect leader won't let me tell anyone else. It's fine if you know. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Fengyi gratefully and said, "Thank you so much, Sister Lu. I'll go find her right now." You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.